In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ.
Good morning, good morning. It ain't time for RonyiQ. It is time for Todd Blanche. I apologize. I had something scheduled yesterday, a tight schedule on yesterday. And then, of course, my computer started tripping. So I was unable to tell you guys, thank you for showing up. Thank you for being there. Hey, Queen Diva, it is good to see you. So we're going to get into this Todd Blanche Day 2 testimony. And we will revisit yesterday's testimony of Todd Blanche. And thank God we're not going to have to hear all of that live. We're not going to have to hear all of the stalling from the Republicans. But we're going to see, hey, Jackson Street, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, 2300 Jackson Street. We will not have to hear all of the we will have to hear all of the stalling from the Republicans today because we're listening to the live hearing. But on today's hearing, the Epstein survivors are going to be testifying. It has started, so let's get in here and see what's going on. The second day of the Todd Blanche testimony. Epstein survivors testify at Todd Blanche's confirmation hearing. They were just doing roll.
Aye.
Mr. Hawley.
Aye.
Mr. Tillis.
Aye.
Mr. Kennedy.
Aye.
Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Schmidt. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Griffin.
Nope.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Nope.
Ms. Klobuchar.
No by proxy.
Mr. Coons.
No by proxy.
Mr. Blumenthal.
No by proxy.
Mr. Moto.
No by proxy.
Mr. Hooker.
No by proxy.
Mr. Padilla.
No by proxy.
Mr. Welch.
No by proxy.
Mr. Schiff.
No.
Chairman Grassley.
Aye.
Ms. Klobuchar, 11. Today's 10.
Mitchell will be reported to the Senate floor. Now we have the nomination of Michael Martin, District Court, Eastern District of Michigan. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Cornyn.
Aye.
Mr. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Hawley. Mr. Tillis.
Aye.
Mr. Kennedy. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Schmidt. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Griffin.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Ms. Klobuchar.
No by proxy.
Mr. Coons.
No by proxy.
Mr. Blumenthal.
No by proxy.
Mr. Moto.
Yes.
Mr. Hooker.
No by proxy.
Mr. Padilla.
No by proxy.
Mr. Welch.
No by proxy.
Mr. Schiff.
Aye.
Chairman Grassley.
The nomination.
On this vote, the item 14, the major 7.
The nomination will be favorably reported. Now the last one is Antonio Pozo, Eastern District, Pennsylvania. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Cornyn.
Aye.
Mr. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Hawley.
Aye.
Mr. Tillis.
Aye.
Mr. Kennedy. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Britt. Mr. Moody. Mr. Griffin.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
No.
Ms. Klobuchar.
No by proxy.
Mr. Coons.
No by proxy.
Mr. Blumenthal.
No by proxy.
Mr. Moto. No. Mr. Hooker.
No by proxy.
Mr. Padilla.
No by proxy.
Mr. Welch.
No by proxy.
Mr. Schiff. Chairman Grassley.
Aye.
On this vote, the item 12, the major 9.
The nomination favorably voted on will be recorded. We will. This ends our business meeting. Now I call the hearing to order. I would like to have the witnesses, would you please stand, because we swear each in at every meeting. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
They all answered affirmative. Okay. Senator, go ahead. Want to say something? Okay. So welcome back, Senator Ashcroft. Will you please begin your testimony, and then we'll go right down the list of people the way you're seated there.
Well, thank you, Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Durbin. I'm grateful to you. Please allow me just a moment to extend my condolences to the committee, the friends and colleagues of Senator Lindsey Graham. He had a vivid history of bringing out the best in people he worked with on both sides of the aisle, and we enjoyed his friendship, and I take this moment to say my condolences and my sympathy also to Jennifer Boss, whose daughter was brutally murdered. Allow me to thank you for your serious consideration and attention to the constitutional responsibility of confirming high-ranking executive branch officials. It's an honor for me to participate with you today by my appearance. Testifying and sharing my profound support for the nomination of the Honorable Todd Blanche as Attorney General of the United States is something for which I am deeply grateful. Justice is best served in the United States through a commitment to uphold the Constitution and laws of this country. Integrity is an indispensable imperative for the rule of law. The rule of law is the best friend of constitutionally guarded liberty. For the highest quality administration of justice, law enforcement must never be diluted nor contaminated by personal bias or political preferences. Todd Blanche's record of upholding the Constitution and enforcing the law recommends him supremely to serve America as the 88th Attorney General of these United States. I know of no person of a higher commitment to integrity. He has spoken the unvarnished truth to those he works for and to those he works with. Todd's career stands as an outstanding record of public service. He is a consistently well-prepared, tough, but fair prosecutor, fundamentally focused on the Constitution. He understands that he has a profound responsibility in the Justice Department to seek justice, not merely to prosecute. 25 years ago, during my opportunity to serve as Attorney General, Todd worked as an individual in the Justice Department. And in his law school years, Todd worked with the Justice Department. And in that respect, upon graduation from law school, he clerked for several judges, two of whom are now serving on the respected nationally focused Second Circuit Court of Appeals. So he
Thank you,
had an
Justice.
understanding of the law from both the prosecutorial side and the side of the bench. Following his clerkships, Todd became an assistant United States attorney as the U.S. Attorney Office for Southern District of New York, a premier prosecutorial office of the United States. He spent roughly 2 years as the co-chief of the Violent
Good morning, foot soldier. Thank you, Jackson Street.
Crimes Unit, supervising there nearly 24 prosecutors. Then served as a co-chief of the office's White Plains Division, where he presided over a wide span of work: public corruption, securities, and bank and wire fraud, federal programs, fraud, Medicare fraud, RICO, and violent crime. Today, as Deputy Attorney General and Acting Attorney General, Todd energizes the roughly 115,000 employees from across Main Justice, the FBI, the DEA, the U.S. Marshals Service, ATF, and 93 U.S. attorneys' offices that span the United States. He's conducted the department's daily operations at full scale, demonstrating his readiness to manage the office in his own right. Todd therefore brings to the Department of Justice a relevant reservoir of experience, coupled with sound judgment on an array of different issues. They're all related to law enforcement and the administration of justice. He understands that the rule of law exists to secure this and safeguard the God-given rights of liberty and freedom in America. In professional moments, both private and public, I have seen Todd's thoughtful, decisive, yet humble leadership. He's a careful and willing listener, skilled at welcoming diverse viewpoints. He is adept at synthesizing and harmonizing different voices in complex situations. He is comfortable in being held to account, and he will require those in the department to be similarly accessible and accountable. Todd Blanche's record reflects a commitment to the rule of law and the Constitution. Our 250th anniversary properly reminds us that liberty is the core value of America. In fact, it's a core value of human existence. To safeguard this core cultural value, America needs an Attorney General exclusively devoted to the rule of law and who unfailingly will honor his oath to the Constitution. Todd Blanche is the right person for that responsibility. Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you for what I consider to be a privilege to appear before this committee and communicate to you my unreserved endorsement of Todd Blanche for Attorney General of the United States. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you.
Mr. Ashcroft, now Ms. Bensky.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you and the committee
Microphone.
for hearing. Sorry.
Push the red button.
There we go. Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you all and thank you to the committee for hearing survivor voices. I'd like to remind you of who you're hearing from today. At this time, can my survivor sisters and family please rise? We may look like grown adults when you see us now, but we were children, young girls at the time of our abuse. These are the photos of when our innocence, dreams, and lives were stolen. Please take these faces in as you think of us as your own family, daughters, nieces, sisters. Now look at our faces and remember the women and families of who the DOJ re-victimized. You guys can sit. Thank you so much. I'm a teacher. In my school, if a student released a nude photo depicting a peer's sexual assault and abuse, they would almost certainly face expulsion. And yet, this is what our Department of Justice did to crime victims. Today, Todd Blanche has been at the helm of the release of nude images of survivors, the outing of Jane Does, and the exposure of more than 100 victims identifying information and documents describing horrific acts of abuse, including my own. Instead of treating this release as its own violation and holding the man who led it accountable, you have a decision on whether you place him in the highest law enforcement position in this country. In December, before the document release, our attorneys submitted 350 victims' names to the Department of Justice as victims' names to be redacted prior to the release. In that first release, I found my name in 2 places. In that next release in January, my name appeared again, but this time the redactions were so far worse. The files displayed not only my name, but my phone number, my former addresses, where I worked, and other identifying information. When my name appeared in the 3rd file release, it became difficult to believe that this was not intentional. Despite my lawyer repeatedly contacting the DOJ, seeking protection, my information continued to be exposed. And it's not just my name, it's the identifying information. These documents contain disturbing yet incomplete accounts of my abuse. They were available not only for the entire world to see, but my child, my students, my friends, my employers, my colleagues, and my family. It was humiliating. Worse, my FBI 302 exposed a Jane Doe who had fought for decades to conceal her identity. It's been absolutely devastating. Outing survivors causes real and irrevocable harm. While coping with our emotional distress and psychological trauma, we also have lost our privacy and confidentiality, suffered reputational harm, lost jobs, and now fear for our personal safety. We are not activists. We are crime victims. For us, this has never been about politics. It has been about getting justice for the crimes committed against us. And the redactions are not the only one with Todd Blanche's nomination. Todd Blanche has never attempted to listen to us, the crime victims. Survivors in this room repeatedly asked to meet with Todd Blanche through multiple channels. He never responded. Yesterday, he said he would meet with us, with our attorneys, if they were present. But let's be clear, that was the first time that was ever communicated to us before yesterday. He simply ignored us for the last 8 months. He's been radio silent.
And after he was done in his hearing yesterday, as he walked out of the halls, he asked, will you meet with the women today? He ignored the questions and kept walking and left.
And the silence was deafening. Crime victims deserve better from the nation's highest level of law enforcement officials. We deserve to be heard directly, not dismissed and ignored. There are numerous investigative leads that must be followed, despite Mr. Blanche's claim that there are none. Epstein and Maxwell did not abuse women and children alone. They did not build their operation alone. Others enabled these crimes, exploited victims, and avoided accountability for decades. You do not have to take my word for it. Several weeks ago, after examining the evidence, Chairman James Comer directed Todd Blanche to open investigations into 2 men connected to Epstein. The Epstein files are not merely a collection of embarrassing names and politically damaging associations. They are records connected to the sexual exploitation and trafficking of girls and young women. They contain information about how Epstein's network worked, who assisted him, and whether additional crimes can still be investigated. The Department of Justice should pursue every credible lead, not just work tirelessly, not just to shut down the investigations. The survivors in this room know there are investigative leads because they are our stories. Mr. Blanche knows it too, yet he has chosen not to pursue them. Mr. Blanche's actions have destroyed survivors' trust. According to public reporting, Mr. Blanche spent approximately 9 hours meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. He did not even spend 9 minutes meeting with the survivor. Afterward, Maxwell was transferred to what many have described as a summer camp prison. We learned all of this through the news. Imagine what that feels like as a survivor to sit there if you were exploited by Ghislaine Maxwell and you're hearing this for the first time with no explanation, no outreach, and no transparency from your. And to add insult to injury, the information that Todd Blanche gathered in the White House Situation Room last summer to curb the political fallout from the Epstein files was absolutely abhorrent. Instead of following investigative leads, our government treated and continued to treat this as a political crisis that needs to be managed. In our nation, everyone deserves equal protection under the law. Todd Blanche has been unwilling to protect Epstein survivors' personal information, and he has been resistant to investigate the people who helped Epstein and Maxwell commit those crimes. We need an attorney general committed to ensuring that everyone who facilitated Epstein's crimes is held accountable. Please, I implore you, please think carefully and think about the girls in these photos. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bensky. Now, Ms. Boss.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Is it on? Thank you, Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Durbin and members of the committee.
Thank you. Can you pull it real close to you?
There.
Yeah, I think that's right.
My name is Jennifer Boss. I live in Antioch, Illinois. I'm the mother of an angel named Megan Boss, and I'm here because my daughter's tragic and gruesome death has exposed catastrophic failures in immigration enforcement and drug trafficking policies. The investigation into her death continues, but one truth is painfully clear. Dangerous gaps in our system allowed an illegal alien to exploit our laws, and my daughter paid the ultimate price. Losing Megan and then being forced to navigate multiple broken systems while drowning in grief taught me that policies carrying life or death consequences cannot remain political talking points. That's why I've tried, despite the most intense heartache anyone can ever experience, to speak locally and nationally about the 4 crises that compounded our tragedy: illegal immigration, sanctuary policies, the fentanyl crisis, and cashless bail. I'm so grateful that the whole of this administration, with Todd Blanche leading the DOJ, has prioritized all 4 of these issues. I'm asking the committee not to wait until another mother is sitting where I am. Confirm Todd Blanche. He is a leader who will uphold the law, honor victims, confront dangerous criminal organizations, and fight to give other American families the safety and lasting protection that came too late for mine. I couldn't save my daughter, but Todd Blanche is Attorney General. He might save yours, because next time it could be your child. It could be your family. It could be you. This can happen to anyone. We must have leaders that are willing to act before the next life is taken. Leaders that are willing to confront the failures instead of explaining them away. leaders like Todd Blanche. Megan was my firstborn. She was a mom and a sister and an aunt, loyal friend. She was bubbly and funny. She loved to be silly. Sorry. She was extraordinarily creative. And she was blessed with a spirit that just lit up the room. In February of 2025, Megan disappeared. For 51 days, our family lived in the most unbearable agony. Day after day, I did everything I could think of to search for her. Instead of bringing Megan home, our search ended with the most unbearable truth a mother could ever be forced to face.
Now, Todd Blanche's confirmation is to be the head of the DOJ. Shouldn't she have testified at Mark Wayne's Mullins confirmation to be the head of the Department of Homeland Security? I'm not clear on what we doing here. What we doing here? You know, I feel sorry for any parent, but don't sit up and be a puppet for a political party, or you're going to get dragged.
We learned that Megan's life had been cut short, and her body was concealed, stuffed upside down in a garbage can filled with bleach by an illegal alien that had no right to be here. Again, she was stuffed upside down in a garbage can for 51 days, soaking in bleach. For 7 weeks, this man walked past that garbage can on his way to the bakery he worked at every day under a fake name. During those weeks, I couldn't breathe or eat or sleep. We searched his neighborhood. We knocked on his door. We left Megan flyers with Megan's face on every surface we could find. And then I learned she was only a driveway distance away from us the whole time. Excuse me. Not only was she killed, her dignity was stolen in death. Had Megan not been identified by the tattoos that she loved so dearly, even the beautiful image of my daughter that I hold in my heart and my head, it would have been replaced forever by the unbearable image of what had been done to her. Megan's daughter, she was only 5 years old when this happened. Her life with Megan and her right to know and make memories with her mom, it was stolen. This is Megan's bracelet.
So what will not confirming Todd Blanche to the head a DOJ officer help her in the quest, as he is putting thousands of DOJ officers on Epstein, scrubbing Donald Trump's name out of the Epstein files, as they have taken thousands of DOJ officials off of their actual duties to do things that has nothing to do with actually solving and prosecuting crimes. The DOJ is not over ice. What is this? What is this? What is this? We're going to have a crying mother of undocumented immigrants come up here and have nothing to do with the nomination of Todd Blanche and what Todd Blanche does in his job description. That's what we're doing? Okay.
It's a charm bracelet we started when she was 5. And it has every memory on it.
Let's see her teeth. Let's see her teeth that
every
you
milestone,
held.
every place that we visit, anything that was important to her. It's here.
You got all her teeth that fell
out.
out?
The stories that she should be telling her daughter. I have to hope I can remember them all. There's so many. My husband and I, we won't be retiring like we imagined, of course, because we have to pray that we live long enough to raise her little girl into adulthood. And this is because our laws that we already have aren't enforced. This is why victims don't care about partisan victories. We care whether the dangerous criminals and drug traffickers and cartels are stopped before another loved one is buried and another family's life is shattered. Right now,
So you think Todd Blanche and the attorneys at the DOJ are the ones who go out in the street and arrest and capture drug offenders and undocumented immigrants? Is this what you think, ma'am?
Governors and local officials enact sanctuary protections, cashless bail policies, and identification laws that undermine federal enforcement and create dangerous public safety loopholes. A criminal that's released under a reckless local policy does not remain inside that city or state. He can cross into yours. Megan's perpetrator was released the day after he was arrested. Do you want him as your neighbor? Angel families have told me how they've been entirely abandoned and ignored by the government. Our children and our families were politically inconvenient. Some of these Angel families have been asking for someone to listen to the stories and learn from what's happened to us for more than 25 years. In this very room, the last Angel mom that sat here was asked how come she was here and why did they have to sit through another hearing. That's beginning to change now under the current leadership of Todd Blanche. Angel families finally are feeling heard and respected and taken seriously. There is a renewed focus on prosecuting immigration crimes and the transnational criminal organizations, drug trafficking, and the like. So much work that's done by ICE and Homeland Security investigations goes unseen. It's not limited to detaining the individuals who escape detection at the border. Their work is life-protecting. From the time that I've spent talking with Todd Blanche, I knew immediately that he makes victims a priority. Under his direction, the DOJ has engaged directly with the Angel families and treated us not like political props, but as partners in preventing future tragedy.
Why do you think he was meeting with you as Angel families, but he refused to meet with the Epstein survivors? Because you were exactly that, political props. You don't even understand it.
And that's all that we've ever asked for. Justice can't bring our children home. Nothing can. So the justice that we're seeking now is the assurance that their deaths won't be ignored and they won't be in vain, and preventable tragedies from these laws not being enforced won't be repeated. I 100% believe Todd Blanche will be the one who can deliver that justice, saving lives of people who'll never know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Boss. Now, Ms. Hoyer.
Good morning, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of this committee. I am here as a public servant, a former Justice Department employee, and a concerned American who cares deeply about the future of our country. I had great hope that Todd Blanche would be an effective leader and a responsible steward of the Department of Justice, but he quickly proved me wrong. 2 days after Mr. Blanche was confirmed as Deputy Attorney General, he fired me from my position as the department's career pardon attorney. I declined to rubber stamp a political favor for a friend of the president, and it cost me my job. Mr. Blanche's office had asked me to recommend restoring the gun ownership rights of a convicted domestic abuser. I raised concerns about public safety, but Mr. Blanche's staff pressured me to go along anyway. I did not. Domestic violence is the leading type of homicide among women. When a domestic abuser is armed, his victim is 5 times more likely to be killed. But because this particular domestic...
I think, who is she talking about? Is it Mel Gibson? Who is she talking about? I can't remember right now. I think... yeah, it's someone prominent. It's a prominent person. Don't quote me on Mel Gibson.
Abuser had a personal relationship with the president. Mr. Blanche's staff asked me to set aside my concerns. When I wouldn't, Mr. Blanche fired me within hours. He then took extraordinary measures to silence me. He sent U.S. Marshals to my home in an effort to prevent me from speaking with members of Congress. I was shocked to hear Mr. Blanche's testimony about this yesterday. What he said about my firing is provably false. His claim that it had nothing to do with the concerns I raised is contradicted by documents and evidence. His claim that he tried to call me before sending marshals to my home is flat out false. His claim that it is normal for DOJ to use armed law enforcement officers to deliver mail to the homes of its former employees is preposterous. The casual lies that Mr. Blanche tells, even while sitting in this chair testifying to this committee, are emblematic of a much larger problem. Courts across the country have said they can no longer trust the Justice Department to uphold the law and tell the truth. There are over 700 documented instances of DOJ violating judicial orders. There are nearly 100 cases in which judges appointed by both parties have found that DOJ presented false or misleading information in court. Earlier this week, a federal judge found that Mr. Blanche personally misled this Congress about the department's
This is the second day of the confirmation hearings of Todd Blanche. They are having testimonies from others, people who would like to speak for or against his nomination. This is a former DOJ official. We've had a Epstein survivor. We've had a mother of a woman who lost her life to an undocumented immigrant, and we had John Ashcroft speak so far. John Ashcroft and the mother of the undocumented immigrant are for him being the new DOJ, and of course the Epstein survivor. This woman lost her job because she would not pardon one of Trump's buddy and allow him to have access to his pews again, and she quickly lost her job. Of course, she's against him becoming the new DOJ, especially after he sent armed officers to her home, where her teen daughter opened the door, I believe, to guns being pointed inside their home.
settlement agreement with President.
I think that was the story. Her teen daughter was on her way out, and there were police officers or court officers with guns already drawn.
Trump. To the American public, it looks like Mr. Blanche
Don't quote me, I could be wrong, but I know it has something to do with her teen daughter at the home and when these cops showed up.
is running DOJ as Donald Trump's personal law firm. He is using law enforcement powers to pursue petty grudges harbored by the president. These pointless vendettas are wasting our scarce resources and destroying DOJ's credibility. Mr. Blanche has repeatedly placed President Trump's interests ahead of the interests of the country. The collusive settlement agreement is a perfect example. It protects the entire Trump family and all of their businesses from any investigation or audit forever. It gives away nearly $2 billion of our money for no reason at all. It is a windfall for the president and his allies at the expense of the American people. A court found that signing this agreement was a betrayal of Mr. Blanche's duty to zealously represent the interests of the United States. That is the most basic obligation of the Attorney General. Mr. Blanche said yesterday that the settlement fund is dead. It is not. That is contract law 101. Mr. Trump or his sons could seek to enforce it at any time. Mr. Blanche gave bizarre excuses for not meeting with Jeffrey Epstein's victims. Yet he spent 2 days personally eliciting testimony from Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's partner in crime. After this imprisoned sex trafficker made statements claiming to exonerate the president, she was moved to a minimum security camp. That is a grievous breach of DOJ policy. It is an abuse of Mr. Blanche's office. It is a terrible betrayal of Epstein and Maxwell's victims. Mr. Blanche's callous approach to the Epstein case matches his cavalier attitude toward rearming domestic abusers. At the end of the day, the priority of this DOJ is protecting powerful men, even when it comes at the expense of vulnerable women. What Mr. Blanche is doing is dangerous. Earlier this week, 2 Supreme Court justices sat here and testified about the terrifying threats that judges are facing in this country. Meanwhile, Mr. Blanche is fueling those threats by attacking judges who rule against the administration and declaring a war against the courts. These are not partisan concerns. Americans across the political spectrum rely on DOJ to keep us safe and free. Mr. Blanche has shown that he is willing to put all of that at risk to serve a political.
Amy Coney Barrett and Elena Kagan, the 2 female Supreme Court justices, testified on Congress. I believe it was on Monday or Tuesday. If you have not seen it, go over there and check it out, how their lives have been threatened.
Agenda. I beg the members of this committee to think about what this is costing our country. Please do not degrade our justice system further by promoting Mr. Blanche. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hara. Now, Mr. Adler.
Good morning, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and distinguished members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. My name is John Adler, and I appear before you today in my personal capacity to provide testimony in support of the nomination of the Honorable Todd Blanche to serve as the United States Attorney General. I respectfully offer my perspective both as a former colleague of Acting Attorney General Blanche and as a national law enforcement organization leader. My experience in law enforcement spans over 30 years, and I was honored to serve under 10 attorney generals as a federal law enforcement officer. Concurrent with my active duty law enforcement service, I also served as the national president of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association for 2 terms, representing federal offices from 65 different agencies nationwide. As a volunteer law enforcement leader, I had and continue to have the privilege of serving with the leaders of the largest national law enforcement organizations, including the FOP, NAPO, NSA, IACP, and others. I have dedicated my life towards making it safer for those who serve and supporting innovative approaches towards augmenting both officer and public safety, which are intertwined. As a career tactical instructor, I emphasize marrying tactical proficiency with compassion and civility. Within a legal context, I am convinced that Acting Attorney General Blanche exudes this. When I joined the U.S. Attorney's Office in April 2001, I met an incredibly intelligent and highly motivated paralegal by the name of Todd Blanche. My first impression of then paralegal Blanche was that he moved like a football fullback, carrying the federal criminal statutes book under his arm as he charged through the revolving doors. It didn't take long for me to figure out why all the prosecutors were so friendly with Mr. Blanche. They all wanted him on their trial teams. It was clear from the beginning that paralegal Blanche had a passion for prosecuting violent crimes. He later became an assistant U.S. attorney, and his amazing work ethic and passion for combating violent crime were unparalleled for a new AUSA. AUSA Blanche exuded the speak softly but carry overwhelming evidence demeanor. It was no surprise to anyone at the office that AUSA Blanche ultimately became the co-chief of the Violent Crimes Unit. It was clear that Unit Chief Blanche was fully committed to litigating violent crime cases in furtherance of public safety. For context, I want to emphasize that the Acting Attorney General began his paralegal and prosecutorial career in an office that was predominantly represented by AUSAs with different political views. What impressed me during my 16 years with the U.S. Attorney's Office was the unified commitment to the rule of law, irrespective of political affiliation. I am absolutely convinced that if confirmed as the Attorney General, Acting Attorney General Blanche will carry forward that spirit and unwavering commitment to the rule of law. During the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York was located in the hot zone in New York City. While we often hear the Acting Attorney General speak of the extraordinary bravery of first responders who run forward into harm's way, he exuded that charge-forward spirit during the challenging days following 9/11. I have profound respect for his service above self spirit then, and it has only grown. Moving forward to Deputy Attorney General Blanche's tenure as the Acting Attorney General, his outreach and engagement with law enforcement nationwide has been extraordinary. Same can be said for his 24/7 staff. In speaking with my fellow national law enforcement organization leaders, it is clear that they have great respect for the Acting Attorney General and appreciate his commitment to backing the blue. Acting Attorney General Blanche has demonstrated a strong commitment to officer safety and ensuring that all law enforcement officers have the same protection under the law. According to the FBI's recent annual report, 90,000 law enforcement officers were assaulted in 2025. That represents a 10-year high. Acting Attorney General has made clear that his department will stand by law enforcement and support the prosecution of anyone who assaults a law enforcement officer. Civility does not work when it's one-sided. He has earned the respect and admiration of officers nationwide. In terms of civility, Acting Attorney General Blanche has distinguished himself during substantial time he spent with all the national law enforcement organizations during National Police Week. In particular, the time he spent with the concerns of police survivors, which are the survivors of our heroes killed in the line of duty, was heartfelt and riveting. Much like his powerful support for our angel families, Acting Attorney General Blanche is equally supportive of the surviving family members of our fallen heroes. And I have no doubt he will continue that as he prioritizes the safety of all Americans. As the father of a beautiful teenage daughter, I worry about her safety every day. I expect our government leaders to do everything they can to support a safe and just quality of life for all our children. That should be an unbreakable priority. I sleep well knowing that my daughter's safety and all Americans are an unwavering priority for Acting Attorney General Blanche and his team. Under his leadership and through the dedication of all law enforcement officers, violent crime continues to be driven down. We must sustain these powerful results, and we need Acting Attorney General Blanche to be confirmed as our nation's chief law enforcement officer. Throughout my law enforcement career, I wore and continue to wear a pendant that has John 15:13 inscribed. Greater love hath no one than this, to lay down one life for a friend. I am absolutely convinced that the Acting Attorney General Blanche, will exude that spirit of the scripture and do everything he can to protect the safety of all Americans by following the rule of law. I therefore respect that the committee set aside any political differences, demonstrate its unwavering commitment to both officer and public safety, and vote to confirm Acting Attorney General Blanche as the next Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Voss, first of all, thank you for your courage coming forward. You know how important it is to have effective leadership in pursuing justice. I think you've answered my question in your last 2 minutes of your testimony, but I'd like to give you an opportunity to say it once again, how you feel about Mr. Blanche and the prospects of his continued leadership at the Justice Department.
Thank you, Chairman. I feel like we have already seen what has come out of the Justice Department as far as the prosecutions of the drug trafficking, the car.
No, we have not seen that. We've seen the largest drug trafficker get pardoned by the DOJ, by Trump, with the assistance of the DOJ. That's what we've seen out of the Trump Justice Department.
He is following up the hard work of the men and women that are in our the ICE agents, CBP, and he's prosecuting those dangerous criminals, and that is making a difference.
And he is illegally detaining these people, and they're not even, the DOJ is not even showing up to court to argue some of the cases that they know that they cannot win because they have violated these people's rights, and these people are being released. You don't even know what you're talking about, woman.
Thank you very much. Now, Ms. Oyer, we know the Biden administration was the most active pardoning administration in American history, 4,000 total acts of clemency. I think you were the pardon attorney on January the 17th, 2025, when President Biden granted more communications in a single day than any prior president had over that entire presidency. Is that right?
I was the pardon attorney on that date, sir.
Okay. Were you also the pardon attorney on December 23rd, 2024, when President Biden commuted 37 of 40 inmates on federal death row?
Yes, sir, I was.
Thank you for that. So I want to bring up some of these commutations. Thomas Sanders, who killed a 12-year-old girl, Lexis Roberts. He shot Lexis 5 times and slit her throat after the girl had witnessed him murder her mother. Did you object to President Biden's commuting his sentence?
Sir, I'm not able to discuss the recommendations that I made to the president regarding acts of clemency.
Can you speak? Did you turn your microphone on?
I believe it's on, sir.
You were the pardon attorney. Yeah.
I was, yes. Yes,
You
sir.
recommended, you didn't object to the recommendation.
Sir, I'm not able to discuss the recommendations I provided to the president about
Okay.
clemency matters, which are considered
want
to
you to
be
know-
covered by executive privilege.
Okay, I want you to know that I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. So are you telling me the evidence I read that I'm wrong? So did you make the recommendation, or you don't want, you're telling me you can't talk about it?
Sir, just like Mr. Blanche explained yesterday, I'm not free to discuss the recommendations that I provided to the White House because they are covered by executive privilege.
You can't even tell me if you contacted the victim's family? You can't say yes or no to that?
Sir, I cannot talk about the discussions I had unless the White House chooses to waive the executive privilege. I would be happy to come back and speak with you or other members of this committee.
And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you what I know. So let's go to the case of Jorge Avila Torres, who stabbed to death 8-year-old Laura Hobbs and 9-year-old Crystal Tobias, who were riding their bicycles in the Chicago suburb. He had also sexually assaulted at least one of them. And 4 years later, he strangled to death a 20-year-old naval officer, Amanda Snell, in her barracks. So you can't talk about this, but I have read evidence that you made this recommendation, and you can't even tell me yes or no whether you made that recommendation.
Well, sir, what I can tell you is that President Biden did commute the sentences of 37 individuals who are on death row to sentences of life imprisonment, and all of those individuals will remain incarcerated for the rest of their lives, most likely in maximum security
Okay, well,
prisons.
we know what the commentation did, but the fact is that they were taken off death row.
Then we have the case of
So he's comparing these people being taken off death row, but giving a whole life sentence with no opportunity of parole as her being soft on crime. Let that sink in. While ignoring all of the criminals that Donald Trump gave pardons or commutations and went on to commit more heinous crimes that committed the January 6th riots, and all of the crypto people and all of the white collar criminals that Donald Trump has pardoned. He don't want to talk about any of that.
Roof shot up a church in South Carolina that made national history for a long period of time. And
yeah, Dylan Roof did shoot up a church, and the judge in the Dylan Roof case, I got a little memo about the judge in the Dylan Roof case. The judge who called Dylan Roof's family members the victims. He called Dylan Roof family members victims. His Dylan Roof's family members were victims. You know what happened to this judge? This judge had to plead guilty. He was up on 7 or 8 charges of sharing SA material of a prepubescent child. You know, a child who hasn't even reached puberty. The judge, but they whittled it down to one plea, one guilty plea of the 7 or 8 charges that he was charged with. You know, the man who said that Dylan Roof's own family were the victims. What do you want to say about them? Thank you for bringing him up, Grassley.
his trial, he murdered 9 African Americans in a racially motivated attack. And you're telling me you can't talk about that, but I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. And since you can't comment on it, I'm just going to have to tell you that you made that recommendation. Robert Bowers murdered 11 people in Pittsburgh Tree of Life Synagogue in the deadliest attack on a local Jewish community in American history. And you're telling me you can't talk about the commutation of Robert Bowers, but I want to tell you that I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. And then also Johar Tsarnaev planted bombs at the 2013 Boston Marathon, killing 3 and injuring hundreds in an act of terrorism. And you're telling me you can't talk about that, but I want you to know that I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. And it seems pretty, I'm going to give you a chance to react to it, but it seems pretty obvious that you were fired because the current Justice Department leadership disagreed with how you handled the pardons last administration. You want to respond?
Sir, regarding these cases, these are absolutely horrific cases, and every one of the individuals you mentioned will remain incarcerated for the rest of their lives, most likely in a maximum security prison facility. As far as the reasons for my firing, I've been in litigation with the Justice Department for over a year about my firing, which was plainly illegal. And Mr. Blanche's comments in this room yesterday are the first time I have ever heard the explanation that I was fired because of recommendations I made made to the prior administration about how to accomplish their clemency objectives. Mr. Blanche's Justice Department submitted a pleading to the Merit Systems Protection Board that stated that the facts about my firing were not in dispute. The facts, as I have been saying for 1 year plus, are that I was fired within hours of declining to make a recommendation that I believed was very dangerous. And Mr. Blanche's statement yesterday that it was for another reason materialized out of thin air and has never been stated before.
Okay. Mr. Ashcroft, you serve this nation with distinction.
You ain't got nothing else to say now. Now you want to go to Mr. Ashcroft. We're not going to listen to him question Mr. Ashcroft. Let me share this with you. Just in case. Now, I am not pleased with, well, you know, sometimes life in prison is better than being on death row, because death row, you are kind of separated, and you are a little safer on death row. When you have to live every day, every single day amongst the convicted people, you know, there's a difference. Charleston judge who called Dylan Roof's family victims and was once reprimanded for using the N-word in court, denied bond after child abuse material arrest. This is Dylan Roof's judge. Was admonished for using the N-word in court on the bench. Did you guys know about this story? I'm so glad that he reminded me of this story. If you didn't know about this story, here we go. More than 10 years ago, on the evening of June 17, 2015, Dylan Roof entered Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in downtown Charleston for nearly an hour. He sat among dozens of people at Bible study before opening fire during the worshipers' final prayer. At 21, he shot and killed 9 members and attempted to kill 3 others in the basement of the historic church. In December 2016, he was found guilty on all 33 counts of the federal hate crime. In January 2017, he was sentenced to death, and in August 2021, the sentence was upheld, and after his appeal by April 2025, his attorney again filed a motion to vacate his death penalty sentence. Before his conviction and sentencing, Magistrate James Goshnell Jr. briefly oversaw his case in the beginning. In June of 2015, at Roof bond hearing, Goshnell told the court to remember, we have victims on this young man's side of the family, and the world they are thrown into. He proceeded to ask them to remember, help those that are victims, but also help Roof's family as well. Isn't that a great judge? Help those that, what did he say? Where is it? Remember to help those that are victims, but to also help Roof's family as well. The acts drew a fire on social media. Users said he expressed and asked for sympathy for the hate crime of the suspect's family. Here is him being reprimanded for using the N-word in court. Before this, in November of 2003, the judge was reprimanded for using the N-word in court. This, according to a judicial disciplinary order posted on the South Carolina Supreme Court website. At the time, Gosnell was talking to a black defendant whom he knew. He claimed he repeated to defendant a phrase that he had heard a black sheriff deputy say. The judge says there are four kinds of the sheriff said there are four kinds of people in the world: black people, white people, rednecks, and niggers. He told the Office of Disciplinary Counsel at the state Supreme Court that he had made ill-considered remarks to try to get the young man to change his life during a bail reduction hearing. Now, let's see why he is in jail.
We have victims, 9 of them. But we also have victims on the other side. There are victims on this young man's side of the family. Nobody would have ever thrown them into the whirlwind of events that they have been thrown into. We must find it in our heart at some point in time, not only to help those that are victims, but to also help his family as well.
Today, the South Carolina Supreme Court suspended Magistrate James Gosnell Jr. after his arrest this morning on federal charges related to possession of child sexual abuse material. The complaint alleges that agents with the Department of Homeland Security investigations received a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children about several financial transactions with a known distributor of child sexual abuse material in the United Kingdom, which took place in November of 2024. We're told payment came from an online account associated with Gosnell's known phone number, address, and email. Agents obtained a search warrant for his
We're back. Let's get back into what I was sharing with you about the judge. All of these links are in my description box. I think it is here. Oh, God. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. Let me go. Hold on. Let me go back to this page. Oh, here we are. 1 second. let's finish up this story. I wanted to get past some of the blandness in that hearing. Here we go. Let's get back to this dirty, disgusting judge. This is in my description box under disgusting judge. You can find this link to this story. Okay, we're going to have...
We have victims, 9 of them. But we also have victims on the other side. There are victims on this young man's side of the family. Nobody would have ever thrown them into the whirlwind of events that they have been thrown into. We must find it in our heart at some point in time, not only to help those that are victims, but to also help his family as well.
Today, the South Carolina Supreme Court suspended Magistrate James Gosnell Jr. after his arrest this morning on federal charges related to possession of child sexual abuse material. The complaint alleges that agents with the Department of Homeland Security investigations received a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children about several financial transactions with a known distributor of child sexual abuse material in the United Kingdom, which took place in November of 2024. We're told payment came from an online account associated with Gosnell's known phone number, address, and email. Agents obtained a search warrant for his home and devices where they located a flash drive containing numerous videos and images depicting child sexual abuse material. We reached out to Gosnell's lawyer, who said he is scheduled to appear in court for a bond hearing tomorrow. You can count on 2 for that coverage.
A federal judge denied bond this morning for a Charleston County magistrate judge facing federal charges of having sexually explicit material involving children. James B. Gosnell Jr., charged with possession of child sexual abuse material, according to the United States Department of Justice.
In court documents released yesterday, the Department of Justice said their investigators found a flash drive containing numerous videos and images depicting child sexual abuse, including videos and images of minors, infants, and toddlers engaged in sexually explicit conduct. The state requested that bond be denied due to the federal charge involving minor children. His attorney expressed concerns for his client's safety in the jail's general population.
When you're concerned about your safety being in the jail's general population, don't do shit that's going to get you put in the jail's general population. Now let's get back to Todd Blanche's hearing, shall we? I just thought that since somebody brought that up, it just made me think about a couple of things that I had run across in my travels.
System. Do you stand by that recommendation today?
Sir, I'm not going to comment on the recommendations that I made, but I can tell you that Mr. Roof is going to die in prison as...
Oh, he's going to live in prison for a very...
That I'm wrong. So did you make the recommendation, or you don't want, you're telling me you can't talk about it?
Sir, just like Mr. Blanche explained yesterday.
Okay, we got that part. We got that part.
That you made that recommendation.
We got that part.
About how to accomplish their clemency objectives. Mr. Blanche's Justice Department submitted a pleading to the Merit Systems Protection Board that stated that the facts about my firing were not in dispute. The facts, as I have been saying for 1 year plus, are that I was fired within hours of declining to make a recommendation that I believed was very dangerous. And Mr. Blanche's statement yesterday that it was for another reason materialized out of thin air and has never been stated before.
Okay. Mr. Ashcroft, you served this nation with distinction during your tenure as Attorney General. You know what it takes to do the job and to do it well. Based on Mr. Blanche's leadership of the Justice Department during this administration, do you believe he would serve as an effective and capable Attorney General?
Well, I think the statistics and the history tells a story here. Thank you for the question. But Todd Blanche has a heritage and history of involvement in the Justice Department, pursuing the rule of law and enforcing the rule of law, and that extended from his time as an assistant in the office when I was Attorney General 25 years ago, to recent times when his aggressive approach in fighting crime has actually been a part of the effort that's driven down violent crime across the country, and particularly in cases where the department has been welcome to assist and work with local officials. In my home jurisdiction in Southwest Missouri, they had Operation Spring Cleanup, and a number of very important prosecutions were begun at that time. And I think it's a credit to him. I have no doubt that his commitment to maintaining the safety and security of Americans and their rights will be pursued in the pursuit of the rule of law and within the bounds of the Constitution of the United States, which is the framing that I think every American expects, that the Constitution and rule of law of the United States be followed and defended.
Mr. Durbin. Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Boss, breaks my heart to hear the story of you and your loss of your daughter. And I just want to say my heart goes out to you and to your husband. Carrying on for her with your granddaughter is the greatest tribute you can give her, I'm sure. I'm sorry you went through this terrible tragedy. I'm glad you're here today to tell that story. Ms. Pinsky, it's hard to imagine that this government kept publishing your personal information. Did anyone notify them of this breach of privacy?
Yeah, I mean, we notified them immediately back in the first document release, and even before the document release happened, after Epstein Files Transparency Act passed. Like I said in my testimony, my lawyer teamed up with other lawyers and gave 350 names. And basically every batch that came forward, all the way through basically, I believe it was April, but in the January batch, I was exposed.
So did this happen to any of the others who were present here?
Oh, yes. I mean, all, I think almost all. Yeah. Yes. There were hundreds of victims that were outed and Jane Doe's. And, you know, I do want to speak to just the damages for a moment. You know, we've been receiving threats. We've had loss of jobs. We've had loss of confidentiality and privacy. But there's another piece here, and it's that this idea of withholding information, we're trying to get justice. We have always been trying to seek justice. And we're seeing, if you just even look at New Mexico right now, that the New Mexico AG has attempted 5 times to get the files from Todd Blanche and from this DOJ, and it's obstruction. They are obstructing. So for us, yes, of course, there are so many damages. There are so many things that we are mourning the loss of, including a lot of our innocence and who we were as these young girls. But to still see it be obstructed after 30 years, and this is 5 administrations. We're not saying that this is just this administration. We've been at this fight for 30 years. So we just really hope that, you know, there's a huge impact as far as just releasing information and making sure that it's followed up on.
I can't understand how this attorney general can find 48 hours to visit with Ghislaine Maxwell, who has been prosecuted for sex trafficking, and can't find 30 minutes to meet with the survivors of that sexual predatory conduct. It's
certainly not for lack of trying. We have tried in every way we know how to try. And then we did hear from him yesterday that he would sit with counsel. And I would say, I think many of us in this room would be interested in meeting with him today if we could.
Many of the members of the committee will remember when we had the Olympic athletes in here who had been sexually abused, and the head of the FBI sat through their entire testimony to show his concern for what had happened to them and any wrongdoing by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That to me was the right thing to do from both sides. Why in the world would Mr. Blanche at this point say he doesn't have the time? I couldn't understand his argument yesterday. He couldn't see you because you had a lawyer, or he couldn't see you because you didn't have a lawyer.
Yeah, I think it was because we had a lawyer. But, you know, I think as a career prosecutor, we talk so much about Todd Blanche's credentials in this room, and we've heard a lot about them. And that's great. But I think as a career prosecutor, he should be salivating by this case, right? This case is, it's gold for somebody that wants to prosecute. There are 6 million files. There are thousands of victims. And yet all we've seen is one perpetrator that died in prison. The other perpetrator is now in a minimum security penitentiary. And Todd Blanche believes that there are 0 investigations when he's already been told by members of the House that that is inaccurate.
I'll just tell you point blank, I don't think his name should be called on the floor of the United States Senate until he meets with you.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not too much to ask. Set aside 2 hours, 4 hours, whatever it takes, so that there's clearly an effort by this government to get all the information and make a judgment as to what to do with it. But to shun you and to snub you at this point, there's something else going on here. There's got to be, someone told me once in politics, there's always a good reason, and then there's always a real reason. What is the real reason why Todd Blanche does not want to meet with the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein?
It appears from the outside reputational harm. And that is what I think is at the core of this, that he prioritizes the reputation of the administration over survivors of sexual abuse and of crime survivors in this country.
Well, I hope the message goes out to all senators on both sides of the table.
And I do want to say, to that end, we've been saying that we're not political. I've asked everyone, we've met with a lot of your offices on both sides, and every single conversation, Mr. Hawley, we had a great conversation with your office, right? It was amazing. And I feel so much hope leaving those spaces, actually. And when we had those conversations, it just felt like you see us as human beings. You don't see us like we have survivors on both sides of the aisle. We are not here to be political. These are just our stories. Like 17-year-old me, I promise you, not political. But so when we have these very real interactions in your offices, we hope that you can put politics aside. It was something so beautiful that we saw during the Epstein Files Transparency Act. There was a moment where Marjorie Taylor Greene went and sat right next to Melanie Stansbury. And that is a moment that will live in my memory forever because they crossed party lines for something that was really important. So I hope that you can all do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on that note, Ms.
Please,
Minsky,
yeah.
and for everybody who's here, all of the victims, thank you for being here. Thank you for standing up and telling your stories. Ms. Boss, thank you for being here and for telling us about your daughter. I'm sorry for what all of you have been through. So I want to say thank you and honor your voices and honor what you're doing. Ms. Orger, if I could just turn to you. You were President Biden's pardon attorney, is that correct?
I was the Justice Department's pardon attorney.
You made clemency recommendations to the White House whether or not to pardon inmates, is that correct?
My job was to make clemency recommendations.
And in that capacity, you recommended that the President of the United States, Joe Biden, grant clemency to all 40 federal death row inmates, all of them, clear them out, correct?
Sir, as I told Chairman Grassley, I'm not free to discuss the recommendations.
Well, that's what your memo says. I mean, we have your memo. Your memo of November 4th, 2024 says, and I quote, disparity and undue severity of sentence, which are present in many, if not all of these cases, have been recognized as grounds for clemency. And you went on to recommend in that memo and a series of other memos that are now recorded and public record that the President of the United States grant clemency to murderers, rapists, and the most horrible offenders, all of them, clear death row completely out. I'm amazed you've been called here today. I'm absolutely amazed by it. But let's just talk about the people who you recommended. You talk about honoring victims. The people who you recommended get clemency and live at the expense and sufferance of taxpayers for the rest of their lives. Let's start with Dylann Roof. Dylann was a neo-Nazi who murdered 9 African-American worshipers at a Bible study in Charleston, South Carolina, 2015. Do you remember this case?
I do remember it very well.
I would hope you did. Here's his victims. You want to look at them? There they are. 9 of them at a Bible study in a church, killed in cold blood. The DOJ knew from day one that he had decided, I'm going to quote from the prosecutors, decided to attack African Americans because of their race. He further decided to attack African American worshipers in a black church in order to make his attack more.
Now, let's think that Josh Hawley gives a fuck about any of this shit that he's saying about the neo-Nazis. Where was Josh Hawley up in arms about the white nationalists, the young Republicans Nazi group, talking about that they feel a little Nazi-ist, and it's time to heat up the ovens and all of that, and JD Vance was saying that they were just kids. Where was Josh Hawley all up in arms when Elon Musk on what was it, the inauguration of holding up the Hail Hitler sign, and then this administration going after DEI under the guise of waste, fraud, and abuse, trying to claw back all of the civil rights wins that blacks across this country, from their education to their jobs, had fought and won. Is Josh Hawley really giving a fuck about what white nationalists is doing, as we have white nationalist pastors going up in our Pentagon preaching white nationalist bullshit to our troops? Is that what we're saying? Josh Hawley, spare me.
More notorious. And yet you recommended that he be granted clemency, live at the expense of taxpayers for the rest of his life, substitute your judgment for that of the American judicial system. Do you stand by that recommendation today?
Sir, I'm not going to comment on the recommendations that I made, but I can tell you that Mr. Roof is going to die in prison as...
Oh, he's going to live in prison for a very long time because of you. because of your recommendations. And here's what you said in your memo of October 30th, 2024. You said that actually Roof is not a compelling candidate for clemency, but you recommended it anyway. Why? Because he suffered from anxiety, you said, right? He suffered from anxiety. Did it ever occur to you that maybe the family of his victims might suffer a little bit of anxiety because he marched into their church and murdered them in cold blood because he was an incredible racist and he wanted to get on TV?
Sir.
Do you regret it?
I'm not going to comment on the
Do you regret it?
that I made to the president.
Let's talk about Robert Bowers, a man who regularly spews such vile hatred of Jews. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. He barged into a Pittsburgh synagogue in 2018 and he shot everybody he could find, killing 11 innocent people who were there to worship. A federal jury in Pittsburgh unanimously recommended the death sentence after finding him guilty on 63 counts. Here they are. They're his victims. Take a good look. You recommended clemency for this person who went in and killed these people just because they're Jews. The other guy killed people just because they're black. This guy killed people just because they're Jews. A jury recommended that he be sentenced to death. And
Josh Hawley, how much money are you giving to Israel? How much money are you allowing Israel under the guise that they have the right to defend themselves? Just because the Palestinian people are Palestinian Muslims. Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley. Huh?
you substituted your judgment for theirs, and now he's going to live. Are you proud of that?
Sir, what I am proud of is the fact that I took my job as pardon attorney extremely seriously.
Apparently not seriously enough. You certainly didn't take the victims seriously. Then there's Jorge Avila Torres, who wasn't just a murderer. He was a serial killer and a rapist.
Sir,
Here is who he assaulted and killed. He sexually assaulted and killed 8-year-old Laura Hobbs and 9-year-old Crystal Tobias in a Chicago suburb in 2005.
Hey, Mimi Jenkins.
And then 4 years after that, he committed another murder. He slaughtered a fellow service member,
Hey,
Navy
Joyce.
Petty Officer Amanda Snell, in 2009 while she was in her barracks. That's what he did. And you recommended clemency for this individual, and now he'll live his life at the expense of taxpayers because you substituted your judgment for that of the American judicial system, jury, judges, the whole lot, and yet you're here to tell us that you're somehow a victim? I don't think so, Ms. Oyer. I think your judgment is astoundingly terrible. I'm amazed that this side of the aisle has called you. And I just ask my friends on this side of the aisle, do you agree with this? Is this what you want? Do you want these people to be pardoned and live at the expense of taxpayers for their whole lives? Do you want to excuse the murders of African-American churchgoers? Do you want to excuse the murders of Jews in their synagogues? Do you want to excuse the murders of these children? Because that's what she did. And now she's online hawking products to try to make money off of it. I see you've got your own website where you put your face on baseball caps and mugs, thelawyeroyer.com. You're trying to make money on this?
Sir,
This is unbelievable, Ms. Oyer. And yet you say you're a victim? These are the victims. And you helped victimize them. And what you're doing is wrong. I hope every member on this side of the aisle will repudiate what you have done and what you stand for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, I assume that your questions directed at me were rhetorical and that you're giving.
They're not
the stage
rhetorical at
to-
all. I asked you to respond and you said you wouldn't. So what I did is I read to you what you have said. I quoted verbatim. And I'm happy to keep doing it. In fact, I'd ask now, Mr. Chairman, that this report, Restoring and Strengthening the Federal Death Penalty Report, be entered into the record. It contains information regarding Ms. Oyer, her recommendations, and the track record of all of it. The written records are here. I ask to be entered into the record.
It'll be, Ms. Hoyer, take a minute to respond if you want to.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. I, under President Biden, just like under President Trump, had a job to do, which was to make recommendations to the president about how to best accomplish their clemency objectives. I put the utmost effort into doing that in a way that was consistent with the interests of the justice system and all of its stakeholders, which includes crime victims, as well as defendants, as well as family members, as well as judges, as well as prosecutors, all criminal justice system stakeholders. The process that I presided over was one that was beyond reproach. What's happening now with clemency is an absolute disgrace. And I'm sorry that I can't answer the questions about the specific recommendations in this public setting, but I would be glad to meet with any members of this committee who have concerns privately to discuss to the extent I can what your
Privately,
concerns
why don't you
are.
meet with the victims' families? Here's the disgrace.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ashcroft, welcome back to the Senate. You knew Jim Comey?
Pardon me. Yes, indeed, I did.
You trusted him?
He was the Deputy Attorney General as well as U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York.
You trusted him with the top job in your department?
I asked him to help administer justice at the Department of Justice.
Yeah. You respected him?
Yes, I did.
Can you vouch for this department's prosecution of him for lying to Congress or for the process that was performed?
I'm not in a position, I don't know all the facts. I'm not in a position to comment on pending investigations or prosecutions.
Can you vouch for this department's prosecution of him for posting a picture of the numbers 8647 or the process that led to that?
My response would certainly have to be the same as it is for any prosecution. I'm not a part of the department. I'm not fully informed of its facts or federations it's made in bringing prosecutions.
What are your views today of Mr. Comey's character and merits?
I'm not going to start to discuss the character and merits of individuals, especially those who are standing in a position of responding to charges from the Justice Department. I can respond to what I believed during the time I served as Attorney General and when he served with me, and his service to me, and I believe to the United States at that time, was commendable and honorable.
What is OPR in the Department of Justice?
I believe it's the Office of Professional Responsibility.
Yeah, and what is its role?
Its role is to encourage individuals in the department to act in compliance with and in conformity with the rules of ethics and responsibility.
And did you respect the role of the Office of Professional Responsibility when you were Attorney General?
I certainly did. I hope that they would advise me properly to keep me out of trouble.
If the Office of Professional Responsibility were functionally disabled by an administration in the Department of Justice, what message would that send to the line prosecutors?
I'm not in a position to comment on a hypothetical of disabling. And when you say functionally disabled, I think that requires an assumption of what does functionally disabled mean. I personally, it's a hypothetical to which I just am unable to respond.
But you do agree that OPR does an important job and has an important role and is important to the Department of Justice in the performance of its duties.
I certainly respected the department's operation, including OPR, at the time of my opportunity to serve as Attorney General of the United States.
While you were Attorney General, were there procedures that took place when judicial findings of prosecutorial misconduct or dishonesty occurred?
I have to say, I don't remember charges of prosecutorial misconduct and that I dealt with.
Yeah, they were pretty scarce until now. It was pretty unusual to have judges say that arguments were made in bad faith, that arguments were made as pretexts, that arguments were disingenuous, that arguments were shoddy or terrible,
now,
that the department was losing or sacrificing its credibility, that the department was disrespecting orders of the court, that the department had lied or was engaged in sham, that there was willful and intentional noncompliance or willful disregard of court orders, that department lawyers were contemptuous or that their behavior and arguments were unconscionable. To me, those are red flag words. I was a United States attorney, and if my federal court had used those words about my line attorneys, there would have been some follow-up. And I expected in your department, if those kind of words were used, there'd at least be some preliminary follow-up. And if it were serious, there might actually be a review by the Office of Professional Responsibility. Does that sound like what likely would have happened during your day?
I was only admonished at one time that I remember by a court for having commented
That's
on
not the
evidence.
question,
I thought it was pretty good evidence. I think I just said pretty good evidence. And
yeah, I didn't mean you. I meant
that's
your line
not the
prosecutor.
question.
I
That's
decided
not the
that I need
question.
to be more careful about my remarks.
Yeah, no, my
So
question.
my remarks were safeguarded.
That's not
and
the
carefully
question.
made. And frankly, I might add more carefully made than the remarks of some of the judicial officers who have been, who while very concerned about the Justice Department, seem to be willing to themselves engage in political considerations, which I didn't think were appropriate for the judiciary. So maybe there's a problem that's broader than we would otherwise recognize.
Well, you've changed the topic a little bit to your own comments and
Yes,
the response to
exactly.
that, which is fine. I appreciate that you've said that. But my question had to do with when criticisms like that are leveled against department lawyers, there is ordinarily some kind of a process or review that takes place. They're not just brushed off. That is correct, is it not?
It's certainly the reason that the Office of Professional Responsibility exists to safeguard against things that are not responsibly done or are undertaken in a way that discredits the department. Public confidence in the department is very important.
Indeed.
And the rule of law, and guided by the Constitution, is at the foundation of our safeguarding liberties. And I take that seriously. I believe that with all my heart when I served, and I believe it today.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and most importantly, I want to thank all the victims who are here for your courage to come forward. This is not easy to do, to relive everything. So thank you for being here and telling your stories. Ms. Oyer, I want to turn to you. You were Biden's pardon attorney, and I want to make sure I'm clear. Your testimony here today is that you were fired because you wouldn't recommend restoring Mel Gibson's gun rights. Is that right?
I was fired just hours after I declined to make that
Okay.
recommendation.
You can't think of another reason why you might have been fired.
That's the only explanation that I'm aware of. The Justice Department actually put in a pleading that was submitted in my appeal of my firing, the fact that the facts of my firing are not in dispute.
On November, and you talked about you're concerned about public safety. On November 4th, 2024, you authored a 73-page memorandum recommending the commutation of all 40 federal death sentences. Isn't that correct?
Well, as I've told to
Yeah, I know.
committee now,
But don't play the game with me, because it's not. They've waived executive privilege. I have the report right here. It's dated April 24th, 2026. It's actually, your memo is quoted in here. It's public knowledge. And the idea that you would come here, you know that already. You would come here and disparage somebody else and not be willing to answer questions about how you commuted the sentences of murderers is ridiculous. I can't believe that you're here to do that.
I don't have the authority to commute.
Do you deny it? Do you deny that you authored the memo?
I'm not sure which memo you're referring to.
I'm referring to the November 4th, 2024 73-page memo. Do you deny authoring it?
I can't say without having
It's
the memo
ridiculous.
in
I honestly, I can't believe you
There's
did.
something I
You did, and everybody in America and in the world can pull it up. So it's a ridiculous.
like a
Do you
document. That
also?
looks like a document that has DOJ's logo on the cover.
Yeah, and it quotes your letter. It quotes your letter.
I don't know.
You're
what
losing
letter-
credit. You should just admit it. You should just admit you authored it. Everybody knows you authored it. So I'm not going to waste any more time on your convenient little game you're playing here. You also authored and recommended the commutation of the Boston Marathon bomber, the Tree of Life synagogue murderer, and Dylan Roof. We all know this. How many pages of the 73 pages did you dedicate to victims? Because you expressed your concern over victims. How many pages were dedicated to the victims?
Sir, I don't have the memo.
I can tell you 3.
in front of me.
3 pages. 3 pages were dedicated to the victims. So I also happen to I made a special access request last year under the Presidential Records Act for documents from the Biden White House on the abuse of pardons and commutations. We recently got those documents. I want to show you a couple. Here's one. It's dated December 3rd, 2024, and it's an internal memo on the commutation of the 37 death sentences that you were involved with. The memorandum states that the White House worked with reporters to, quote, ensure positive coverage. It says the White House gave advocates, the elected officials, resources and key messaging to amplify the news. You personally recommended commuting all 40 death sentence cases, and even broader action than Biden took. Again, that included Dylan Roof, the Boston Marathon bomber, the Tree of Life synagogue shooter. Did you know that the White House was using your recommendations as a PR stunt?
Sir, I have no idea what document you're referring to currently.
Well, let me just ask you, General, did you know that they were planning to message around your commutation?
Sir, I was not an employee of the White House.
Okay, I'll take that as a no. I'll take that as a no, but they used your ridiculous recommendation as a veneer of legitimacy. Document 2.
I was called here to talk about Mr. Blanche's nomination.
Yeah, I
for
know that's what
Attorney
you thought
General.
you came here to talk about. But the reality is your credibility is gone. You can't come here and do the political bidding of the Biden administration. And then when you're called out on that and being fired, and thank God you're being fired. You know what I really think? I think you thought you came here and you're selling merch, by the way. Do we have the hoodies that are up for sale? You sell merch. Let's show the hoodies. I think you came here thinking.
But she wasn't fired for anything she did in the Biden administration. She was fired because she would not do the bidding for Trump. And Todd Blanche said as much in the court filings that she has in an ongoing court case for her illegal filing where Todd Blanche fired her for not doing the bidding that would allow a friend of Donald Trump, a domestic abuser, to get their weapons back. Todd Blanche didn't deny it. But you're talking about Biden, what she did with Biden. Todd Blanche never denied this. This is in court right now. You want to talk about Biden?
That you were going to be ordained the high priestess of the resistance. That's what I think. That's why you're denying simple facts that you authored the memo commuting the sentences. Everyone knows that. And we have documents now from the White House that they use that memo as a PR stunt. And so the idea, you have no credibility to talk about Todd Blanche. You have none. You've come here, you deny basic facts, you recommended the commutation of murderers. You gave no quarter at all or any time to the victims of these brutal murders. So again, I can't believe you've been called here by the other side, but I'm glad we've had an opportunity to expose your hypocrisy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hirano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all the witnesses for being here. As a continuation, a confirmation process for Mr. Blanche, we are here to determine whether or not Mr. Blanche, who continues to be President Trump's lawyer and all that.
Hold on. Let's pause here. Yes, it was Mel Gibson. For those of you who don't understand why this woman was fired, let's get into the facts why this woman was actually fired. Because these people are sitting up here trying to talk about Biden. But let's talk about why she was really fired. This link will be in the description box under Gibson. Let me share this with you.
Last Friday night, the Justice Department abruptly fired the U.S. pardon attorney. That's the official who is tasked with helping presidents with their pardon power. And tonight, Liz Oyer says she lost her job because she refused to recommend that Mel Gibson be allowed to buy a gun again. The actor and a backer of the president's lost that gun right after he pled no contest to a domestic violence charge back in 2011. Before Oyer was fired, she had been named to a working group within the Justice Department to determine whether people convicted of certain crimes should have their gun rights and their right to buy one restored. Under federal law, someone who is convicted of a crime like domestic violence, even if it's a misdemeanor state charge, is prohibited from buying or owning a handgun. And Liz Oyer is my source tonight, and it's great to have you here. You believe that you were fired because you did not recommend Mel Gibson have this ability restored. Why do you believe that?
Well, I was not given any reason for my termination, but what I can tell you is that within hours of my decision not to do that, I was escorted out of my office by DOJ security officers.
And so you essentially had been given, from what I read of your comments, there was a list of some 95 people that you had recommended. You got the list back and it had 9 people on the list. Was Mel Gibson on that list? How did this actually play out?
No, the list that I generated was based on the ordinary review that my office does of individuals who are applying for presidential pardons, which includes an extensive background investigation analogous to what you would need to undergo to get a top secret security clearance. So those people, those 95 people, were people who had been extensively vetted, and all of them had in common that they had committed nonviolent crimes. They'd committed them decades and decades ago, and they had demonstrated exemplary character and conduct in the community in the years since, and that was verified by neighbors, friends, and others. And Mel Gibson was not in that mix.
So how did Mel Gibson get brought into this?
So I was asked to write a memo to the Attorney General recommending that these 9 individuals get this relief that she was interested in granting to some deserving Americans. And when the memo came back to me, the comment was, please add Mel Gibson to this recommendation.
Who asked you to add Mel Gibson?
An official in the office of the Deputy Attorney General who is running this project on the day-to-day instructed me that Mel Gibson should be added to the memo.
Do you know the name of that person? Could you share it with us?
It's one of the associate deputy attorney generals. There are several in the office, and I don't want to call anyone out by name, but there are, is email traffic between me and a number of individuals in the deputy attorney general's office about this issue, and the request was made. And I responded that I was unable to fulfill the request because I did not have enough information about Mr. Gibson to be able to recommend that, given his history of domestic violence, he should receive his gun rights back. That's something that is a public safety question. It's very dangerous to mix people with history of domestic abuse and firearms. That substantially increases the likelihood of catastrophic outcomes in domestic violence situations, and that was just not a recommendation that I could make lightly.
So how long?
Okay, that link is in my description box under Gibson. Let's get back to the hearing, shall we? I just wanted you guys to be clear on exactly why she lost her job.
Implies should be the Attorney General. Continuation of the confirmation process for Mr. Blanche. We are here to determine whether or not Mr. Blanche, who continues to be President Trump's lawyer and all that implies, should be the Attorney General of the United States of America, who is supposed to be defending the Constitution, not the President. Ms. Bensky, thank you so much for being here and for all of the other Epstein victims. Mr. Blanche was asked whether he would meet with you, and because we knew that he had refused basically to meet with the victims of the Epstein crimes. And he offered apparently yesterday, and he made some excuses about it not being appropriate for him to meet with the victims directly. Why, I do not know. But he offered up a staff person, and I understand that a staff person from his office contacted you and others and offered to meet with your counsel. Is that correct? Not with you directly.
I am not aware of a staffer reaching out. I can ask, but we have not heard from a staffer. No, we have not heard from a staffer in the last.
Okay, let's get that clarified. Did I misunderstand that? In fact, yesterday when he said, "I have a staff person here and we can get this done today,"
yeah,
that they have not contacted you.
They have not contacted us. No.
He also said that it would not be appropriate for him to meet directly with you. So not only is his staff have they not contacted you, as he indicated yesterday, that this could all happen yesterday, he continues to make excuses, as far as I can tell, for not meeting with you, in spite of the fact that he met for hours with Ms. Maxwell. Why is it so important? Can you tell us once again, why is it so important for you and the other victims of Epstein's crimes to meet with Mr. Blanche personally?
Thank you for the question. I think that if a victim comes and reports a crime in the FBI, what is the first thing that they do? They follow up. Like Law & Order SVU taught me that when I was 15 years old. The DOJ has never followed up in 30 years with any of us. There is a lot in the files right now that you should be investigating and looking into. And to my knowledge, I mean, they can answer this too, but we have never been approached by anybody on the prosecutorial side of things. So I do think sitting down, telling our stories and explaining the people that were in the room, right? We were witnesses of crimes. We had crimes committed to us directly. We do have a lot of information. And you would think that somebody would take that lead that's already in, we already went to the FBI because we wouldn't have 302s if we hadn't have gone to the FBI. It's already there, right? So the following up of those 302s, and then once it's supposed to be handled by the Department of Justice, why aren't we hearing from prosecutors? This case was never handled correctly from the beginning.
And he also made some excuses as to why personal information was not redacted in exposing many of you, including you.
I think something that stood out yesterday was that he had said that immediately when things were misredacted, that they were taken down and they fixed them, and within 24 hours they were put back up. That is entirely not true. There are still things that need to be redacted, and there's still survivor information in there even today, from my awareness. My information just came down in April, and that was after begging.
Would you say that Mr. Blanche exhibits a rather dismissive attitude toward all of you and the Epstein crimes?
1000%, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Oyer, Trump's DOJ under Todd Blanche leadership has purged career prosecutors for personal reasons for refusing to prioritize President Trump's interests over their constitutional oath. Todd Blanche has fired more than 1,200 former career DOJ employees who worked for both Republican and Democratic administrations. This doesn't even include all of the DOJ attorneys who resigned because they didn't want to be part of the kind of DOJ that Todd Blanche is creating, which is basically not a Department of Justice, but a Department of Retribution and Corruption, in my view. Ms. Oyer, what risks does this pose to our country for the kind of DOJ that Todd Blanche is running?
Senator, one of DOJ's greatest strengths historically has been its non-political career workforce of experts, people who are experts in their subject matter. That is crucial to keeping all of us safe. We need people who have specialization in things like national security, prosecuting child exploitation, all manner of sophisticated crimes involving cryptocurrency. Mr. Blanche has decimated the expertise of the career workforce. The Justice Department has lost over a quarter of its attorneys under his leadership and has not been able to replace them, certainly not with experienced, knowledgeable, non-political people.
I think the DOJ is very much losing its credibility. And as Mr. Ashcroft mentioned, the credibility and trust in DOJ is very important. The rule of law is very important. We have a president who does not believe the rule of law applies to him, and his attorney is helping the president proceed with his anti-rule of law agenda. I thank everyone for testifying today. Thank you.
Senator Booker.
I just want to start off by saying, Ms. Oyer, I hold you in the highest esteem and respect, especially what you're doing now as a private citizen. You use a platform to educate people about the law. It is technical, but yet accessible. And the badgering you just endured, it should be completely unacceptable. You were asked to comment on things you didn't have before you. The treatment here to me is just outrageous, and I apologize on behalf of the United States Senate. This idea that as a private citizen you can't sell things is insulting to me when we have Kash Patel, our sitting FBI director, selling merch on his site, when you have a president of the United States hawking the Bible. And yet you as a private
Made in China Bible.
Who has a platform to inform people about the law. How dare we make such an accusation when the mockery of justice, the exploitation and the grifting off of their offices has never received criticism from that side of the aisle. And yet they want to demean you as a private citizen.
Selling meme coins, selling made in China gold gym shoes, selling made in China cell phones, made in China Bibles.
For engaging in commerce. That's ridiculous. In addition to the fact that you were a career public servant for your entire life, you were a public defender. Underpaid, overworked, not for a year, not for 5 years, but for years. The dignity and the service you have brought, no matter whether we disagree with your politics or not, should merit the praise of every single senator here. So I apologize for what you endured. I thank you for the service you've given to this country. And on matters of horrible killings, horrific acts, these are complicated matters. I hold here, and I'll submit this for the record, people who were victims, families, survivors, who wrote letters to the President of the United States asking not to have the death penalty put there. And I understand there's differing views, but you are put in those complicated decisions to write career memos for the president to make decisions about who's pardoned and not. And so I am sorry. What I witnessed, I came late to the hearing, was just unacceptable to me. And I am grateful, as somebody that follows you, that reposts your content, I am grateful that you're here.
Thank you.
I want to say, I didn't hear that on the microphone. Senators enjoy praise. So what did you say?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I just want to say, before serving as a pardon attorney, I pointed out that you were a federal public defender with clients in the Bureau of Prisons. Was it customary process for transferring a Bureau of Prison prisoner from a low security prison to a minimum security camp? Was that standard practice?
That was unheard of.
Unheard of. It's against BOP policies. What role does the Deputy Attorney General usually play in that process?
Usually the Deputy Attorney General would have no role in designating or transferring inmates.
No role whatsoever, yet the Todd Blanche went directly and met with him. Are you aware of any person serving time for child sex trafficking, like Ghislaine Maxwell, being transferred from a low security prison facility to a minimum security camp?
I have never heard of that. It would be an egregious violation of the Department of Justice's own rules.
Ms. Banksky, how do you feel knowing that the Deputy Attorney, Todd Blanche, went to meet with her for 2 days and then gave her a cushy transfer while he would not meet with you, and then lied to this committee yesterday saying he was barred by the law, which a first-year law student can know the difference of? How did that make you feel?
It's devastating for survivors. And I'd like to add to that Annie Farmer, a victim and survivor who testified in Ghislaine Maxwell's hearing, actually wrote a letter to Todd Blanche immediately after that and requested a meeting with him regarding the move and the transfer. And she's never heard anything back at all.
It is insulting to heap upon survivors the indignities that he has by not even meeting with you, yet he transferred a sex offender to a cushy camp against BOP policies, it sounds like she got a sweetheart deal while he released your personal information, your address, phone numbers, images, and yet he seems to be favoring the victimizer and not the survivors. I'm out of time, and it's honorable to see Mr. Ashcroft here, sir. I know you. I know your record. We may have disagreed on policies, but I also know you would never, when you were reviewing a merger, you
I am back. I apologize. I don't know why I fell off again. Let's continue. Thank you for hanging around. Please hit the like button. Let's continue where we dropped off at. Here we go.
Hear it. Really appreciate it. And I'm so sorry for your loss.
Oh, this team.
We're going to talk a little bit in a second about
left
people
off
needing to meet with survivors.
Here we go.
Be favoring the victimizer and not the survivors. I'm out of time, and it's honorable to see Mr. Ashcroft here, sir. I know you. I know your record. We may have disagreed on policies, but I also know you would never, when you were reviewing a merger, you would never go out to dinner with the parties of that merger. It would be
What are they speaking about out there? The merger, the Warner Brother merger that they had with what is this? The big Netflix Warner Brother merger with Larry Ellison. Todd Blanche was questioned yesterday. We're going to go over the Todd Blanche questioning yesterday because we missed a lot of this. That questioning went on for over 5 hours. I only had 2.5 hours to dedicate to that hearing. So we have about an hour and a half of the hearing of yesterday that we're going to go over.
Acceptable for a person that
So
is
bear with me.
supervising a matter to attend a social event with those people before your lawyers. It's about ethics. It's about the appearance of impropriety. It's about following the law. This nominee has not followed the ethics laws, has not followed the urgencies for avoiding the appearance of improprieties, has broken a bipartisan law passed by Congress, has demeaned and degraded survivors of sexual violence, and has shielded the president by some kind of deal we know nothing about that allowed her now to be transferred to some cushy camp that has never been done before with sex offenders. This man should not be in this office. I cannot believe we're going through this farce when his record alone should make him disqualified, not to be the attorney general, but for even being employed by the federal government. Thank you.
Senator Welch.
Thank you very much. First of all, Ms. Boss, thank you so much. And I fully support your advocacy that the Department of Justice have as a priority, focusing on victims. And I also want to express to the Epstein victims my appreciation for allowing me to be with you yesterday and be so uplifted by your support for one another and all you've done to ennoble the rights of victims and the strength of victims to recover. Thank you very much. Mr. Ashcroft, I wanted to first of all say we seem to have a problem in Missouri with attorney generals not being able to keep their job. They all end up in the U.S. Senate. You started quite a trend with Mr. Hawley and Mr. Schmidt.
Well, in all deference, it should be remembered that a very important member of the Senate named Jack Danforth.
That's right.
Had previously served as Attorney General of, and what you call
$9 million before you got to be Attorney General to represent him in criminal actions. Okay. This is, it's astonishing, right? But then he said, I've got an idea. We're going to sue the federal government for $10 billion and you're going to represent the IRS. And then why don't you work out a settlement where there's a $1.7 billion fund that I control. Would you see anything like odd about that?
I didn't have that. I didn't have a president that had been.
That wasn't the question. He said, would you see anything odd about that? Quit about avoiding the question. That wasn't the question. He asked you, would you see anything odd about that?
This criminal disclosure.
I want to get to your judgment on this because
but you know, I swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's a big challenge in an oath, and so I want to give my answer and not your answer, although I respect your question.
No, but what I'm asking, you have incredible credibility, incredible character,
incredible credibility is kind of almost like Senate speech.
Right, but
unbelievable believability. I mean.
No,
yes, I was in this body myself and sat on that side of the dais, but
well, you wouldn't have had that reputation if you were a senator. I mean, this is because you stood up to the president.
Oh yes, I would. I was honest as a senator. I have to. I confess my faults from both eras, both my legislative.
I'm just going to finish. Thank you for your indulgence. But number one, when you saw that there was the appearance of a conflict, you did not continue representing the government in the Enron case. Number two, when it came to a president's demand on something of vital concern to the president, a national security law, surveillance law, where it was the opinion of your department that it was illegal, you stood up to the president and didn't cave. I respect that, and I believe that's the obligation and the burden of whoever serves as our Attorney General. Mr. Blanche does not share that.
I thank you for that respect. I hope when I grow up, I live to do things right.
Senator Tillis.
Mr. Ashcroft, and to all the witnesses, thank you for being here. Mr. Ashcroft, I told the chairman, or I told the chairman's staff, I had one question, but like John Kennedy, it has two parts. My first question, Mr. Ashcroft, I mentioned yesterday that I'm disturbed with the political physics going on today. If you think about the Obama administration, they had vindictive prosecutions. President Trump came in 86-47. We're doing indictments for that unless there's other. It's an active investigation, but that's a reason to bring Mr. Comey and do a perp walk because he arranged shells 86-47 on a beach in North Carolina. That's all we know right now. It just seems like it seems to me like there's a continuing, this exceptional nation we are. Americans always want to do better, get bigger, higher the next time. Am I wrong, or am I perceiving a continued escalation of prosecutions, that some of which really, because of the way that they're being adjudicated, they're not being successful? It just seems to me that we're like shooting, shoot, ready, aim on some prosecutions. And I'm not only talking about the current Trump administration. I'm going back to the Obama era. Do you agree with me that there seems to be a trend that each administration, we seem to be upping it of late?
I'm not sure I could quantify any disenchantment.
Okay, that's okay.
I believe
that's fine.
I believe
I
that
think
partisanship.
Yeah,
and
no, that's okay, Mr. Ashcroft, because I'm going to live up to my promise to yield back some time. My point, I'm a management consultant. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not a law enforcement officer, but I deal with facts and empirical data pretty well. I guarantee you, I can give you a list of cases and a list of investigations, a list of vindictive audits, and every year.
Yeah, but you brought up Obama. From Obama, it started with Obama, but you gave absolutely zero example of political prosecution in the Obama era. And you are all the way down to 86-47 seashells that you claim that Comey arranged. Now, that could be a defamation with you even saying Comey arranged these seashells. Did you see Comey arrange these seashells himself? Comey said he walked upon an arrangement of these seashells on the beach. But now you're talking about this started in Obama with no example at all. But you could give a whole list, but you gave zero example of Obama. Y'all always want to say it started with Obama, but zero evidence, zero examples. But let's continue with this bullshit.
It's like from 2008 to 2012 to 2016 to 2020 and 2024. One party is going to have to actually be an adult in the room and stop it. And our members here need to stop having situational ethics where they're only opposed to it when the other party's in power. But that was not my question. Yesterday, before the hearing, and Mr. Blanche, I have a positive predisposition to, just so that everybody knows. I have not made a final decision. But Mr. Blanche said very quickly yesterday that he would meet with the victims, the Epstein victims, today, if it could be arranged. Well, right now, the markup, if you all don't know procedure here, after this hearing is done today, next week we'll hold it over. The earliest possible markup would be 2 weeks from now. And because it seemed to me that Mr. Blanche was willing to say that he would meet with them and counsel, I understand the restriction that counsel has to be present. I expect that meeting to occur before I'm willing to vote out of this committee. And I'm trying to get to yes. But this is a very important part of getting to yes. There should not be any reason why, based on what Mr. Blanche said yesterday, if he said that he would do it today, then he can certainly do it over the next 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Yeah. Talking about what you said, what advice or how political Attorney General office is, I remember that Holder said he was a wingman for President Obama.
That's exactly right, Mr. Chair. And anybody who comes up here and steps up on their pulpit, and then all of a sudden I can go back and see a record, the absolute silence of Democrats when Biden and Obama did the same thing. I'd love to see a Democrat who has taken the position that I have with an administration that shares my jersey, because that's the only way this nonsense stops.
Senator Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Adler, thank you for being here and for your many years of service. Ms. Oyer, likewise, thank you for your courage at the Justice Department and for your willingness to speak out. Ms. Boss, I'm just heartbroken for your loss and very much appreciate your advocacy. And Ms. Bensky, thank you for your willingness to speak out and for all of the Epstein victims that are here. I'm glad the Attorney General finally acknowledged that he could meet with you. I was perplexed when he said somehow that he was prohibited. That's simply not the law. And I hope that meeting takes place. Mr. Ashcroft, thank you for your service. I wanted to ask you about some remarks the Attorney General made when he said that he thought the president, he was asked about the president targeting his political opponents and enemies for prosecution. And I don't subscribe to what I think is a false equivalence. We've never seen a president behave this way, where he openly and privately calls on the Attorney General to prosecute his enemies. And I want to ask you about that, Mr. Ashcroft, because Mr. Blanche has said that he believes the president has both the right and the duty to use the Justice Department to go after his enemies. Do you subscribe to that view?
Thank you, Senator. I believe that the Attorney General of the United States has the right and responsibility to enforce the law uniformly.
Oh my God, I don't know why this keeps happening. I apologize. I am back. Let's get back to it. Here we go.
This position my entire political career, but toward the end of it, I've come to the conclusion, as Justice Blackmun did at the end of his conclusion of serving on the Supreme Court, that he no longer wants to tinker with the machinery.
We've never seen a president behave this way, where he openly and privately calls on the Attorney General to prosecute his enemies. And I want to ask you about that, Mr. Ashcroft, because Mr. Blanche has said that he believes the president has both the right and the duty to use the Justice Department to go after his enemies. Do you subscribe to that view?
Thank you, Senator. I believe that the Attorney General of the United States has the right and responsibility to enforce the law uniformly. And if the law has been broken by the president's enemies, he has a duty. They do not become exempt from following the law merely by their enmity to the president of the United States. As a matter of fact, the people who break the law are in enmity with the people of the United States, whose expression of what is the law has been developed in this body, in the Congress of the United States. So we used to call people who break the law public enemies.
Well, Mr.
So my view is that whether a person has been a political supporter or not of the president of the United States is not the determining factor regarding prosecution. It's whether a person has violated the law, and in enforcing the law, the Attorney General is carrying out the will expressed in the Congress.
Mr. Attorney General, you realize, having sat here, my time is very limited. That really isn't my question. My
Really?
question is, do you think
Answer
it is
the
appropriate
question.
for the president to call on the Attorney General to prosecute one of his enemies, and acting on that request of the president for the Attorney General to do so?
The President of the United States is the executive branch of the United States whose charge it is to enforce the laws of the United States.
So
when the President of the United States asks that the laws be enforced, I don't see that as consistent with his duties or responsibilities.
He's
If the
not
laws
an
were to be
attorney.
enforced
He doesn't know
differentially,
what the
and
laws
that's one of
are.
the things that scares me about as many laws as we have. You know, someone said, oh,
And
in order
how
to run
would
a
the
police state, you only
president
have
know?
to have one policeman. But if you have enough laws, you can go find something
So,
wrong with
Mr.
anybody you want.
How would the
So
president know?
I believe his job is to have an administration
It
which
came in
calls
time.
for the enforcement of the laws of the United States without regard to the political preferences of the people who are perpetrators or accused individuals in the
Okay,
system.
I'm not sure that I understand your answer, except you seem to accept the premise that it is okay now for a president to call the Attorney General and ask him to prosecute his enemies. You don't seem to have a problem with that. If you do have a problem with that, please say so.
I believe the president needs to be an advocate of strong law enforcement.
Okay, that is,
and that includes
with respect,
enemies of his.
with respect,
And
Mr. Attorney General.
if an enemy of the president goes out and conducts a violent crime, it's nothing wrong with the president.
Has the president had Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi go out and prosecute anybody of his enemies for a violent crime? So what you're saying is a bunch of bullshit. What you're saying is a bunch of bullshit.
Calling the Attorney General and saying, I hope you do something about this violent crime.
And if the president's enemy takes a photo of seashells, you think it's appropriate to prosecute them? If senators make a video stating the plain law and Constitution that you can disobey an illegal order, you think it's okay for the president or others to call on them to be prosecuted? I don't think so. I don't think so. And I don't think you would have done that as Attorney General. I hope you wouldn't have. If you would have, you were not the Attorney General I thought you were. I don't think it's appropriate for this Attorney General or any other. And I don't remember seeing, notwithstanding the false equivalence I hear expressed so many times from my colleagues in this committee, I don't remember any Democratic president calling the Attorney General and saying, you need to prosecute him, and you need to prosecute her, and you need to prosecute them, and you need to go after this organization. We have never seen that before or anything like it. Anything like it. And generic statements, oh, they all do it, is simply not the case. And by making that argument, it just further erodes the wall of independence that I'm sure, Attorney General, you remember after Watergate, when because of the abuses of President Nixon, there was an effort to make the Justice Department independent from the White House, not completely independent in the sense that the president couldn't set general priorities. I want you to emphasize these cases and these cases, whether it's immigration cases or drug cases. That was always appropriate. But what has never been appropriate, and particularly so after Watergate, was for the Attorney General of the United States to break that wall and call on his Attorney General to prosecute his enemies. And I would say even without any basis to do so. And this Justice Department has been willing to do so and has gone before grand juries. And we have never, I think, seen the likes of this either in these high profile cases where the grand jurors, in some cases to a person, have refused an indictment. How often did you have that happen to you, Mr. Attorney? Last question I'll ask you. How often, Mr. Attorney General, did you seek an indictment as a prosecutor and have not a single grand juror vote to indict? Did that ever happen to you?
I don't know. I just don't know.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate all of you being here today, witnesses taking your time to be in front of us. Before I start, I want to say thank you to Attorney General Ashcroft for being here today and your service to our country, both as Attorney General and as a United States Senator. And also thank you for your kind words about Senator Graham. Really appreciate it. Mrs. Boss, thank you for sharing your story, reliving the worst day in your life, being willing to tell your story so that people hear it. Really appreciate it, and I'm so sorry for your loss. We're going to talk a little bit in a second about people needing to meet with survivors, which I completely agree with, and victims. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that when someone is killed at the hands of an illegal alien, that their representation in Congress, Senator, Congress,
Okay.
10 times, and their mother was shot 11 times, and their
Okay.
Today, and I know there are others in the room who well said.
You're with can see that like your government should not be, sending out nude photos of you, obviously. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Very well said. Let me ask you a general question.
Hold on one second.
And you don't have to give me an exhaustive answer. Ms. Bensky and Ms. Boss for sharing your stories and reliving a lot of the pain that you have been through. Ms. Bensky, I don't know whether you were here yesterday when I asked Acting Attorney General Blanche to apologize. And I'd just be interested in your reaction to his response.
Yeah, I think it was the most that we've gotten from him. And that was a moment where there was a touch of humanity to say that we do understand that there was in fact failure here, because he's been on the record multiple times saying that nothing was mishandled. And as a survivor who literally saw nude images of, friends and had my own information exposed all over the place, to tell the world that this had not been mishandled was just so absolutely egregious. Like anybody from here to Mars, no matter what political affiliation you're with, can see that like your government should not be, sending out nude photos of you, obviously. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Very well said. Let me ask you a general question. And you don't have to give me an exhaustive answer today. And I know there are others in the room who may want to answer this question as well. But what should we demand of the Department of Justice to make things right, to make things better?
Yeah. We've always just been looking for accountability and for this case to be handled correctly, because even from the very start of this case, we have not seen it handled the way anybody would normally prosecute something. So we are looking to get to the bottom of why our perpetrators were never held to account. How does the largest sex trafficking ring in this country exist when only 2 people have been found even remotely? I mean, Epstein's dead, but Maxwell's the only one who has been held to any sort of account, and she's in a lower, a lower security penitentiary at this point. So, I think we are owed answers, and we are owed, justice. For us, we get that question a lot of what does justice look like? I think, yes, the culture shift is part of it, but really like having your government stand up for you and stand up for what's right. And, there's a chilling effect that it sends to survivors everywhere when their government is outing their personal information. Other survivors are not going to want to come forward, right? And so we need to make sure that we are getting all the information with these cases. So I think, we really just hope that the government will take it seriously and start investigations.
Accountability.
Accountability, yeah, always.
And a working hypothesis here is that accountability is difficult when rich and powerful people are potentially...
It's always been the vulnerable versus power for this case, for most sex trafficking cases, or all sex trafficking cases, really. And it is about how the powerful consistently exploit the vulnerable. And that is what we see a lot. I mean, I have a 6-year-old son, and I teach him that accountability matters every single day. And I hold him to account. Why can't we hold our government to account?
Well, I will just say your voice and face has been a very powerful antidote to the wealth and power that may be brought to bear here. And I hope that this forum will encourage you and others to come forward as you've done so courageously.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I do also want to mention that Virginia Giuffre has been monumental in all of this, and I think it would be unfair to not name her, because her deposition holds the key to quite a few things. So if you started her deposition, you can start really investigating.
Thank you. Ms. Oyer, I want to ask you about the pardon that I mentioned yesterday. I asked Todd Blanche about it. David Gentile, sentenced to 7 years for a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme that involved a 7-year sentence. He served 12 days of it before he was pardoned. He boasted to his fellow inmates that he was going to pay $2.5 million to someone to get him out. Father Frank Mann told one of his parishioners that he had talked to President Trump to get David Gentili out of prison. These are facts that have been publicly reported. The investigation into the potential impropriety of this pardon was shut down, allegedly, by high officials in the Department of Justice, talking to the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York, Joe Nocella. I know you're not familiar with the facts. I'm not going to ask you whether you believe that that reporting is true. Mr. Blanche never denied it. He basically said, well, it was a leak. Sometimes leaks actually involve truthful information. But the point that I think is lost here is that that pardon involved $16 million in forfeiture to innocent victims, many of them retirees who were depending on that money to survive. And he will no longer be required to do restitution. So his ill-gotten gains, some of which he may have used to pay for his clemency, so to speak, are not going to go back to the people who were cheated, his victim, as a result of that pardon and clemency. So I guess my question to you with this introduction is essentially, are victims and survivors often re-victimized by pardons that are unjust or unfair to them? And shouldn't we have that?
That money is going to go to the person they had to pay to give them the pardon. Isn't that odd? That these people who are looking for waste, fraud, and abuse, that you sat up and saw Todd Blanche proclaim that he was looking for waste, fraud, and abuse, but he doesn't look in his own pardon department that all of these pardons of these white-collar criminals that have reportedly paid off your president with money, and they no longer have to pay restitution of the millions of dollars that they have stolen from regular citizens. But how is it that it has been reported that the president has been awarded millions of dollars for the pardons that he is giving away to these people who no longer have to pay restitutions to the regular people that they stole the money from? Now, Little Bootsy, the rapper Little Bootsy, I just read it yesterday, is suing Trump for $600,000 for a pardon that he paid for. Did y'all hear about that? Hey, it's a Shan one, I think it is. Maxwell is pardoned already. Don't fool yourself. Please, I expect nothing less. I expect nothing less. I concur. And she will be out of here and on her way, and you will never see her in the United States again, and she will be living her best life all over the world, unaffected, unbothered, living her best life with the likes of these people who are unaffected by these type of disgusting acts that these people commit knowingly all the time around and amongst each other. These deplorable behaviors that they are accustomed to. You know, it's their culture.
Given a voice and recognize the Constitution gives the president unlimited authority. And it's one of those powers that's unchecked, rarely. But isn't there a need to give the victims a voice in this process?
Yes, Senator. The millions of dollars that Mr. Gentili stole from his investors, unfortunately, are a drop in the bucket of the restitution that victims have been deprived of as a result of President Trump's pardons. He has forgiven over $1 billion in restitution that is owed to victims of fraud, as well as money that is owed to taxpayers by people who committed white-collar crimes and who have served, in many cases, none of their sentence and repaid none of their money. That is not consistent with the regulations that the Justice Department has in place for evaluating applications for pardons. The Justice Department historically has looked to see that people have repaid their debts before recommending clemency, but this president is using clemency in a strategic, transactional way to forgive huge amounts of debts owed to taxpayers and crime victims.
Senator Durbin.
Mr. Chairman, in closing here, I would like to make a couple points.
Please do.
First, I understand that the senator from Alabama mentioned my name while I'd stepped out. Ms. Boss, anxious to meet with you. I hope we can do it soon, maybe even right after this, because I know it was a hardship for you to make this journey here to testify from Illinois, and I don't want you to have to wait to see me. I want to meet with you now, and we can talk as soon as this meeting adjourns, if it's okay with you, if it fits in your schedule. Let me say a word about Ms. Sawyer. I'm glad that the senator from New Jersey said what he did about you. I believe the fact of the matter is that most of the things that were brought up today in this hearing about your activity related to a decision by the Biden administration as they were leaving office to turn death penalty convictions into life imprisonment instead. Is that correct?
That's right, sir.
That reflects, I'll say this, you don't have to comment on this. I believe that reflects President Joe Biden's opposition to the death penalty. I share that opposition. There are people in the audience who agree with me and some who vehemently disagree with me. But America is divided on this issue. I didn't have this position my entire political career, but toward the end of it, I've come to the conclusion, as Justice Blackmun did at the end of his conclusion of serving on the Supreme Court, that he no longer wants to tinker with the machinery of death. The fact of the matter is there are clear cases where one can argue a death penalty, and there are cases which we have found were wrongly decided, and people faced a death penalty or worse until evidence and other things were discovered at the end. That is my position. That was Joe Biden's position. That's why the cases which were brought up today are so serious. And I believe that you were doing your job as a pardon attorney to advise him as to his decision. But is it not true that the final decision on the disposition of these inmates was the decision of the President of the United States?
That's absolutely correct, Senator.
So if you want to take exception to Joe Biden and his position, be my guest. But to blame you for those, I think, goes beyond your responsibility as pardon attorney. And I will just say, I know the controversy behind this issue, but I feel that that's what led him to his conclusion. Ms. Pinsky, thank you for bringing your friends with you today. It is great to see them, and I hope that what you heard from Senator Tillis is a promising possibility that he said he would not, I hope I'm saying this correctly, he wouldn't vote to confirm this nomination until there's been an actual meeting. That would be a dramatic work of progress for us to reach that point. And because you had the courage to stand up, not only you, but your friends, we have achieved that, I believe. I hope that's the fact. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks.
Please, Mr. Tillis is lying. Todd Blanche is not going to meet with these survivors, in my opinion, and my speculation. And Mr. Tillis will still vote him in. Please.
To all of our witnesses for being here today.
Okay, that's it. Let's go back to Todd Blanche's hearing from yesterday, shall we? Let's go back to Todd Blanche's hearing. Here we go.
Thank you, Chairman.
I'm gonna drop this in the description box. I'm not gonna play the whole hearing because I believe it is over 5 hours, and we did something like 2 hours on yesterday. How long is this hearing? Yes, we did something like 2 hours yesterday. We're gonna oh Lord, we definitely not gonna go back through Blackburn, but we left off, I think, right at Blackburn. We're not gonna go back through her. She got chin check right there, and where were we? I think we left off somewhere. I'm going to put the link for the whole hearing if you want to check out the whole Todd Blanche confirmation hearings. I think we left off somewhere right about here.
The other side of the aisle. The central plank, of course, is.
Here we go.
I think it's, yes, absolutely.
Testimony was at best misleading and at worst disingenuous.
Let's
Attacked by supporters of the president.
Let's do start off with Chris Coons. Marsha Blackburn got tried to lie on Dick Durbin and got handed her ass by Dick Durbin with actual facts. That's what I do remember that. And so we'll start right here. This link will be in the description box under Blanche Confirmation Day 1.
And Mr. Blanche, I'll be happy to forward that to you.
Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Acting Attorney General Blanche, thank you for your service and for appearing here. And thank you to your family and to the men and women of the Department of Justice who work tirelessly to fight crime and to make our nation secure. I'm grateful for their service. I'm sorry that your schedule apparently didn't permit us to meet before this confirmation hearing, but I hope and expect we'll find time to meet soon after today.
Absolutely.
Thank you. As I consider your nomination, like all other nominations to similar cabinet positions, I need to know you're qualified to serve. You demonstrably are. That you have the policy views to serve well. We will discuss that today. And most importantly, in this role, that you have the independence to serve as the Attorney General for the American people. And that last question has troubled me the most. You're in charge of a Department of Justice I don't recognize. Prosecuting the president's political enemies, firing rank and file prosecutors and FBI agents because of the cases they were assigned to, slashing grants for law enforcement and public safety. These are some actions that in your previous confirmation hearing before us, you said you would not take. Now, I appreciate your statement walking back the $1.8 billion weaponization fund that you created, but I question how it got that far, and we'll get into that. You sat in appropriations hearing earlier this year before me and defended it at that time. In fact, if I remember correctly, you told me I was wrong for criticizing it. But following questions by Senators Durbin and Cornyn, I'm concerned it's not dead yet, and I think we should talk that through. Overall, this is not what I believe the American people expect or deserve from the Department of Justice. Having spent critical parts of January 6th in this room, taking shelter from the mob, I just wanted to open with some questions. How many people were convicted of assaulting law enforcement officers on January 6th?
I believe around 120 approximately, but I could be off a few more.
You are. The answer is more than 200. And how many of those individuals had their sentences commuted or were pardoned by President Trump?
President Trump either commuted or pardoned every defendant from the January 6 events.
That's correct. And in this room right now and outside this room are Capitol Police officers protecting us in this hearing room. How many of them do you think might have friends or colleagues who were attacked by supporters of the president on January 6th?
I don't know the numbers, but I'm sure many of the Capitol Police officers who are here today were working on January 6th or knew people who were.
I'll just say that I consider it a shameful slap in the face of the men and women of law enforcement for those convicted of assaulting police officers to have been pardoned. I know you were not serving as Deputy Attorney General when President Trump pardoned those folks, but you said just a few moments ago that you were not celebrating this decision by the president. He was exercising his constitutional power. But earlier this year in front of CPAC, a conservative event, I would say from the transcript, you actually trumpeted it as an achievement. And I quote, saying, if you look at what happened to the men and women convicted because of January 6th, by 5 p.m. on January 20th, every one of them was either pardoned or had their sentence commuted by President Trump. So when folks say you've done nothing, I say you have a very short memory. Would you? You were bragging. You were bragging. You were pumping your chest at CPAC, that empty ass CPAC. Where the MAGA, even the empty brain MAGA voter are no longer participating at CPAC with all of those empty chairs that they dragged your ass out to empty CPAC. And you are sitting at CPAC thumping your chest, talking about all the great pardons that were done. Say that you are proud of President Trump's decision to pardon individuals who assaulted law enforcement?
No, that's not what I was saying there at all, Senator. So I was responding to inquiries around why more hadn't been done by the Department of Justice with respect to January 6 defendants. And so my answer was that January 6 defendants and some of their lawyers had a short memory because a lot had already been done. Indeed, by the end of the day on January 20th, they had all been pardoned or commuted. So I wasn't celebrating it. I was merely stating a fact, which is that the January 6th defendants did receive a very generous pardon or commutation from President Trump, every one of them on January 20th.
A generous, and in my view, for those who had assaulted police officers, unwarranted, unjustified, ahistorical, and a terrible precedent. Let me move on to questions I've asked in previous hearings. Is President Trump, just as a simple matter of constitutional law, eligible to run for another term as president in 2028?
I don't believe he is, no.
That is a correct, in my view, reading of the plain language of the 22nd Amendment. Why do you think several of the judicial nominees of this administration have refused repeatedly to answer that question simply and clearly as you just did when I put it to them?
I have no idea why they answer questions the way
Me neither.
I mean, you're asking me to speculate about something. I don't know.
Is the Department of Justice...
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Let's go here.
If you look at what happened to the men and women convicted because of January 6th, by 5 p.m. on January 20th, every one of them was either pardoned or had their sentence commuted, okay? So when folks say you've done nothing, I say you have a very short memory. If you look at what happened to the men and women convicted because of January 6th, by 5 p.m. on January 20th, every one of them was...
That was his great applause line. That was his great applause line. He was showing off for the empty CPAC crowd of 2026. Let's keep it real clear. Let's go back to where we were. Just in case you didn't know, this link will be link will be in my description box under Todd Blanche confirmation day 1 as well.
Justice that you are running independent from the you just correct, in my view, reading of the plain language of the 22nd Amendment. Why do you think several of the judicial nominees of this administration have refused repeatedly to answer that question simply and clearly as you just did when I put it to them?
I have no idea why they answer questions.
Me neither.
It was you're asking me to speculate about something. I don't know.
Is the Department of Justice that you are running independent from the White House?
The Department of Justice, like every single department in the executive, is part of the executive. I mean, Article 2 of the Constitution gives the power of the executive to President Trump. So we certainly operate with integrity. We certainly operate in the single mindset to serve the American people and do the right thing. But I am a member, if confirmed. I will be a member of the cabinet. I'm serving in the acting capacity that way now, just like the other cabinet members. And President Trump can fire me whenever he wants. So,
do you have a sense why he fired your predecessor?
I have no idea. And President Trump, we all serve at the pleasure of President Trump in this administration.
Did President Trump ever post on Truth Social directing your predecessor to get at it, to prosecute his perceived political enemies?
I don't think those were his exact words.
Those were not his exact words.
No, but
clearly that was the intention. It is my impression, sir, that you are here rather than your predecessor because the president was unhappy with her failures to actually secure convictions of folks like Attorney General Tish James or former FBI Director Jim Comey. If you're confirmed and you're asked to take an action you believe to be illegal or unethical, would you resign?
That will never happen. But yes, if it were to happen, I'm not going to violate my oath to the Constitution.
I appreciate that answer. You did answer a question by a colleague about input that you gave to the president. Did you ever say no to the president on the slush fund, the anti-weaponization fund? Did you advise him against this?
Will not talk about communications I have with the president. I served as his lawyer for a couple of years before he was elected. I'm the Deputy Attorney General and the Acting Attorney General, so I'm not going to talk about communications that I have with him. But Senator, I will say that President Trump trusts me to give him counsel. Counsel does not mean yes man, and so that's true in my case, like it should be in any Attorney General's case.
Let me just for a minute bear down on the anti-weaponization fund. You've testified to the House. We are not moving forward with that fund, period. But you've repeatedly refused to put that commitment in writing or to submit a declaration to the court. You're an officer of the court, a member of the bar. You should be able to make that assertion in a court filing or even in a letter submitted to this body. On May 19th, you testified before the Justice Appropriations Subcommittee. Since the case had been dismissed, there was no judge and no mechanism for judicial review. But in an opinion this week, a federal judge wrote, and I'm quoting, that your testimony was at best misleading and at worst disingenuous, explaining the court remained available to review this agreement had you sought relief. Why not settlement agreement or submit some record writing given that the president continues to publicly champion this weaponization fund, and given your previous answer to me in another hearing that you wouldn't say whether or not those who assaulted cops on January 6th would be eligible for multi-million-dollar payouts?
So there's a lot of questions there. First
Indeed.
of all, we have put it in writing. It's in repeated court filings in EDVA and DC. So this narrative that you won't put it in writing happens not to be true. The reason why neither myself nor Secretary Bessent agreed to put a declaration in is because there's longstanding precedent that judges cannot ask cabinet secretaries or people like me to put in declarations. It has nothing to do with whether the fund is alive. I'm under oath today, and I've said it's dead repeatedly. I said it to the House Oversight Committee, and I'm happy to say it as many times as necessary. As far as what the judge said in Florida, just the last question you asked about Florida, that judge disagreed with what I said. I still believe that 11th Circuit precedent, which I've studied, I am right. So we'll see.
You did say earlier, this is the most transparent Department of Justice in American history. We have nothing to hide. And you started by saying we're here to rebuild trust. Two decisions or two OLC opinions I'm very interested in. I'm the senior Democrat on Defense and Intelligence Approach. I'm the most senior member of the Foreign Relations Committee on my side, who's currently serving on this committee. I'm curious as to why the most transparent department has refused to release the OLC opinion that justifies the 66 strikes the military has conducted on boats in the Caribbean, which have killed more than 220 people, either a redacted version or in a classified setting to me and others who are in relevant decision-making positions.
Well, Senator, we made the head of OLC available on multiple occasions to explain that to you and other members of the committee. And that is extraordinarily transparent and unprecedented that we've done that. Whether an OLC opinion is released, there's a lot of process that goes into that. But the idea that we were not transparent about our legal basis there is absolutely not true.
Okay, another chance to be transparent. The FISA court in March certified your Section 702 proceedings, but found compliance deficiencies. This is an important power of the federal government that will soon be up again for vote, and you have not declassified that opinion. Senators Cotton and Warner, Republican and Democrat leads on intelligence, in April wrote the administration saying that they expected declassification of this March opinion within 2 weeks, yet it remains classified. You have a bipartisan request from the leadership of Intel. Will you declassify it or make it available to us?
We'll continue to look at that. I agree with you that that's a very important issue, and we need 702 reauthorized.
Thank you. Last question, if I could. The Safer Supervision Act is co-sponsored by Senators Lee, Cornyn, Tillis, and Langford, and it gives a path forward to making sure that federal probation and parole is more effective. We've discussed it before. Will you meet with me to talk about ways that this important criminal justice reform, supported by federal law enforcement, could move forward?
I think that
Please give a short answer to that.
I think it's yes, absolutely. I very much agree with what you're trying to do there, Senator.
Thank you.
Before I call on Senator Schmidt, and after Schmidt gets done questioning, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and that 15-minute break starts when you leave the chair and be back in at the 15th minute. Before then, I'd like to enter into the record for your...
That's not the same thing. So you have a very important job. I want to highlight a few things that you've done in your time as acting Attorney General. Hopefully, as Attorney General, you're confirmed. You created the National Fraud Enforcement Division. I think this is very, very important. I think it's the tip of the iceberg, what we're seeing in Minneapolis, in California, and places.
Okay, so we're gonna go over all the ass licking, boot licking, and bullshit of the Republicans. The link is in my description box. We're gonna get to the hard facts right here. If you want to watch all of this other bullshit, you're more than welcome, because we have one more hearing. The hearing for Jake, what is his name? Jay Powell, I believe. To take Tulsi Gabbard's spot of the Office of the DNI, who is over all of our intelligence operations, all 18 of our intelligence agencies. That Bill Pulte, a totally unqualified intern person, is over. A Nepo baby from the Pulte Home Builders Corporation is over right now. Jay Powell, I believe his name is. He crashed and burned yesterday as well. So let's get beyond the boot licking Here we go.
100,000 law enforcement officers, 23 state attorneys general.
Your family, and I want to join in thanking the men and women of the Department of Justice for their service. I want to begin where maybe we have some common ground. You would agree that the Islamic Republic of Iran is well known to detain, torture, even kill political dissidents, including evangelical Christians, would you not?
Yes, Senator, they have done that. Yes.
And last week, the Iranian American Legal Defense Fund filed a lawsuit alleging that the Trump administration has adopted a policy of collaborating with the Islamic Republic of Iran to provide details about asylum applicants. This is the United States government providing information regularly and frequently to the Iranian government about Iranian nationals who are seeking asylum here in the United States. These are declarations made under oath before the court about high officials stationed here with Iran getting information from the United States government, and then the American government deporting hundreds of individuals, including evangelical Christians, back to Iran, where they face torture, imprisonment, potential death. Were you or the Department of Justice consulted about this policy?
Well, that's not our policy, Senator. We would never send somebody home to be tortured. That's not what the American people would expect of us. That's certainly not what President Trump does. So I'm not familiar with the lawsuit you're talking about, but there's no such policy.
Will you commit to investigate these allegations?
I know nothing about the lawsuit. I will, when you say commit to investigate allegations, we don't do that. But certainly if the lawsuit needs to be answered and part of that includes investigation, absolutely.
Well, you do investigate allegations.
You do investigate allegations all the time. That's how you get to prosecutions, because you investigate allegations. What are you saying, sir?
This policy would clearly be not only illegal, but morally repugnant, would it not? You agreed with me that it should not be the policy of the United States to do it.
But in your question, you're suggesting there is such a policy. I'm telling you there is no such policy.
Well, if there is no such policy, then I presume you would investigate it.
If there's no such policy and there are allegations that this is going on, then you will investigate the allegations that this is being done as policy. Dodo?
See the lawsuit? I'm just not familiar with it. We will, of course, do what's appropriate.
But you'd agree with me that it would be wrong.
That it would be wrong, meaning it would be wrong to send somebody home to be tortured. Yes.
Let me ask you about allegations in connection with David Gentile. I think we talked about these allegations when you visited me. Thank you for coming to my office. In May of 2025, David Gentile was sentenced to 7 years in prison for his role in an almost $1.8 billion Ponzi-like scheme that defrauded over 10,000 investors, many of them middle-class retirees, of their hard-earned savings. And he was in prison. He boasted to fellow inmates and others that he was going to be released because he paid $2.5 million for clemency. Evidence collected by the Eastern District of New York supported those allegations and reportedly also included statements by Father Frank Mann that he spoke to the president about David Gentile. The Eastern District of New York was investigating these allegations and reportedly received a call from one of your top deputies instructing them about the concerns of the Department of Justice. The investigation was stopped by the Eastern District of New York. I wrote to you on June 23rd and United States Attorney Joseph Nasella about these allegations, that an investigation into this impropriety was shut down at the request of your office. Did you have any involvement or knowledge about the commutation of Mr. Gentile's sentence?
President Trump, as I've said a couple times today, has full authority to pardon or commute anybody convicted of federal crime.
That was not the question. The question was, did you have any knowledge of it?
It's not my question.
So I'm answering your question, Senator.
Did you
know
about
it? No, you're not answering his question. His question was, do you have any knowledge of it? He's very well aware. He's very well aware of what President Trump's pardon powers are. He wanted to know, did you have any knowledge of shutting down the investigation as the DOJ interim chair of the DOJ?
What my communications with President Trump, I will not talk about.
He didn't ask you to talk about them.
He does not, nor should he. He has no obligation to discuss pardon or commutations decisions with me, and he has not. As far as the
He didn't ask you to talk about them. He asked you, did you shut down the investigation? That's what he asked you about. Shutting down the investigation.
what you just suggested about an investigation, I believe you're referring to a news article that was the result of apparent leaks.
So if you think that it's if you think that he's saying that you shut down the investigation because of a news article, why are you saying that you're not going to talk about shutting down the investigation based upon your conversation with the president? Because if you think that he's talking about shutting down the investigation because of a news article, it's irrelevant, your conversation with the president, because you're not even thinking that he's talking about your conversation with the president. So to sit here and talk about, I'm not going to talk about any conversations that I have with the president because these are privileged conversations, and then try to infer that it's because of a newspaper article. Makes sense. It makes sense at some point in this argument that you're trying to put forward. No wonder Donald Trump is a 32-time convicted felon, with you being his defense attorney, because you don't ever make sense.
And I would caution that there was the issue to discuss pardon or commutation. President Trump, as I've said a couple times today, has full authority to pardon or commute anybody convicted of federal crime.
That's not my question.
So I'm answering your question, Senator.
Did you
I'm answering
know
your question. What my communications with President Trump, I will not talk about. He does not, nor should he. He has no obligation to discuss pardon or commutations decisions with me, and he has not. As far as what you just suggested about an investigation, I believe you're referring to a news article that was the result of apparent leaks, and I would caution that there's falsehoods in those news articles.
I'm asking you whether you had any involvement in commuting that sentence or in stopping the investigation into the allegations of impropriety possibly payment to Father Frank Mann.
And I answered the first question, but when you say stopping an investigation, there's an assumption built into your question that I will not concede. We will not talk about whether investigations exist or don't exist, and certainly some leak about something that we supposedly did doesn't warrant an answer either.
There was an investigation, correct?
That's my whole point in saying is that there's an assumption baked into your question that I don't think is true.
No. There was an investigation. The investigation was halted. It was said that a man was talked to, and then all of a sudden the investigation was halted. It was said that a Father man was paid money, and then suddenly the investigation was halted, and then suddenly what the person said did happen. He got a pardon. What's so hard and you reject the notion? Who gives a fuck about what you reject? Everything that was said to was going to happen actually happened, but you reject the notion of the actual facts of the case. What does that mean? Who gives a fuck about what you reject when the facts are all sitting out here in broad daylight? But we're supposed to care about. I reject the notion of that question. What's baked in the question? What the facts are baked in the question? You reject the facts that are sitting right in front of your fucking face?
That we cannot comment on even the existence of investigations
You
like that.
commented this morning to Republican colleagues about several investigations.
No, I haven't.
Well, you commented in response to the chairman about the FISA investigation.
About the what? Excuse me?
The investigation that he asked you about.
So, Senator, my point is that you're asking me questions about a news article, the
34.
source of which was apparently leaks. It would be inappropriate for me as the acting attorney general to comment on such leaks or news articles that you're referencing. But
Well, I accept that you're not going to answer my question, but I think there is a need for the inspector general to look into the investigation that was apparently, according to these articles and other information, stopped as a result of your intervention. Let me move on. In 2017, more than 10,000 9/11 victims filed suit against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That lawsuit is heading to trial. Information was promised by President Trump in September of 2019. That information has not been provided. Will you commit to meet with those families and provide the information they need for their lawsuit?
Folks from my office have met with the representatives of those families. We will commit to continuing to have communications, of course.
And provide the information they're seeking?
Well, you're saying, I don't know what the information is you're talking about. So obviously I can't just commit to providing the information.
Well, let's talk about other information. Information about the Epstein abuses. Your predecessor apologized to the Epstein survivors with good reason, because as you've said today, mistakes were made. I'm asking you today, with Epstein survivors in this room, to apologize to them.
Well, so my heart breaks for every victim of any sexual crime, whether it's involving Mr. Epstein or somebody else. And so if you're asking me to apologize that this happened to them, of course, absolutely. This is a horrible thing, which is why this Department of Justice, this administration is focused very heavily on going after these predators. And so, yes, of course, that's part of my job, is being empathetic to the
Will
victims
you
of crime.
apologize to them for the mishandling and mistakes that were made by the United States Department of Justice?
I will absolutely say that any mistake that we made should not have been made. And I very much, I can answer the question, or you can just interrupt me, Senator, but I am answering your question. I very much, and I have said this to anybody that asks publicly before, any mistake that was made is not appropriate. And so, yes, I am sorry that in about 1% of the documents, mistakes were made. But what I will say on top of that is we put tons of resources to rectifying those mistakes immediately, including pulling down documents within minutes of being informed that there were mistakes, potential mistakes made.
So, how professional is this Department of Justice if they made mistakes and they put out the names of photos of underage girls in releasing the Epstein files, and they made the correction within minutes? So, should these people still have their jobs if they put nude photos out of underage girls? And their only job was supposed to protect the identities of underage girls? Should they still have their jobs? And he sitting up here profusely saying, "Well, and we made corrections, and we're sorry we made." Should they still have their jobs? This is the glaring question that is not being asked. How much was it to ask of the highest policing apparatus in the United States government to simply do that? However, they have thousands of people from everywhere from the DOJ to the FBI sitting in the offices, learning and having videotapes made of teaching them how to redact Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. They can do classes and make tapes and all of this of how to redact Donald Trump's name from the files. But we got underage girls in full undress that are being left to be discovered by whomever. And these people just want to sorry oops are bad to just be enough. As they interview for the job as the chair of the DOJ. Are you serious? Is this what we're doing here? And you know, as soon as we found out, we took them out immediately. Is this what we're doing here? Are we supposed to take this bullshit seriously? Because of the bullshit inflection in his voice, are we supposed to be like, oh, well, he didn't mean to do it? As we have named co-conspirators, Lex Wexner, who it has been revealed was a named co-conspirator whose name was redacted for no good reason. His name was redacted when he was a named co-conspirator, but they chose to redact his name while leaving the names of the victims unredacted for the world to see. Addresses, telephone numbers, parents' names, nude pictures. Are we supposed to take this shit seriously? Let's continue.
And working 24/7 to rectify any mistakes. And that's what I would expect the victims would want us to do, and their counsel and this body as well.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that you can well meet with any of the survivors or victims with their counsel present? You said you can't meet with them, but you could meet with them if
I never said I can't meet with them. I said if they were represented, I had to meet through counsel. But of course, I can meet with them. I'm the acting attorney general of the United States, so yes, I can. I very strongly believe that for these victims to tell their stories and the evidence that they have, they should meet like any victim of a crime with the FBI or a law enforcement agent, and that we will do everything we can to prosecute if we can.
The judge in Florida referred your misconduct. She concluded that there was misconduct and misrepresentation and improper purpose in that legal action to the bar of New York for potential discipline, including losing your law license. I know you disagree with the result of the ruling. Has that kind of referral ever happened by a federal judge for an attorney general of the United States?
Can you? I don't know, but I'll tell you something. That judge never asked us to respond. She never gave us an opportunity to respond to anything, and she didn't refer me. She just asked that a copy of the order be provided to the New York bar, because there are several activist groups that have filed complaints against me. So listen. As I said earlier, I think anybody on this committee, especially the lawyers that have practiced, can read that opinion and reach their own conclusions. But I very much disagree with the judge's insinuations about me, and we're going to do what we can to make that right.
One last question. Would you agree with me that agents of the United States should not fire into cars fire their weapons into cars unless there is an imminent threat?
Give a short answer to that.
There's a well-established standard as to when an agent can discharge their firearm, and I think that's something that should be followed in every case.
And that includes not firing weapons into cars.
Mr. Chair.
Do you want to respond to?
I mean, there's not really a response. It requires federal agents to follow the rules.
Then let's move on. Before I call on Senator Britt, I want another letter supporting the nominee from the American Border Story, a national organization representing 300 angel families. Quoting from the letter, the families we work with are not focused on politics. They want leaders who take crime seriously, who understand the national security implications of open border criminal networks, and who will prioritize victims over ideology. We believe Todd Blanche understands that responsibility and would approach the office of Attorney General with seriousness it demands. End of quote. Without objection, that'll be entered in the record. Senator Britt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think that's an excellent segue. I appreciate your commitment to all of the victims, the Epstein victims, your commitment to hear from them and fight for them. Thank you for saying that today. I only wish that my Democratic colleagues had that same level.
The excellent segue is to get away from this Florida floozy. Here's the excellent segue. Let's get to Hawaii from this rabbit hole.
Again, many of whom are not even in this country going after
Florida
our citizens.
Thank you so
I quote, Mr.
Department of Justice.
These criminals, again, many of whom are not even in this country, going after.
The link is in my description box under what is it? Todd Blanche hearings day 1.
Senior citizens.
Thank you so much for your service, and I look forward to supporting your nomination.
Thank you, Senator.
Before I call on Senator Rono, I have another letter for the nominee.
We don't want to hear
Life
it.
is Americans United of Law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Blanche. To ensure the fitness to serve of all nominees who come before any of my committees, I ask the following 2 initial questions. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
No, Senator.
Mr. Blanche, over the course of the past 5 months, the New Mexico Department of Justice has talked to your staff about getting access to information for its investigation into alleged crime at Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch.
Finally, we have been the most transparent. If anyone wants any information, if anyone wants to share information with us, we will always be transparent. What have they told the Attorney General of New Mexico? They refuse to give them anything of the Epstein files that they are requesting. Of the 5 letters that the Attorney General of New Mexico, who is searching Jeffrey Epstein's former property in New Mexico, where there are accusations of unalived bodies being buried on this property. Nonetheless, your Department of Justice is had ignored the request of the Attorney General in New Mexico for over 100 and some days. They just totally ignored them. Thank you, Senator Corano, for finally talking about this to this most transparent DOJ. Let's see what the most transparent DOJ have to say about this, since they finally answered New Mexico and with the answer of no, we're not giving you any information.
Will you and your team continue to cooperate with the New Mexico Department of Justice and help it get the information it needs?
Yes, we're continuing to work with them, and yes.
Thank
yes,
you.
Senator.
Mr. Blanche, at an April 8th press conference, a reporter asked you a question about President Trump's desire to see his perceived political enemies prosecuted. You answered, quote, "That is his right, and indeed, it is his duty to do that." To clarify, Mr. Blanche, do you believe it is the president's right and duty to order the investigation or prosecution of his perceived enemies? Yes or no?
I can't answer that yes or no. That wasn't the question. And my answer was that as the president of the United States under Article 2, he's in charge of the Department of Justice. And so my answer reflects that idea, not that he has a right to go after his political enemies.
Reclaiming my time, I think that what the president meant was pretty clear, and I just wanted to know whether you thought that that is indeed his right and duty to prosecute his perceived enemies. So let me get to that. Investigations of the president's perceived enemies aren't theoretical. They are happening. For example, last August, President Trump posted on social media that George Soros should be charged with RICO. Weeks later, one of your deputies directed several U.S. attorneys' offices to investigate Soros's charitable foundations for violating the RICO statute. Mr. Blanche, to confirm, were the U.S. attorneys' offices asked to launch these investigations because of the president's post? Yes or no?
I'm not even confirming that they were asked to, but most certainly not because of any truth
Well, the
from
president
Trump.
definitely, the president definitely posted that Mr. Soros should be charged with RICO, and lo and behold, several weeks later, that is exactly what your office sought to have done. Since last year, DOJ has sued 30 states seeking their voter lists. 14 of those lawsuits have been resolved by federal judges. Mr. Blanche, Did any of those 14 federal court judges from across the country agree with DOJ's legal position? Again, yes or no?
With some of the legal positions, yes.
Pardon?
The answer to the question is yes. Some of the judges
The
agreed
14
with some,
judges?
agreed with some of our legal positions, and most of those cases are under appeal.
Actually, that's not correct. The answer is actually no. These 14 federal judges, some of them were Trump appointees, disagreed with DOJ's position in terms of getting access to these voter rolls.
Well, I think
It's all part of DOJ's attempt and the president's attempt at election interference. We know that federal judges.
Oh, so Hirono is a fool. When he just tried to lie and said that the judges agreed with the DOJ, and she said she corrected him and said no, the judges did not agree with him, and they disagreed with DOJ's position. Did he counter her? No, he shut his motherfucking mouth. He sat up here and tried to lie and tried to say that when the DOJ tried to get the voting rolls, and then he tried to say that judges agreed with the DOJ in trying to have the DOJ get voting rolls from 14 states and try to make you dummies believe that 14 states in some way believed and agreed with the DOJ. When she let you know that no, these judges disagreed and did not allow the DOJ to get the voting rolls from these 14 states. And he shut his motherfucking mouth because he knew that he was lying, trying to play cute by half. Can we hear that again?
Yes or no? Several weeks later, that is exactly what your office sought to have done. Since last year, DOJ has sued 30 states seeking their voter lists. 14 of those lawsuits have been resolved by federal judges. Mr. Blanche, did any of those 14 federal court judges from across the country agree with DOJ's legal position? Again, yes or no?
With some of the legal positions, yes.
Pardon?
The answer to the question is yes. Some of the judges agreed with some of our legal positions, and most of those cases are under appeal.
Actually, that's not correct. The answer is actually no. These 14 federal judges, some of them were Trump appointees, disagreed with DOJ's position in terms of getting access to these voter rolls.
Well, I think
it's all part of DOJ's attempt and the president's attempt at election interference.
Crickets. Some of those, with some of those, and most of those are still under review. Well, we 30 states, 14 have been decided. So, I guess you really could say most of them, because 14 have been decided, which means 16 have not. So, 16, it would be most of 30, because that's more than the 14 that have been decided. So I guess that would be the most that he's talking about. But who's the dummy? But who's the dummy? The dummies are in the chat that's saying that Hirono is a dummy. The dummies are the dummies who have been blocked from my chat, trying to say that this woman is unintelligent because they're stupid.
Know that federal judges are a problem for you, certainly a problem with DOJ's position in terms of getting access to these voter rolls.
Well, I think
it's all part of DOJ's attempt and the president's attempt at election interference. We know that federal judges are a problem for you, certainly a problem for President Trump, because they actually care about facts and evidence. And that's why last fall at a Federalist Society event, you called for young lawyers at that event to join you in fighting a war. And you said, we need you because it's a war. And it's something we will not win unless we keep on fighting. The war that you were talking about was against federal judges who were ruling against the administration, correct?
No.
Well, then do you believe that judges should be impeached based on their rulings against this administration and the president? Yes or no?
No. No, I don't believe that.
On that, you disagree with the president because you believe judges should be impeached for disagreeing with him. President Trump sees DOJ.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Paul, Melly, you're ignorant of actual reality if you share a belief so moronic. Thanks though. So who is Melly? I don't even see a Melly in here. But Paul, let me tell you that it's so funny that you're trying to call someone ignorant when you don't know when to use the word you're at Y-O-U apostrophe R-E, and you're trying to call someone else ignorant. It is not your as in Y-O-U-R as in a possession, your thing, your possession as is your Y-O-U apostrophe R-E as in you are, you dummy. Do better. Stop trying to call people ignorant when you don't know when to use the word you are, your, or you when you don't know when to use the word your or your. Quit trying to call people ignorant when you don't even know how to use the English language. Oh, you dummies. Your. It's not your, it's your.
Not only as a tool to attack. Well, then do you believe that judges should be impeached based on their rulings against this administration and the president? Yes or no?
No. No, I don't believe that.
On that, you disagree with the president because you believe judges should be impeached for disagreeing with him. President Trump sees DOJ not only as a tool to attack his enemies, but also useful for helping his friends. To that end, on May 18th, you signed an Attorney General order establishing funding and setting out requirements for the so-called Anti-Weaponization Fund, correct? You signed
Yes,
such an
I
order?
did sign that document, yes.
Have you rescinded that order?
Yes, the order is no longer in effect. There is no
Oh, that-
weaponization fund.
Mr.
Correct.
Blanche, that is not my question. My question is, did you rescind that order?
Yes, I'm doing it under oath right now.
No, the
It does
fact
not
that, no,
exist.
when you answer that there's no fund, that is not rescinding the order because you can resurrect that order at any time. So actually, your answer is no, you have not rescinded that order. Mr. Blanche, one of your first acts as a Deputy Attorney General was to issue a memo eviscerating DOJ's enforcement work against crypto criminals. Crypto crime surged in 2025. Mr. Blanche, are you aware that Americans reported over $11 billion in crypto fraud losses to the FBI last year?
Our crypto enforcement is way up compared to a year and a half ago. So I didn't eviscerate anything. To the contrary, actually, we empowered AUSAs around the country to go after criminals in the right circumstances, and
Mr. Blanche.
we continue to do it.
I take it you are not aware that there were reports of over $11 billion in crypto fraud reported to the FBI. That was my question. Are you aware or are you not aware?
Are you talking about the fraud that we have prosecuted?
And
that
no, I'm
11
talking
billion?
about the $11 billion worth of crypto crime. This is a pretty good, simple question.
I just don't understand
Are
the
you or are
question. I'm
you not
sorry.
aware? But it doesn't seem you're aware because you're making all kinds of excuses. The fact is that crypto enforcement, you eviscerated that work that your department is supposed to be doing. And so anyway, Mr. Blanche, when you issued your memo ending crypto crime enforcement, you held significant amounts of cryptocurrency yourself. And I sent you several letters asking you about it, and I am still awaiting your answer. Mr. Blanche, it is clear to me that your leadership is going to be a continuation of what we have seen so far at the Trump Department of Justice, or more likely to be called the Department of Retribution and Corruption. You see nothing wrong with the president treating DOJ as his own personal law firm to use as a weapon against his perceived enemies and as a way of helping his friends, and as a tool to interfere with the upcoming elections. The states run elections in this country, but you want to insert DOJ at every step of the process, suing the states with frivolous claims and sending threatening letters to secretaries of state. You want to suppress the votes of American citizens who will have a chance to resoundingly reject the president's corruption at the ballot box this November. You signed a memo eviscerating DOJ's cryptocurrency enforcement work, leading to a surge in Americans being victimized by cryptocurrency fraud. You also championed a slush fund for the president's allies who attacked police officers on January 6th. From the beginning, we all knew that that's what this fund was for, but now we have findings of fact from a federal judge concluding that the fund came out of a fake lawsuit filed solely to lend an air of legitimacy to the president's attempt to compensate his insurrectionist allies. You played a key role in attempting to perpetuate this fraud on American taxpayers, and you oversaw the botched release of the Epstein files, denying justice once again to survivors who have been waiting so long for it. You have no business being the Attorney General of the United States of America. I certainly urge my colleagues to vote against your confirmation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, Chairman, on the crypto point, our crypto prosecution.
I mean, what?
Way up. And it is very true that crypto fraud is a thing, and it's still happening. But getting rid of a task force of a bunch of lawyers in Washington, D.C. did nothing more than empower AUSAs around the country to bring cases, which is what they've done. So I'm proud of the work that we're doing in that space, and we'll continue to do it.
Oh, so what she said is true. Oh, so what she said is true. So now you want to address what she said is true. So you just got rid of a lot of lawyers that would prosecute the cases. Isn't what lawyers do? Prosecute the cases of those number of cases that she talked about that have skyrocketed in crypto crimes. Oh, okay.
I call on Senator Tillis. We've been talking about political prosecutions. You've been criticized and the department's been criticized, but I wish you'd spare me the outrage. They cheered on Biden as public groups they use.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to take up where you just left off. Thank you for being before the hearing. I think you're doing very well, Mr. Blanche. I'm going to kind of ascend to the rarefied air of the moral high ground here for a minute. As I've heard some of the Democrats talking about this administration, it's almost as if they weren't here when the Biden administration did the indictments against President Trump. We've already heard it talk about Jack Smith. We haven't talked about the way that they dealt with a family member who was being indicted, and Hunter Biden. I don't remember them saying anything during those days in Judiciary Committee. I don't think I remember them ramping up the freedom of access to clinic entrances and trying to arrest pro-life people from the law that they decided to ratchet up in 1994. A couple of important cases there. And then the January 6th Capitol riot prosecutions. The fact of the matter is, and I'll get to this in a minute, the part I don't like about it, but hundreds or thousands of people's lives were destroyed because they did something stupid that day. And there's a vast difference between doing something stupid and doing something that destroys your career and ruins you financially. And this administration, the Biden administration, tapped on the emotions of the time to overprosecute.
Did they do something stupid or did they do something illegal? All of a sudden, when these white boys doing an insurrection, when they do a whole insurrection against their government, try to come up and try to prevent their government from verifying their election. All of a sudden, they just did something stupid. They were just kids. They did something stupid. You know, they just did something stupid. As we are trying to certify our election, and they always try to whitewash white supremacy. Get the fuck out of my face.
prosecute and weaponized the DOJ and went after people that I believe deserved a pardon because they weren't the people that attacked police officers. They weren't the people who knowingly destroyed the Capitol. They weren't the people who proudly went in like a QAnon shaman and pretended like he'd taken the Senate ground. They're the people that get me mad, which is why I'm not going to talk about them anymore. But it's remarkable how it's almost as if that Men in Black, that device they use to erase their memories, it's remarkable that these people sat before this committee when all that was going on and not a whiff. I hate duplicity and I hate situational ethics. And I want to lay the groundwork to say I was against that, and I'm also against some of the decisions of the president. Not you, Mr. Blanche. You work for somebody, and you got to do what you're told to do. And I hope you stay within the ethical bounds of the law. You have to answer to the bars and everything.
You hope he stays within them when you see he has never been within them. But go ahead with your bullshit.
Everyone else. But it's just jarring to hear people criticize this administration when they can't look in the mirror and ask themselves why they weren't criticizing an administration when they happen to have a blue jersey. Now, my criticism of the administration with the red jersey. January 6th, I have searched heaven and earth, and I haven't found anything except a passing comment at a C-SPAN conference. So can you tell me definitively that you think that any Capitol police officer who was harmed on January the 6th was a victim of a heinous crime at the hands of the person who did it?
Yes, and should have been prosecuted and was.
And they were. And so I just, with the members, please.
And what good does the prosecution mean when they, as you said on C-SPAN and said, you can't say this president didn't do anything, as you saw by 5 o'clock, his first day in office, all of these people were pardoned as an applause of mine. You can't have it both ways. Let's continue. Let's continue.
You know, as long as you can prove you've been consistent, use those sound bites, but don't use them when you.
No, he can't be consistent because he used it as a sound bite by 5 o'clock on his first day that all of those people were pardoned as something that the president had did for MAGA. So he's not consistent. So don't sit your ass up here and act like this motherfucker is consistent in anything, especially his beliefs. The fuck out of here.
Look the other way when fundamentally at the abstract level, President Biden did everything that you're accusing President Trump of doing. And a part of what we've got to get rid of, Mr. Blanche, is this political.
Oh my God. Here we go. Biden did what? Biden did what?
Physics going on. American people are an exceptional people, and they always like to best each other. And what I've seen happening here is when we have a bad action of one administration, I'll be damned if we don't repeat it with the other one. I want leadership that says we're going to ratchet things down and not make the heinous mistakes that the Biden administration did. Let's be better than them, not better at prosecuting people that maybe we shouldn't, or take a little bit more time before we indict them. But let's just be better than them. Let's set an example and stop this spiraling, or the next Congress that I will not be a part of.
So we prosecuted Hunter Biden. We prosecuted Hunter Biden. So what are you saying? Let's not prosecute the Trump children because we said that Hunter Biden he profited from the presidency. He sold paintings for $500,000. He took a salary from Burisma for what was it? What was his salary? Something like 25,000 or 50,000 or something a month. That his salary was. That he didn't have the experience of the business experience. So therefore, we shouldn't do this. Let's stop doing this. Prosecuting these family members. And so when it comes time to prosecute and look at these children of Trump. Let's not prosecute the Trump children who are getting billions in defense contracts. So we did it to Biden and said that he did not have business accoutrement to get $25,000 or $50,000 a month. So let's ignore the billions that the Trump children are getting in defense contracts. Now, let's stop. We need to learn when to stop. You know, we need to let this type of shit go. Is that what you're saying, Tim Tillis? Bitch, if you don't get the entire fuck out of my face.
Of. We'll be talking about it again, or in 2029, if a Democrat president comes in, they're going to up the ante, and they're going to go right after the behavior of this administration as an example of why they should.
In 2029, there is going to be no ante to up because this administration has lost their mind, and they are fucking ruining this country as they are emptying the treasury. They are asking for trillions of dollars more to fight a useless war as their family members' hands are in the till of the defense contracts that they are getting money for. And who's asking for more money? The Pentagon. Are you fucking crazy, or do you think we're crazy? Because we're not crazy, motherfucker. The fuck out of our face.
Because this administration has done the same thing to justify some of their behavior. I'm not criticizing you, but I'm trying to just cut through the rhetoric and let people all know that we are at this place today in part because of the actions of the Biden administration and the weaponization that I even saw under Garland, who I generally supported. So let's just be real here, people. If you're going to criticize one administration, look in the mirror before you do it. Now, Mr. Blanche, I want to stick a fork in this turkey of a 1776 fund. And you've said that it's moot. I've had colleagues here, attorney. I'm not an attorney. I'm a business consultant. I see a problem. I want to solve it. This is a problem. It should never be paid out. You've said it's going to be moot, that it's moot. Others, these smart attorneys that I'm surrounded by, I think that the courts are probably going to deal with it. But why should we waste the court capacity on this issue? If I could walk to the Senate floor with an agreed to piece of text coming from the administration that just renders this whole thing dead, gone. I don't need a probe's language. I don't need a statement from the administration. All I need is language to say, everybody around here said it's over. So why can't we agree to language that I can walk down the Senate floor and get a UC and dare the Democrats to oppose ending this and dare Republicans to if the president supports it? Why is that a bad strategy?
It's not. I mean, certainly the Department of Justice and the White House has worked with you and your colleagues to come up with language. We do not object that path or including it in some other.
I want to make the distinction, though, because I know that Senator Collins and the appropriations team are working on this language. But you've already, I don't know if you've been paying attention to Congress. You've got your own job to do, but we're not necessarily getting along really well right now on the party lines. Schumer's already threatening a government shutdown. We haven't even had appropriations discussions, except ongoing negotiations. He's already threatening a shutdown. So that language could be in a bill that's dead on arrival because nobody's going to do it. My question is, who on earth, who in this Senate chamber would raise an objection if we were able to put something on the floor that ended this debate? The only reason I think that a Democrat would be opposed to it is they love milking this thing for what it is. I want to stick a fork in it. And can I get your commitment to maybe provide us with some technical assistance on what that language would look like?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Blanche, I did want to just echo, and Mr. Chairman, I know I caught him off guard, or if I can seek unanimous consent to put into the record the letter that Senator Cornyn and I sent to Mr. Blanche.
Without objection.
So that's the letter on the issue that Senator Britt most recently brought up. I think there's a way to solve that, and I have confidence in your ability to do it, Mr. Blanche. But it is very important.
These people are jokes.
I guess for the purposes of back to the pardons, I get pretty emotional about that. I think we need to do a better job of looking through the pardons process. Okay, I've talked about the January 6 pardons, but in this administration, and I'm
Very
no fan of Ed
little.
Martin. That's exactly why he'll never get confirmed in the U.S. Senate as long as I'm here. That's only 172 days. Maybe he can come back next year. But I think the pardons process is something else we have to look at. The Democrats are criticizing this administration for pardons. You take a look at the
As they
list of pardons
should.
in the in the Biden administration. And let's not
For
forget
example,
that the Biden administration also had prospective pardons, get out of jail free card.
what get out of jail free cards? The only pardons you guys talked about were the pardons that got them off of death row that left them in jail for life. Where's the get out of jail free cards? The bring 400 tons of cocaine to the United States and then get out of jail for free. Huh? Where are those on the Democrat side? Huh? Where's the BA in crypto and be selling drugs on the be selling and be trading drugs and weapons with Al Qaeda and all of this stuff on the what is that whatever Golden Road or whatever, all this black market shit, and then get a pardon from the president. Where's that on the Democrat side? And be in jail for 190 something years and get a pardon from the president. Where's that on the Democrat side? I'm curious. Where is that?
Heard people criticizing some of the get out of audit arguments for the agreement, 1776 agreement. Have they all forgotten that Biden in the 11th hour gave prospective pardons to people who hadn't even been charged with anything? Again.
Yeah, you're right. Well, they hadn't been pardoned with anything. Well, what about the people who have been actually tried and convicted of things, who have physically gotten out of jail? You are so mad and upset about people who hadn't even been tried or convicted about anything. You are upset about this. Who haven't even been accused of anything, haven't been brought to trial about anything. You're more mad about these pardons than you are about people who have been tried and convicted of shit and gotten 90 and 100 and plus years getting out of jail under Trump than you are about people who haven't been tried or accused of anything under Biden. I find that's odd, you stupid bitch.
The point that I'm trying to make, folks, is you're all victims of political physics. There was no criticism about that then. And now we're trying to criticize this president for pardons that I've criticized. So the point here, and I do believe that in the Trump administration, I have talked about the January 6th pardons, but I'm concerned that the Binance CEO got pardoned. I'm concerned that there was talk about a corporation getting a pardon. So I'd be very curious, if you're confirmed, if we could sit down and understand how that process goes and to what extent we can have visibility into these people getting pardons, starting with a lot of the pardons that came out of the Biden administration. Can I get your commitment, if confirmed, to walk through that process?
Of course. Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Blanche. You've done a great job today.
Senator Booker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blanche.
Good afternoon.
Our president has a very well-documented history of attempting to corruptly influence government officials to advance his own personal interest. He called the Republican Secretary of Georgia asking him to find enough votes to overturn the election. He withheld military aid to pressure Zelensky to investigate Joe Biden's son. For these things, he has been impeached. He's been criminally convicted in Georgia, indicted in Georgia, because he uses his power to unjustly influence people. When a president routinely pressures public officials for his own personal benefit, the Department of Justice has to remain independent. This brings me really to you, and I think what has you at the center of so much concern is that you seek to lead the Department of Justice after being the president's personal lawyer. The American people are really entitled to know whether your allegiance to the rule of law is your focus or your allegiance to one man who clearly has an insatiable appetite for revenge, self-enrichment, and the abuse of power. So I want to talk about your record. Under you, the department has prosecuted people that have caught folks on both sides of the political aisle by surprise. Jim Comey, Letitia James, my colleague, Adam Schiff, Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. It's cast a shadow over your ideas, any ideas of independence. You directed the arrest of Mayor Ras Baraka of my city of Newark. You weren't at Delaney Hall on May 9th, 2025 when he was arrested. But yes or no, did you have a conversation with Special Agent in Charge Ricky Patel ordering him to arrest Mayor Baraka?
I had a conversation. I didn't order him to arrest. I authorized the arrest, which is my job.
So you were not there, and we have body camera footage of him then moving and saying, we are arresting the mayor right now per, this is his quote, the Deputy Attorney General of the United States. I want to put that into the record, your comments there. And the district court, assessing all of your conduct, admonished the Department of Justice. This is the quote of the judge, the federal judge. Your role is not to advance political agendas. Your allegiance is to the impartial application of the law and to uphold due process for all. But this is just one example cited by over 1,200 current and former Department of Justice officials appointed under presidents of both parties who warned that you should not be in this position because of your inability to be independent from your personal allegiance to Donald Trump over the rule of law. I met yesterday with Epstein survivors. Some of them are here in the room today. Congress, in a bipartisan fashion, passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act because the American people were demanding justice. Yet you failed to abide by that law and release the files by the deadline established by the law. And when the files were finally released, you failed to protect the survivors that law was intended to protect. Survivors' personal information, including names, phone numbers, home addresses, and images were released. Powerful people were redacted. Survivors were subjected to re-traumatization. More than 1,200 victims, yet only 2 people have ever been prosecuted, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, I was stunned earlier by your conversation with one of my colleagues that you wouldn't even commit to meeting with the survivors, but you did meet with Ghislaine Maxwell. Your claim that you can't meet with these victims because they're represented by counsel is utter nonsense. Counsel can be present or a client can waive their right to have counsel, but you're a lawyer. You know this. That was not truthful, what you said to my colleague. You said that they should meet with the FBI. All of these women have reported their crimes decades ago, but yet you won't meet with them. What you will do is meet with Ghislaine Maxwell. Over a year ago, you sat with her and you publicly said you were seeking the truth. So let's talk about what that 2-day meeting produced. Did your interview with Ms. Maxwell lead to a single additional person being charged, yes or no?
No.
Did it lead to a single new investigation, yes or no?
I can't talk about whether there's any investigation.
I'm not asking you about an ongoing or closed investigation. I'm just asking you about this
answer your
unusual
question, yes or no.
Did you or anyone else from the DOJ or associated with the president discuss a presidential pardon with Ghislaine Maxwell or her attorneys?
No.
Did you discuss clemency, yes or no?
No.
Did you discuss?
She's convicted. What do you mean clemency?
Did you discuss her transfer to another institution, yes or no?
No.
Well, just 1 week after your meeting, Ms. Maxwell was transferred from a low security federal institution to a minimum security prison camp. Were you involved with that transfer?
When, as I've talked about before, in the time leading up to me going down to meet with her, we learned that she was receiving threats. It turned out.
I'm going to interrupt you for a matter of time because.
Okay, well, it's not a question I can answer apparently in the time you're giving me.
I'm going to tell you this because I deal with issues of criminal justice. When people are under threats in a Bureau of Prison facility, they're put into solitary confinement or protective. They're not moved to a camp.
That's not always true.
It is.
You're
Well,
just
what
wrong.
what is true is someone that is accused of child sex trafficking under the Bureau of Prison's own policies is not put in a facility like this that seems clearly like a reward. The Department of Justice is also responsible that powerful corporations play by the same rules.
That's why.
Let's take the
That's why they
proposed
call
merger
it
between
jail,
Paramount Warner Brothers and
bitch.
Discovery.
That's what it
This
do.
is no ordinary transaction. It was a proposed $111 billion
Better
merger
find you a
involving
big
two of the last
bitch to
remaining
protect you, goddamn.
As Deputy
That's
Attorney
what
General
it
and
do.
later Acting Attorney General, you exercise oversight of the Antitrust Division. You approved the decision to close the department's investigation into that merger, yes or no?
I was part of the decision. I
Yes,
don't know
you were
whether-
involved in that.
You don't
That's a
even let
yes.
me answer.
That bitch better learn how to suck some big fat old rough titties if she was scared in jail. She was getting some threat. That bitch better learn how to fold some old saggy coochie into some tacos and suck them real good instead of preying on some young girl's kitty cat. That bitch better learn how to suck on some rough and tough, old, gnarled up wolf pussy and get her some protection in jail. The fuck going on in here? That's why they called it prison, bitch. That's what it do when you break the law. You suffer the consequences of your actions. Fuck you. What fuck we? Well, yeah. Well, I heard that she was getting threats. Oh, okay. And what? And what? But what happened to the people who were giving news accounts of all the extra privileges that she has been getting in Camp Cupcake? The people who were actually sentenced to go to Camp Cupcake, who was dropping dime on the extra privileges that Ghislaine Maxwell was getting in Camp Cupcake. You know what happened to them? They were thrown into prisons that Ghislaine Maxwell was sentenced to for dropping dime on Ghislaine Maxwell. It is has been reported that they have gotten thrown into rougher prisons for dropping dime on Ghislaine Maxwell. Because Ghislaine Maxwell has been reported that the warden is her motherfucking secretary and doing her paperwork and doing her copy work and all of this type of shit. Ghislaine Maxwell got the warden doing all of her secretarial work. And when this got out, they threw the people who were actually sentenced to Camp Cupcake knocked into a rougher prison where now their lives are really in jeopardy. Catch that. But is Todd Blanche worried about these women? I think not.
Answer, man.
Did the career attorneys? I went to general. This is no ordinary transaction. It was a proposed $111 billion merger involving two of the last remaining legacy Hollywood studios. As Deputy Attorney General and later Acting Attorney General, you exercised oversight of the Antitrust Division. You approved the decision to close the department's investigation into that merger, yes or no?
I was part of the decision. I
yes,
don't know
you were involved in that.
You don't even
yes.
let me answer, man.
Did
That's
the career attorneys who investigated that deal recommend closing that investigation?
I didn't have a conversation with the career, but as I was saying
I didn't
earlier,
ask you that. I asked you, did the career attorneys who investigate the deal recommend closing the investigation?
I have no idea what they
You were in charge of that department, yet you have no idea. Well,
I didn't say I had no idea. It's no idea about the question you asked, but what the career attorney's view was.
You do not know what the career attorney's view was.
I'm not sure what the view was with respect to closing it or not closing it.
Let me tell you why ethics laws that bind you about the appearance of impropriety are so damning in this case. On the same day that Paramount shareholders voted to approve the merger, David Ellison, the head of the acquiring company, hosted a dinner that you attended honoring the President of the United States. While you were at that dinner, the DOJ was still investigating a merger. Did you speak with Mr. Ellison on that evening?
No.
Did you discuss with anyone involved in that organization that evening the department's ongoing investigations?
No.
Well, 6 weeks later, after that dinner, that investigation was closed, that you're stating you have no idea if the attorneys in charge even finished their investigation.
That's not what I said.
What did you say?
You asked me a question about whether the attorneys recommended that the investigation be closed, and I said I wasn't sure. That's different than what you just threw back at me.
Do you believe that creates an appearance of impropriety that you were at a dinner?
No.
Okay. The Justice Department ethics rules are very clear about avoiding the appearance of impropriety. In a case like this, I don't think that's appearance of impropriety. I think that's improper. That the connected and the powerful are getting a chance to rub shoulders. It would seem appropriate that you avoid those kind of appearances in dinners like that.
Every appearance or dinner or speech that I give are cleared by ethics officials.
So your attendance at that dinner was cleared by ethics officials?
Everything that I do.
I didn't ask you everything you do. Was your appearance at that dinner
You
cleared?
can ask the questions, but you cannot control my ansers. I'm under oath, and I can answer the questions. I choose to answer them.
Were you
so what I will
approved
tell
to
you is
approve?
when I do
Yes
things
or
outside-
no?
when I
Were
do
you
things-
approved
when
by
I do
ethics?
things outside of the department, whether it's a speech, whether it's a dinner, whether it's an event, they're approved by ethics officials.
You did not answer whether that attendance was approved.
Every time I go out, it's approved. Yes.
You know, Lincoln, it was said about him that if you want to see the true character of a man, don't view him in adversity, give him power. I believe you've had a lot of power. And so we don't have to speculate about what has been revealed with your time in that office. We don't need to worry about what kind of attorney general. You've already had that power. This isn't a job interview like usually. You've sat before this committee before. You've made promises time and time again before. You got the job, actually, to be the number 2 and the acting director. So this isn't a confirmation hearing. This is more of a performance review. And clearly, when it comes to the treatment of Epstein victims, when it comes to politically motivated prosecutions, when it comes from avoiding appearance of impropriety with corporations, you failed. You're asking this body for a promotion. And you've spent today making a lot of promises to follow the law, promises to be independent, promises to serve the American people and not the president. But we don't need your promises. We have your record. We have watched you exercise one of the greatest powers entrusted to any public servant. And what have you shown us? 1,200 victims waiting for justice. What have you shown us? There's 2 prosecutions. While the people involved, the victims, are waiting for action, one of the people prosecuted gets the most cushy arrangement possible after you visit with her. Again and again, you seem to be favoring the interests of a president and the powerful. You've chosen Trump over truth. You've chosen corporations over the Constitution. And you failed to meet the test. I'll say this in closing. This is why your nomination should fail. The Attorney General's client is not the president. It's the American people. You've been protecting one man for most of your career, for years and years and years. He has demonstrated himself to put undue pressure. This is why he was impeached. This is why he was criminally indicted. If your record and your testimony today should show us anything, it should show you, in my opinion, that you should not be confirmed to this job.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Before I commence with my questions, I've been asked by Chairman Grassley to enter something into the record. On behalf of Senator Grassley, I'd like to enter into the record a letter supporting Mr. Blanche's nomination. This is from the Newark Police Superior Officers Association, which represents the leaders of the Newark, New Jersey Police Department. The letter touts Mr. Blanche's experience, character, temperament, and leadership. It goes on to state, quote, Mr. Blanche has consistently demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the rule of law, the fair administration of justice, and the constitutional rights afforded to every citizen, including the due process rights of law enforcement officers. Throughout his distinguished legal career, he has earned a reputation for integrity, professionalism, sound judgment, and respect for the rule of law. These qualities are essential for the nation's chief law enforcement officer, close quote. Without objection, I will enter this into the record. Mr. Blanche.
We're gonna go forward. We're not gonna waste our time with this bullshit and lies. Let's continue. Okay. Here we go.
Can you repeat that, Senator?
So that seems like a pretty darn good deal. I see my time's expired. I believe Senator Padilla is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Padilla from California. This should be interesting.
Blanche, welcome.
This link is in my description box. You can certainly entertain yourself with the whole thing under Todd Blanche confirmation day 1.
Every human life is sacred.
Can you repeat that, Senator? Sorry.
Do you believe that every human life is sacred?
Yes.
So do I. A lot of my colleagues have made remarks about our colleague who recently passed. This last week, we've also seen Lorenzo Salgado Araujo fatally shot by an ICE agent during an enforcement operation in Houston. Earlier this week, Juan Sebastian Guerrero was killed in another fatal ICE-involved shooting in Maine. I'm not here to debate immigration policy or how immigration enforcement has been conducted by this administration. My questions are specific to law enforcement policy and best practices. Given that these are officer-involved shootings, federal officer-involved shootings, what role should the Department of Justice play in ensuring independent and transparent review and investigations over these incidents?
It depends on the agency that the law enforcement officer was a member of. So if it's a FBI agent as opposed to an ICE agent or an HSI agent, and the role that we should play depends. It depends on the conduct. Normally, each agency has their own procedures for investigating any type of shooting, and it usually involves their inspector general or an internal office. At some point along the way, the DOJ.
I don't want to catch you up too quickly here, but I want to come back to that point. Sure. First, ask should state and local law enforcement be involved in ensuring that there's an independent investigation of these incidents?
I mean, it depends. I think there's a lot of times when state and locals should definitely be involved, but I don't think unequivocally state and local have to be involved for independence. Of course not.
Here's the bottom line why I'm asking these two questions. Because in prior incidents, you referenced Minnesota earlier in your testimony, Alex Preddy and Renee Good were also fatally shot. And as far as we can tell, it's been months and months, there's been no justice in these cases. As far as I can tell, those officers were not fired. They have not faced any charges. So it does undermine any confidence anybody should have in the Department of Homeland Security's ability, through the Inspector General or otherwise, to investigate its own. So I come back to the question, what should the role of the Department of Justice be when there's federally officer-involved shootings?
Well, I very much disagree with the statement you just made. The mere passage of time between January and today doesn't mean there's no justice. It doesn't mean that so these investigations do take time. And as Senator Klobuchar talked about, and it's her state, we meaning the federal government, have worked with the state and locals in that case.
Move on to other issues, but here's what I see. No justice, clear justice, and I get investigations take time, but no justice. In those two cases, what we have seen is people continuing to die, not just in detention facilities, but on the streets of America. Next topic, coming back to January 6th. There have been several of my colleagues who have asked about the quote-unquote slush fund. Do you personally believe that someone who forcibly entered the U.S. Capitol and assaulted law enforcement should be rewarded with taxpayer money? Yes or no?
I can't answer it yes or no, but if you want the answer, I think that the fund that doesn't exist anymore set up parameters where, no, somebody that you just described would likely not recover.
Which brings me to my other point, because several members have asked, and I know Senator Tillis specifically focused on the weaponization slush fund and language versus declarations versus appropriations bills on how to undo this. I also need to be clear that January 6ers should not be able to seek payouts from other sources, including the Federal Tort Claims Act. Do you commit to vigorously defending taxpayer money from being paid out to January 6 riders, those who were convicted of their involvement with January 6, regardless of the source of funding from the Department of Justice?
You're talking about a statute that exists and allows anybody to seek to file a suit against the United States. So I can tell you we always vigorously defend our cases, but I can't speak to a particular case.
We know this is hypothetical. There's been at least 4 letters that I've signed on to, along with Senators Durbin, Klobuchar, and Whitehouse, asked earlier about the status of January 6 riders seeking payouts from the department. When can we expect responses to those letters?
When you say status, you mean those that have filed cases in court? I don't know what that means.
The status of their request for payouts being reviewed, approved, or not?
I think anybody, including January 6 defendants, can file a claim under the Federal Tort Claims Act, and I think some of them have. Those cases are ongoing. They're publicly available on ECF.
And I know some people would suggest, well, they've all been pardoned for their crimes on January 6, and so this may be fair game. Are you aware that at least 97 January 6ers have been accused of new crimes since January 6, 2021, including violent crimes, by the way, child molestation, etc.? That sounds like the worst of the worst to me.
If anybody commits a crime, they should be investigated, arrested, and prosecuted. So if you're talking about people that committed federal crimes and they happen to have been pardoned before, they should be arrested and prosecuted. Yes.
Well, I look forward to that as well, and we'll follow up in questions for the record. Mr. Blanche, during our courtesy meeting a few weeks ago, you said that, quote, independence of the department was a misnomer in the context of the Department of Justice because the president sets policies and priorities, and your view, the Department of Justice must enforce the law in a way that carries out the president's goals. Do you recall that conversation?
Yeah, I definitely did not say that, but nice try.
No, that's exactly what I recall from our conversation. So I want to be on the record saying,
I'm happy to tell you what I said to help your record.
So the Department of Justice should be independent or not?
I think as I said earlier, the Department of Justice is under the executive branch. If confirmed, I will be member of the president's cabinet. So absolutely, my obligation is the American people and the rule of law. So but that being said, I am a member of the cabinet of the president of the United States.
We'll talk about the if confirmed in a minute, but let me also point out the Department of Justice's own website states right on the homepage that what the department's core missions is independence and impartiality. So let me bring a specific example. Last fall, President Trump issued a statement for National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, where he said, quote, I'm steadfastly devoted to uplifting survivors of domestic violence and ensuring they know they are never alone and that help and support are always within reach, end quote. Sounds like a statement that we'd all agree with. But the Office of Violence Against Women is a vital component of the Department of Justice that administers grants to organizations that provide services for victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, dating violence, and stalking. It provides critical resources to organizations that support victims. Yes or no? Are you aware that the office is substantially delayed in notifying grant recipients of awards that were intended to begin October 1st of last year?
We are rolling grants out on a rolling basis, and we continue to do so. We will continue to do so. We didn't have the grants authorized till January of this year.
And it's now July. It's been 6 months. Next yes or no question. Are you aware that as a result of the delays, many organizations have been forced to lay off staff and reduce services for domestic violence victims? Yes or no?
I am not aware of that, no.
Okay. Happy to provide you information in cases. Are you aware that many notices of funding opportunities for the fiscal year 26 have yet to be posted for grants that are supposed to begin on October 1st of this year?
I know that we are posting, that we are caught up from the last fiscal year. The budget wasn't approved until January of this year. We had to finish last year's first. We're putting them out every single day.
It's been 6 months. Are you aware that multiple congressional offices from both sides of the aisle, this is not partisan, on a bipartisan basis, have reached out to the office about delays and have not been given any concrete timeline despite the real and substantial impact that these delays are having on domestic violence services?
That's not true. I've testified publicly about it on multiple occasions, and we have given a timeline. I just gave you the timeline today, which is that we're doing it every day on a rolling basis. We're caught up to last year's, and we're moving forward, and we anticipate having all of them done by the end of this fiscal year.
Every other state, for that matter, can know when to expect their funding. I know my time is running out. Let me just end with this. Mr. Blanche, it's the duty of the Attorney General of the United States to, quote, operate free from partisan consideration and protect citizens' rights to equal justice. But what I've heard today fails to inspire much confidence in your ability to carry out that duty or to put federal law before loyalty to the president. I add to that facts from the judiciary. District courts in 31 cases have recognized that the administration has violated court rulings. The Solicitor General refusing to abide by court rulings circuit court rulings that they disagree with. In immigration cases alone, the administration has admitted violating court orders in the District of New Jersey alone more than 50 times. This does not sound like a Department of Justice. The American people deserve better. And a lot of nominees come before us and say, well, if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed, then this or that. I'm not buying that. I know you're not confirmed for the top spot. You're acting at the top spot. You were the number 2 from nearly the beginning of the term. Yes, a lot of this accountability falls on your shoulders. The American people deserve an Attorney General who put the Constitution above political retribution. I don't think you're fit for this job. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll go next to Senator Moody. Before we do that, I've been asked by Senator Grassley, the chairman, to enter into the record a letter supporting Mr. Blanche's nomination from the United Coalition of Public Safety, which represents many of the nation's largest law enforcement organizations and tens of thousands of law enforcement officers across the country. The letter highlights both Mr. Blanche's qualifications to serve as Attorney General and his unique approach to the criminal justice system. It states, quote, we believe Mr. Blanche will serve with honor, fairness, and a steadfast commitment to the rule of law. His leadership will undoubtedly enhance collaboration between law enforcement and the Department of Justice, ensuring that our communities remain safe while reinforcing public confidence in our own system. Without objection, this letter will be admitted into the record. And Senator Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again and get to talk with you about your nomination, Mr. Blanche. And everything that I warned about in my introduction seems to be proving true, that good faith and nuance is just going to be thrown out the door as a price to be paid for clicks and tweets and promotion of some partisan agenda today, because I cannot quote from one Democrat in the room.
Bitch, bye.
Well, my law firm was paid that much. I had 6 or 7 lawyers.
Well, that was in your financial disclosures. I don't have a problem.
No, I did. I was paid it. Sorry. I'm saying it went to my law firm. I had employees.
Right. It's been
hundreds and hundreds of fraudsters just this year alone, and we got a lot. And all they're doing, and there's no patient.
That's good.
And all they're doing,
Let me
and
see
there's no patient group. So fraudsters that have set up everything. He was happy to be disappointed in the country. Is that what we can say that generals have been given and that a lot of seats there.
In general, I want to talk to you a little bit about the anti-weaponization fund. Just by way of background, you've had a long-standing relationship, of course, with President Trump. Served as his personal.
Do you guys see the poll in the chat? Put a 1 in the chat if you see the poll.
Right. And in the course of your representation of the president, you earned over $9 million, correct?
Well, my law firm was paid that much. I had 6 or 7 lawyers.
Well, that was in your financial disclosures. I don't have a problem.
No, I did. I was paid it. Sorry. I'm saying it went to my law firm. I had employees.
Right.
Put one in the chat
It's
if you
been
see
raised
the
that you have
poll.
a close relationship with the president, but you're entitled to that, and the president is entitled to appoint as Attorney General a person in whom he has some trust. So that's not an issue for me. But on the anti-weaponization fund, there is the question of whether a president who is suing the taxpayers, the IRS, for $10 billion, and where his formerly personal lawyer is representing the taxpayers, is there a conflict of interest? And my understanding is that before you actually got here, you did get ethics training when you were, after you were acting Deputy Attorney General, correct?
Yes.
And my understanding is that you were advised that you should not be engaged in matters that affected President Trump in his individual capacity. Is that correct?
No, I'm not sure what your understanding is based upon, but no. There's very clear ethics rules that I was required to follow that I do follow.
It's based on the letter from Mr. Terrell, and you received normal ethics training.
Yes.
And normal ethics includes that you do not represent someone with whom you have been representing them before in a personal matter, right?
I'm not trying to get uber technical, but there are very technical rules around the ethics requirements, and I follow them.
All right. Well, maybe you could provide us with what the ethical materials
I can tell you
were
right
that
now
were
if you're
provided.
interested.
What I'd like you to do is send us the materials. Let me go on. If you had an issue, there was a dispute involving, say, Paramount, would you have a lawyer from the Justice Department who owned $9 million in stock negotiate on behalf of the government with that company?
It depends on as long as there was an ethical and no reason there was no conflict.
So if I had $9 million in stock with Paramount, I'm representing the people. There's an adverse relationship, adversarial relationship. You'd let me negotiate on behalf of the people when the outcome of those negotiations would have an impact on my stock price?
Sorry, I just want to understand your hypo. If a lawyer for the Department of Justice has $9 million in Paramount stock, they should not be on that case.
Right.
I agree. Yes.
Okay. And, you know, what happened here with the president that's so mystifying to many of us, it would be analogous if the governor of Vermont sued the Department of Taxes for $10 billion. And we don't appoint attorney generals, but in New Hampshire they do, but let's say we did. And the governor's formerly personal attorney.
There's no comparison.
Let me finish my question. The governor sues the Department of Taxes for $10 billion. His former personal attorney, who's now appointed attorney general, negotiates with the Department of Taxes and ends up settling by setting up a fund in the control, essentially, of the governor for $1.776 billion. That doesn't sound fishy to you?
Well, the hypo you just described, I don't think it's appropriate to use the word fishy. It's either ethical or not ethical,
Well,
and there's
you know
no.
what? Vermonters would just say it stinks. I mean, that is truly bizarre. The chief executive gets his appointed person who was formerly his personal attorney to negotiate on his behalf, where at the end of the day, taxpayers are going to pay. So I'll just leave it at that.
The other thing I'll correct, though, is you use the word as if I negotiated. I wasn't part of the negotiation, which I've said before.
Your department is. You had to sign
Yes,
off.
that's true.
That is your signature.
Yes, that is
So
my signature.
I mean, look, you're at the top of the pile here. So
Yes.
you don't get involved in all the phone calls and all the details. But at the end of the day, you have to do due diligence and satisfy yourself that you in good faith can sign off on the agreement.
Correct.
And you did. So
Yes.
that is your responsibility. And I'm sure you accept
Oh, I do have responsibility for it.
That's
I agree
right.
with that. Yes.
All right. And, you know, let's talk about the pardons. I understand the president, any president, has total authority to pardon anyone he or she wants. And that includes commuting sentences and it includes restoration of gun rights. You know who Liz Oyer is.
Yes.
And you know who Mel Gibson is.
Yes.
All right. Mel Gibson was convicted of domestic violence. What he did was he punched his then girlfriend in the teeth, threatened her with a gun, while she had their infant in her arms. Now, it's the president's decision. He can restore Mr. Gibson's gun rights. That's not your decision. But my understanding is you had a pardon attorney who, when requests were made to restore gun rights to domestic abusers, they'd be vetted. Mental health issues, other issues, and that's because 500% increase in homicide rates of domestic abusers who have guns. You asked, or one of your people asked, Liz Oyer, to provide a letter that basically said, okay, we can restore his gun rights. Is that correct?
That happened the day I was starting. I know
was
Ms.
2
Oyer
days.
has claimed that
It was 2 days after.
I know that Ms. Oyer has claimed that had anything to do with her firing. I didn't even know of that. I know nothing about Mel Gibson or that letter when I fired her. Nothing.
So why did you fire her?
For a number of reasons. For one,
Were there 2 days?
Yes, for a number of reasons. It had nothing to do with Mel Gibson. the decisions that she had made as pardon attorney in the weeks and months leading up to the end of President Biden's term were completely inconsistent with President Trump's authority, including recommending commuting every single individual on death row, which even President Biden didn't do.
I'll let the Americans be the jury of whether that sounds right. But 2 days after you were there, she got fired. She was told to do a letter that was basically going to validate the decision the president had made to.
Now, this is what we were watching earlier on Todd Blanche hearing day 2. This is the content of what he had no idea all of the sudden. He was very clear on why she was fired. It had to do with Mel Gibson.
Restore gun rights to a man who smashed his girlfriend's mouth, threatened her with a gun, and did it with her holding their infant.
And had nothing to do with why she was fired. Right. By the way. Nothing.
Now, what also is documented is that she was going to testify here in Congress before a roundtable, and people were dispatched, federal marshals, to go to her home at night. It turns out she was not there. Her 11-year-old son was there alone. And fortunately, at the very last minute, that access to her house, or that the trip to her house, was canceled.
That's not true. I mean, if you want me to answer with the truth, I can.
What part of it is not true?
When we learned that she was going to testify about privileged communications, like we do anytime a former employee is going to violate their ethical duties, we drafted a letter. We tried to serve that letter on her via email. We tried to contact her. She would not answer her phone. Okay. So the way the Department of Justice serves people in every case is with Deputy United States Marshals. We endeavored to do that, and then she accepted service.
Thank you. I'll go on. Kash Patel, I do want to go back to my colleague, Senator Weiss, has some concern. I have concerns about him because of the reports about his drinking, about the incredibly bad morale there. But I'm not going to ask you on that. You are a supervisor, so obviously you have some responsibility to be reviewing this behavior.
I don't think he has any issues drinking. He has no issues with morale.
All right, here's what is very clear. He was at the White House for 8 hours, and this is after a report came out in the New York Times that talked about the $400 million Qatari plane that was Air Force One not having certain deceptive defensive capabilities, and issued subpoenas to reporters demanding that they turn over their news sources. I happen to believe it's extremely important to protect the right of the press to have confidential sources in order to get out information that is absolutely in the public interest. Do you support Mr. Patel's efforts to subpoena and get reporters under the grill to disclose who their confidential sources are?
The Department of Justice requires that I authorize it, which I did. And those reporters, we're not targeting reporters. They're material witnesses, just like a reporter would be a material witness to a car crash. Yeah, they are witnesses. And so,
in the question you want to ask them is who were their sources? That goes to the heart of the First Amendment.
No, the question we want to ask them is who provided them with classified national security information, which everybody in this body should want to protect. I would hope.
Senator Hawley. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, good to see you.
You too, Senator.
You're getting towards the end here. Are you still sure you want this job?
I do, Senator.
Good. All right, good. Well, that was a rhetorical question, but I'm glad the answer is yes. I want to start with Jack Smith and the latest revelations of his illegalities, which seem to have no end. I mean, listen, I've had my text messages, did have my text messages by him scooped up, read. Who knows what he did with them? I've had my cell phone monitored. He tracked my income.
What is there to do with your text messages? Why are you so afraid of what happened with your text messages on January 6th? Your text messages from January 6th while you were running out of the White House like a little bitch after you stood in front of the Capitol giving the rioters a big fist pump, and then was running through the halls of Congress like a little hoe trying to escape the rioters. Josh Hawley.
Calls, my outgoing calls. He tracked my metadata. He tracked my location. I mean, Lord knows what else. The part that really offends me, though, is that he didn't just do it to me and members of Congress. He did it to ordinary Americans. I've had Missourians come to me and say, I had FBI agents show up at my door, knock on my door and say, were you in Washington, D.C. in January of 2021? These are people who did nothing wrong. They weren't even here. They come to me and they said, what is going on? What am I going to do? I can't afford an attorney. What really gets me at the end of the day is he lies about it. I mean, he has lied and lied about it. And I want to just make good that claim.
Oh my God! As we have Palantir and all of these big tech companies in all of our data, as we have all of these data companies scraping all of our data, and we have no way of stopping them from scraping all of our data. And all of these buffoons sitting in the Senate and Congress say nothing as they fill their pockets and agree to let them do this. Get the fuck out of my face with this bullshit.
Has been, especially under
You said when you was the Chairman, Mr. Blanche.
for which so long has been relegated to a second-class status, end of quote, without objection, that'll be entered in the record. Senator Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, you represented the president at least three criminal cases, the hush money payment case in New York, the January 6th case, and the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. You said when you appeared last before this committee, you would consult with ethics lawyers about that apparent conflict of interest in handling any case involving the president, having been his personal counsel. Did you consult with Joseph Terrell, a senior ethics lawyer at the department?
I believe I met with Mr. Terrell, yes.
Did Mr. Terrell tell you that ethics laws and policies required that you not be involved in cases involving your prior representation of the president?
Yes.
So in those three matters, hush money payment case, January 6th case, Mar-a-Lago case, you were to recuse yourself.
I'm recused, correct. Well, by the way, the
So-
cases are not ongoing, Senator, but to the extent there's any work around those cases, yes, I'm recused.
So you said to CPAC a couple months ago, the other things that are happening, there is not a single man or woman at the Department of Justice who had anything to do with those prosecutions, meaning the prosecution of the president. So you're saying that it's not a conflict of interest for you to be involved in the firing of prosecutors who prosecuted your client, your former client? There's no conflict there? Is that
No, there is. I wasn't involved.
So
would be a
at
conflict.
CPAC, you're taking credit for the firing of these Department of Justice lawyers, but you're not willing to take responsibility before this committee. Is that the case?
No,
Okay.
I'm making, I said, there's a
But you
statement I
were,
gave
you
at
were
CPAC.
bragging about this at CPAC, the firing of these prosecutors, the firing of the FBI agents, the getting rid of everyone who investigated your client. You were proud of that, speaking for the Department of Justice, but you don't think that's a conflict of interest. You moved to vacate, I don't think you're going to deny involvement in this, you moved to vacate the convictions of 12 Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, which erased their convictions, restored their gun rights. These people were convicted in the January 6th investigation, which also involved the president who you represented. You were involved in dismissing those cases, were you not?
I'm the acting attorney general. So yes, my department moved to dismiss. I was not
So
involved.
you didn't recuse yourself from that matter. You were
No,
willing?
there's no reason to, from the Proud Boys matter?
Yes, it was.
Lawyer, you know the rules.
it
There
was
are rules that say when I
yes,
have to
there
be
are
recused,
rules.
and that's not one of them.
And there are rules. And when you're told to recuse yourself from investigations
I
that
always
you
do.
handle for the president, you're supposed to recuse yourself.
No, when I
So
represented
have
the president.
you've also said, you've also refused to release volume 2 of the special counsel's report. That was an investigation into the Mar-a-Lago documents case. How is that not an abundant conflict of interest? Refusing to release to the public an investigative report of an investigation into your client.
I am not a judge, a federal judge.
No.
has said
The
it cannot be
department's
released.
position under you, Mr. Blanche, was do not release the report.
So that position,
If you went into court asking them to release it, it would be released by now. So how is that not a patent conflict of interest?
what you're saying happens to not be true. I did not do that. What you're talking about happened before
So
I
you
became the deputy
support the
attorney general.
release of volume 2?
No, I don't, but I'm recused and it had nothing to do with that case. Like you can't accuse me of violating my ethical rules and then lie about what I did.
So you had nothing to do with the decision to prohibit the release of the report. You had nothing to do with the
I wasn't in
department's
court.
position.
I
No, I'm
wasn't
not
the
asking whether
deputy-
you were in court. I'm asking you whether anyone sought your opinion or used your guidance in refusing to release volume 2.
When
You're
that
saying you had nothing to
litigation,
do with
when
that
that
decision?
litigation was ongoing, I was a private citizen, still representing the president of the United States. It was before March. Since March, to the extent there's been anything in front of that judge,
Mr. Blanche,
I've been part of
I
it.
asked you in your last confirmation hearing whether you would release the report. Your answer was no. Your answer was not, I will recuse myself. Your answer was no, I will not release the report. That was your testimony last before this committee. You subsequently were advised by ethics lawyers not to be involved in these matters, but it appears you were involved in these matters. Let me ask you about another matter.
I
You
wasn't
were-
involved.
Well,
You can't
let
say
me-
it
let me-
appears I was
okay,
involved
all
when
right,
I said I
let
wasn't.
me ask you about another one you have your name on.
Jeez, the truth has to matter at some
Yeah,
point.
it does matter. We just don't hear much of it from you. But let me ask you about another matter you have your name on. I don't think you can deny responsibility here, and that is the IRS settlement agreement. So you put your name on this. That absolves the president of tax liabilities in the past. The president was convicted in the case you represented him in of falsifying business records in part for tax purposes. Does this settlement not absolve the president of any liability for tax crimes associated with what he's already been convicted of?
That's not what he was convicted of. It not having to do with
Well,
for tax
I'm happy to
purposes.
read the statement of facts. The participants took steps that mischaracterized for tax purposes the true nature of the payments made in furtherance of the scheme.
So you know,
The
Mr.
participant
Blanche,
there was not the president. It was somebody else.
well, if the president is conspiring with others to falsify business records to help them cheat on taxes, he is also exposed to liability. You know that as well as I do.
He can't be audited for that.
And of course he can be. Of course he can be. And he can be prosecuted for it. But the agreement you signed on behalf of your former client, on behalf of your current client, in a staggering example of self-dealing prohibits that. Let me ask you this. Does this tax agreement, this addendum you signed, also hold him harmless from any audit or tax liability with respect to the billions in crypto money he made in his first year as president?
It's not forward-looking. So to the extent there are taxes filed by the president or his sons or the Trump organization after the date of that agreement, there's no protection.
Well, but before that agreement. So any
So he hasn't filed taxes
so
yet
any-
for money he made last year, right? So
Yes.
no.
So if he
no protection.
if he filed tax returns this year for money he earned last year, that his sons earned, that his World Liberty Financial, all those people earned and defrauded taxpayers on it, he faces no liability under this
No
agreement you
evidence, there's
signed.
no evidence taxpayers were defrauded, and he
But
is not
there is
protected.
there's
He is
evidence in
not
this
protected.
agreement that
He's not
you've
protected.
absolved him of any liability over.
No, I
it.
just said he's not absolved. So the
So
question
this
was,
agreement doesn't apply to a tax return filed last year
To
or
tax
filed this
returns
year.
to tax returns filed after the date of the agreement? No,
No,
it does not
before the
apply.
agreement. A tax return filed in this calendar year before this agreement.
Before the agreement, it applies, not
Yes,
after.
okay, so for a tax return filed this year for last year, for the billions he made, there's no tax liability, even if he cheats on his taxes or his kids do or his business do. He is absolved of that further potential liability.
No.
Well, it's in the plain language of your agreement. Did you write this language?
You
by
have
the
to
way?
use the facts, though,
Did
that he
you-
hasn't
did
filed
you-
taxes yet. So when he files taxes, there's no protection based upon this agreement.
Did you write this language?
Did I type it up myself?
Did you write this language?
No.
Well, you put your name to it.
I did.
So who wrote this?
I don't know the person that actually typed it. I don't know who it is.
Was
Someone
it
within
was it
Department
one
of
of the
Justice.
president's lawyers or was it someone from the Justice Department or IRS?
This document would have been
Yes.
somebody within the Department of Justice.
Well, you have no idea who that is.
I don't know the name of the person that typed
And
it up.
did you debate with them the statute of limitations, which clearly would preclude the president's claim, this $10 billion lawsuit?
We had extensive discussions internally about the underlying litigation.
And did you reject the statute of limitations defense?
I'm not a judge. I don't reject.
But you
things, and
signed an
there was-
agreement
there
for
was-
the
there was
U.S.
discussion around
You
the
signed an
litigation.
agreement for the U.S. basically indicating that the Justice Department
I had my volume out. It's one of these new people that we are hiring on at the DOJ because we have gone through thousands of DOJ attorneys who are leaving the DOJ because we are doing things so unprofessionally that thousands of DOJ attorneys are leaving that we are having to hire DOJ attorneys like ICE. We're having to hire them by giving them sign-on bonuses. Why I don't know the person's name. I'm telling you that I sat down with them and I had discussions with them face to face, but I can't tell you their name because I don't know these people. The experienced professional DOJ attorneys, they have all left. So God knows who I sat down and have this discussion with about this. I can't tell you their name. I don't know these people. I want you to believe that. Do you believe this bullshit?
Doesn't matter.
I did. That's not what I said. I didn't say that anywhere. It's internally about the underlying litigation.
And did you reject the statute of limitations defense?
I'm not a judge. I don't reject.
But
things,
you
and
signed an agreement for the
there was
U.S.
discussion around
You signed an agreement for the U.S. basically indicating that the Justice Department's position that the statute of limitations applies doesn't matter.
I did. That's not what I said. I didn't say that anywhere.
Who rejected the 25 defenses the IRS had to this?
I don't know the person that actually typed it. I don't know who it is.
Was it one of the president's lawyers or was it someone from the Justice Department or IRS?
This document would have been somebody within the Department of Justice.
Well, you have no idea who that is.
I don't know the name of the person that typed it up.
And did you debate with them
the statute of limitations, which clearly would preclude the president's claim, this $10 billion lawsuit?
We had extensive discussions internally about the underlying litigation.
And did you reject the statute of limitations defense?
I'm not a judge. I don't reject.
But you
things, man.
signed an
There was-
agreement
there
for
was-
the
there was
U.S.
discussion around
You
the
signed an
litigation.
agreement for the U.S. basically indicating that the Justice Department's position that the statute of limitations applies doesn't matter.
I did. That's not what I said. I didn't say that anywhere.
Who rejected the 25 defenses the IRS had to this sham lawsuit? Who rejected them? Who said that these defenses we're not going to accept? We're just going to go with the president's agreement in the slush fund.
There was
this immunity.
There was a lot of discussion internally.
But you made the
about
decision.
case. What's the decision? What do you mean?
You made the decision to not defend the IRS and the Justice Department. You made the decision and said to sign this slush fund agreement.
We made the
with
decision to settle the case, correct?
Yeah. And in doing that, you basically decided that you were going to be the lawyer for the president and the lawyer for the IRS and the Justice Department. As the court found in this
No.
case, there was no adversarial relationship.
Yes,
The
there
court
was.
found it was a sham. It was a collusive relationship. And what I don't understand, Todd Blanche, what happened to the Todd Blanche who was a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York? What happened to the prosecutor people had respect for? What happened to the prosecutor who once respected the rule of law? What happened to the prosecutor who said that there wouldn't be a whiff of political partisanship and then prosecutes the president's enemies over Seychelles cases, over making a video stating the plain law and Constitution? What happened to the Todd Blanche of the Southern District of New York that could convert him into you, someone willing to say the president has both the right and the duty to prosecute his political enemies? I cannot
never
imagine
said that.
the Todd Blanche of the old days would have ever done that. What happened to you, Todd Blanche? I'll tell you this. I think Robert Caro had it right when he said that power doesn't corrupt as much as it reveals. I suspect it's just revealed who you are. And who you are is someone willing to sacrifice everything you once believed in for that title, for that position of Attorney General. And it is a sad story that we have seen from Trump appointee after appointee after appointee. We have seen people compromise themselves little by little and then a lot by a lot until they're sitting before this committee and trying to justify the unjustifiable. I yield back.
Slap, slap, slappity, slap, slap, slap in the face. I do not want to hear anything Ted Cruz have to add, because Ted Cruz is a unserious person, in my opinion. Now, there is one more hearing that I do have on deck. If you guys are interested in hearing it, that was so silly. That was so egregious. It is for the DNI, for Director of National Intelligence, for Tulsi Gabbard's spot. That will be over all 18 of our national security spots. Do you want to see the person who is interviewing for that spot? Please tell me yes, you want to see that. Please tell me yes. Let's check that out. The DNI spot. Let's check that out. How about that? We're just gonna cruise through that for a little bit. Let's cruise through that real quickly. Let's start right here. This will be in my description box under J. Clayton, DNI confirmation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Clayton, welcome. Congratulations on your nomination. You have an obligation to be honest and forthright with this committee, correct? Yes. And is it the case in the Juan Orlando Hernandez case that the President of the United States pardoned a man who had worked with the Sinaloa cartel to facilitate massive narco trafficking into the United States?
I don't remember the specifics of that case.
He was
but
convicted in your district.
He was convicted.
Yeah.
We convict
Right.
a lot of people for a lot of drugs.
Convicted of narco trafficking, yes?
I believe so.
No, so at massive scale, yes?
Well, you're telling me what I know. That's kind of, he was, I believe, look, I'll take your word for it. He was a convicted narco trafficker.
Did the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, pardon a convicted narco trafficker?
I believe we just discussed that. The president provided a pardon, yes.
Yes or no? Did the President of
I
the
think
United States pardon a convicted narco trafficker?
Yes.
Who won the 2020 election?
I'm not going to do this with you.
This is a job interview. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee. Yes, you do have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee?
Yes.
Who won the 2020 election?
Like I said, I'm not going to get into that with you.
But you do have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee.
Is anything that I just said not honest or forthright?
Yes, you're not being honest or forthright. Who won the 2020
I think I've answered
election?
the question. We can keep doing this.
Well, we're going to keep doing it because you're not being honest and
No,
forthright.
I'm
with
not
the
going to
committee.
engage in the theater.
It's a simple question, Mr. Clayton.
And I've answered
Who
it.
won the 2020 presidential election?
I've answered it.
You're here asking for the support of senators to lead America's intelligence community. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with this committee and with the American public, but you refuse to answer a simple matter of fact about the 2020 election. Is that right?
No, that's not right.
Then answer the question. Who won the
I have
2020 election?
I have answered.
Answer it. What is your answer?
I've given you my answer.
What is your answer? You
What's your answer?
refuse to answer a basic question about who won a presidential election,
No,
but you asked to lead America's intelligence community? Isn't it humiliating to be unable to answer this question, to have to indulge the president's delusions? We know, you know, everybody in this room knows the truthful answer to that question. Why can you not give it?
I think I gave you the answer.
Are you aware that Director Gabbard was present at the Fulton County raid in Georgia earlier this year?
You discussed that with me yesterday in your office.
Are you aware that Director Gabbard was present at the Fulton County raid earlier this year?
You brought it to me, my attention.
What is going on here? You've said at the beginning of this, you have an obligation to be honest and forthright
saying
with the
it-
committee.
no,
I'm
you're-
asking a
you're-
very simple question. Are you
Actually, no,
aware
you're-
that Director
you're
Gabbard was
asking
present
me-
at the Fulton County raid earlier this year? Yes or no? Are you aware?
I was.
You won't answer that question either.
I just said I was made aware of it by you yesterday.
The first time you learned that Director Gabbard was present at
These are the people who your president wants at the top of the intelligence establishment, who is over the top of all 18 of the intelligence communities. These sycophants who can't even independently say who factually won the 2020 elections.
that raid was in my office yesterday?
It was the first time that in my recollection, I've thought about it recently. Now, was I aware of it before?
What? No. Are you aware?
I was.
You won't answer that question either.
I just said I was made aware of it by you yesterday.
The first time you learned that Director Gabbard was present at that raid was in my office yesterday?
It was the first time that in my recollection, I've thought about it recently. Now, was I aware of it before?
What?
You brought it to my attention yesterday.
Okay.
I had not.
So
thought-
you have not known
I had
until-
not thought about it until you brought it to my attention yesterday.
Your answers lack credibility. Your testimony lacks credibility. You're being evasive and you're not being candid or forthright. And everybody across the country is going to watch this and know that. Are you aware that former Director Gabbard testified that her presence at the raid was, quote, requested by the president?
I'm not aware of that until now.
Okay, you are now aware of that?
Yeah.
Are you aware that members of this committee are already probing Director Gabbard's potential misconduct in this matter?
No, I'm not privy to your probe.
Are you aware that the General Counsel and Deputy General Counsel of your office have already provided testimony to this committee regarding this matter?
No.
If the White House Chief of Staff or the President asks you to travel somewhere across the United States and oversee the execution of a domestic search warrant on a sensitive election facility, will you do it?
Sure will.
Is that appropriate? Is that appropriate for the Director of National Intelligence?
It will be inappropriate for me to answer a hypothetical question because I don't believe the president will ask me to do that.
A hypothetical?
We all know it's not appropriate.
Senator Ossoff, your
Director of
time has
National
expired.
Intelligence, will you answer the question?
Your time has expired.
Will you give him the opportunity to answer the question? Is this not material right now, sir? Is it appropriate for the Director of National Intelligence to oversee the execution of domestic search warrants at sensitive election facilities? Yes or no?
I think you're asking me, as you just said in your first comment to me.
Yes or no? Is it appropriate?
Look,
No?
You are asking me to comment on a matter that you just said was under investigation.
No, I'm asking
not
you-
gonna-
Okay, Senator
I'm not gonna
Ossoff, your time is expired.
Disqualified.
Vice Chairman, do you have anything to add? Senator King.
Senator Cotton, why you look so upset? Senator Cotton, it seems like you would want to know the answer to the question from this nominee who is going to be a part who heading the DHI. But you don't care because you guys know that the American public is about to crush the MAGAs and the Republicans, and you want to steal this midterm election. So you're willing to do anything, including have a bogus ass midterm election so you could win. Because there would be no other way that the Republicans would be able to win the midterm elections. Because you're disgusting people. Let's hear the rest of this hearing from this bumbling fool and these liars.
Today's hearing is an opportunity to consider Mr. Clayton's qualifications. So I'd like to welcome him and his wife Gretchen to the Senate Intelligence Committee.
And
Mr. Clayton, thank you for once.
Let's be clear. On both sides of the aisle, it was expected that this guy would be a shoo-in. But after his showing on yesterday, everybody was like, oh my God, what a piece of trash this bumbling idiot is. We're not going to go into the ass kissing and the lying. We're just gonna get into it. The link is in my description box under JPOW confirmation, DNI confirmation hearing. It is in my description box. Let's get into this.
But anteroom. And I'm going to start with where the chairman started. And I have addressed this before, but the process we've gone through to get you before this committee is really pretty remarkable. I can't think of any other instance in the history of this committee where a president sends a nominee up, and then in a bipartisan way, we say, we really want to move heaven and earth to get this nominee moving through quickly because of the importance of the position. And then the president decided that the Senate was moving too fast on his own nominee and pulls that nominee for a while, pulls down the hearing, and in the meantime blows up the FISA reauthorization process, which is critically important. Now, I know you had nothing to do with that, and we're probably as surprised as many of us. So I guess congratulations about getting finally in front of this committee. I also want to thank you for your partnership when you were SEC chairman and when we worked on investments in human capital. But when I last talked to you, This job is very different than anything I think you've done in your long career. And I'll have certain expectations of how you would perform the duties of D&I. These are expectations I make clear to all IC principals throughout my time on this committee, regardless of administration. First and foremost, as most know, this position of D&I was created after the events of 9/11. And as such, and Senator Collins had a large role in creating this position, it said law requires the D&I have extensive national security qualifications. Because if you get this job, you're going to have intimacy with all of the nation's top closely guarded secrets. Now, I know you've served in some very distinguished positions, SEC Chairman, U.S. Attorney for Southern District. I look forward to hearing how those positions will meet that qualification of extensive national security experience. Second, as I mentioned, the D&I has literally access to all our nation's secrets, things that are limited only to the Gang of Eight here in Congress. And I will hope that you will treat this sensitive information with the kind of respect and security it deserves. As members know, one of my greatest concerns with President Trump's appointment of Mr. Pulte as acting D&I is that Mr. Pulte had no national security experience. And if anything, what seemed to be his one qualification, he had a demonstrated record of releasing private, confidential mortgage information so we could weaponize it for political purposes. I can't think of a less qualified individual to be anywhere close to the D&I's role. In fact, there's already reporting about Mr. Pulte's plan to do what intelligence on elections, some that's based on how we might misuse some of that on some of our most sensitive sources. And just to understand how Mr. Pulte, and one of the reasons why I am anxious to get a permanent D&I, can end up figuring out what is appropriate or not appropriate since he's been in the job for only 3 weeks. And again, with no national security experience. Our nation's security depends on our ability to protect secrets and protect the people who gather those secrets, whether it's allies, partners, or assets we have recruited. Carelessly handling that information ultimately makes our country less safe. Lastly, I urge you to stand strong in protecting the most sacred of the IC principles, speaking truth to power. This commitment to truth is literally carved in stone at the CIA's headquarters. It is fundamental to not only the functioning and credibility of the IC, but also to the security of the American people. We have seen what happens when policymakers are allowed to shade intelligence for political reasons. It results in endless wars, tens of billions of dollars in wasted taxpayer dollars, and literally thousands of dead Americans. Unfortunately, we have seen repeated attempts because he feared it would make the president look bad. That's the absolute epitome of undermining speaking truth to power. To the former D&I, literally inserting herself into an active domestic law enforcement action in Fulton County and seizing voting machines in Puerto Rico. Nothing within the gambit of the D&I. It's about foreign intelligence and foreign interference. And in fact, recent reports suggest that the IC's annual analytic objective survey, where they go out to the whole IC community and say, how do you think things are going, shows a substantial increase in the number of IC employees who say they are concerned about the intelligence analysis being undermined by political interference. Again, the opposite of why your role was created and the opposite of what the goals of the IC should be. I hope that should you be confirmed, you will make it clear that this kind of politicization has no place in the intelligence community. And I ask that you treat the thousands of IC career staff who will be under your charge with the kind of respect and dignity they deserve. They are brave men and women who signed up to serve our country, and they never get the recognition that our men and women are in uniform get, but they do so much to protect our nation. And as I said at the outset, this is a very different job than any you've had in the past. In some ways, I believe it's more critical than being SEC chair or U.S. attorney, because in many ways, the IC is our first line of defense in terms of keeping our country safe. In order to make sure we keep our country safe, the IC must also maintain the trust and credibility with the American people, which means objective analysis, keeping itself free from politicization. I look forward to your answers. Congratulations again, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I now recognize Senator Rounds, who would like to say a few words about Mr. Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I have the privilege of introducing the Honorable Jay Clayton, President Trump's nominee, to serve as the next Director of National Intelligence. I first met Jay through my role on the Banking Committee when he was nominated by President Trump and confirmed by the Senate to be chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission in 2017. He's a consummate professional with a distinguished career in both the private and public sectors. The Senate previously confirmed him on a bipartisan basis to serve as the SEC.
Classified information is critical.
Senator, I'm not an election denier. Joe Biden was certified
by the president tomorrow night.
I'm not involved in that.
because you're not currently the
Because I'm
Director of
currently
National
not the Director of
Intelligence.
National Intelligence.
And in fact, to be involved would violate a core principle, which is you take no actions that would presume your confirmation.
That I couldn't have said it better.
Thank you for helping me establish that fact. The Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said repeatedly, if you're confirmed, you're going to make sure that you speak truth to power. And that means even if the truth is not the preferred narrative that somebody wants to hear. So let me just ask you, it should be a simple question. Do you deny that Joe Biden won the 2020 election?
Senator, I'm not an election denier. Joe Biden was certified as the President of the United States.
Election denial is something we cannot have. So I will take that as you do not deny that Joe Biden won the 2020 election.
Yeah, I'm not. I think, let me just be clear. We have substantial work to do, and I've made it in improving our electoral processes. It's part of national security, and I feel strongly about that.
One of the things that, again, this will come around perhaps to what's happening tomorrow night as well. Classified information is critical. If we violate classified information, that loses us allies. It makes us less strong. I fear that certain countries already are not sharing as much information with us because of some of the things that have happened. So let me ask you some straightforward questions. If confirmed, you commit to protecting all classified information in accordance with established rules and procedures?
Yes.
If confirmed, you commit to following established processes and procedures when it comes to declassifying information?
Yes.
And that will then lead to the next, because if you're going to follow official purposes, you cannot declassify information for political purposes. Will you promise that you will not do that?
Senator, I promise that my declassification exercises will be consistent with the role, and I believe that there are a number of protections in place across the intelligence community to ensure that intelligence is not used for political purposes, and I intend to adhere to those.
Well, that is, in many ways, at least for me, that is the nub of this hearing.
In preparing for this hearing, I have analyzed the procedures that are in place for declassification and other actions that you would take as the Director of National Intelligence. And I look forward to consulting with the people inside the intelligence community and at the ODNI to ensure that we adhere to those principles.
It's critically important because, again, we may see some of this tomorrow night or not, but we go around those established procedures. We could burn sources and methods. We could lose allies. It is, the ramifications are so grave, and it has been treated in such a cavalier way that it's really extraordinarily upsetting to me. Along with classified information comes the analytic tool. One of the things that I pointed out in the recent IC annual survey, the number of IC analysts that are concerned that their work may be threatened by politicization, or if you don't reach the right conclusion, that completely undermines the basis of what the intelligence community is set up with. So if confirmed, you commit that the ODNI's decisions and analysis will remain free from political pressure and conspiracy theories.
Yeah, Senator, the role is to ensure that you, the President in particular, the members of the cabinet receive the best possible intelligence product available. And I do commit to do that. And I do commit to do that.
Yeah, if you could bring the whole box.
Sorry, I need a space for the papers.
I can't stress enough, if the IC workforce feels they're going to get political blowback or get fired, which we've seen, because they reach a conclusion that may not be what certain folks in the administration want to hear, that undermines the whole work of the whole community.
If I could jump in on that,
Please.
and I want to say that my experience at the SEC, my experience at the DOJ, is that the people who have worked for me have great confidence that they can speak to me in a candid and free from any worry that what they say to me in their professional capacity is going to result in any kind of disagreement. I would say any kind of friction beyond the normal toing and froing that you have in any organization.
And I will say, let me add a comment to what Senator Round said. In working with you at the SEC, I found that was how you operated, and particularly in taking on certain issues that might not have been politically popular. But this is such a different role, and I am so concerned that whoever ends up in this role is going to be under a set of pressures that may be unprecedented, and we're going to need somebody extraordinarily strong. I'll come to my last set of questions, and that is around election integrity. This job was set up to look at foreign interference in our election. So it was more than stunning to me when the former director, Director Gabbard, showed up at a domestic, I believe, political interference activities in Fulton County. We're coming into election season. I want to make sure you are on the record. If confirmed, you will commit you will not interfere with or comment inappropriately on U.S. elections.
Senator, you outlined the role correctly. The role is to deal with foreign interference in the U.S. elections, which is something I'm gravely concerned about. But that's the role.
And finally, we cannot have the DNI trying to put his or her hands on the scales in terms of tipping the outcome of any American election. Will you commit to not put those hands on the scales?
The role of the intelligence community is to provide information, not to engage in policy or those things. So yes.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. I agree that the role is very different, but I think that's true of most governments.
Siloed approach. And that's why we worked so hard to draft the Terrorist Prevention and Intelligence Reform Act that created the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and the NCTC, the National Council.
I want to see it because I want to know the names of the people that you're calling dishonest, because I'm the nation's first senator elected by mail. The second senator was a Republican. And dishonesty in mail-in voting. And at one point, you talked specifically about a group that was doing it. I think it would be very helpful to get a sense of who you're talking about. You said, and I quote, one group is using mail-in voting dishonestly. So you basically said you got a group out there who are election bandits. Who are we talking about?
No, I would like to see where you're pulling those quotes from, because I've been very careful in my words on this. I've been very careful. Look, I'd like to see the whole passage.
Send you the material.
Yeah, no, and I'm happy to answer. But let me tell you,
please.
We should be. There are two parts to this. One is access, which is extremely important. Access to the ballot is something that I know this body, many people have worked hard for years and years. The other one is integrity. I'm a big believer that we can have better access than we've ever had before. And better integrity than we've ever had before.
Right.
And some of the constructs around our election, the integrity can be greatly improved.
Well, I want to see it because I want to know the names of the people that you're calling dishonest, because I'm the nation's first senator elected by mail. The second senator was a Republican, and we don't believe that this is tainted by fraud. And I have time for one more question. You said that the country was well served by this agreement that Donald Trump is not going to get audited in terms of his taxes. He went through the whole process. Tell me if you continue to support that position, that you believe that the President of the United States should be the only person in the country who's exempt from audit.
I certainly do not believe that the President of the United States should be the only person in the country who is exempt from audit.
Do you think he should be exempt from audits? That's a yes or no question.
In terms of that specific thing, that's now a matter of litigation, and I'm not going to comment on it here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Moran.
Chairman, thank you. Mr. Clayton, thank you for your presence here today, your interest in serving the country. I appreciate the conversation we had in the office. I appreciate the relationship and conversations we had over the time in your past public service. In my office, I stressed to you a belief in the
very serious crimes at his Zorro Ranch property in my home state of New Mexico. Yet there has never been a federal search of that property. And in fact, in 2019, the Department of Justice directed New Mexico to pause its own investigation and has most recently refused to provide the unredacted evidence needed for our Attorney General to effectively carry out his investigation.
Making connections where they might not otherwise be apparent, or where the ability to make those connections in the Taj.
Mr. Clayton, very serious crimes at his Zorro Ranch property. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Clayton, it is alleged, and I would add quite credibly, that Jeffrey Epstein committed some very serious crimes at his Zorro Ranch property in my home state of New Mexico. Yet there has never been a federal search of that property. And in fact, in 2019, the Department of Justice directed New Mexico to pause its own investigation and has most recently refused to provide the unredacted evidence needed for our Attorney General to effectively carry out his.
Now, I played for you earlier where you heard Todd Blanche lie and said, oh, yes, we will continue to cooperate with New Mexico. Now, you're going to hear that they have paused the investigation and they are, in fact, not. The DOJ is, in fact, not cooperating with the New Mexico Attorney General, who is asking for cooperation with the DOJ. This was yesterday, and the same day that Todd Blanche was testifying before the Senate, lying to the Senate that they were cooperating. This is where the sausage is made in these hearings.
His investigation, despite federal and state laws requiring disclosure. I understand that as U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, you led the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein. Can you commit to providing any relevant information to the New Mexico Attorney General and the documents, unredacted documents that he has requested?
Yeah. I spoke to my team about this last night. That request is for unredacted documents. Those documents are subject to several protections for those redactions, including a protective order of the court. My folks, I think, as we speak, are seeking dialogue with the Attorney General to see if we can reach an accommodation.
Those are for unredacted documents. But the Epstein file, the Epstein law says that all Epstein documents should be released and unredacted except for the victims' names. Now, in the case of an attorney general from another state who is investigating, surely they can be released unredacted if they are investigating crimes in New Mexico. So he won't even say yes and talk about well, you know, it says that they must be released under certain conditions. He won't even say yes to somebody who's trying to investigate on the behalf of victims. Let that sink in. When there is already a law to release these files. Let that sink in. This is Trump's man. The DNI. And who is he conversing with? He's conversing with Todd Blanche. You know, the Todd Blanche who was also testifying the same day this man was testifying, telling you that he was cooperating with New Mexico. Bullshit.
That is consistent with those protective orders.
I would seriously
talk to my team about this last night. That request is for unredacted documents. Those documents are subject to several protections for those redactions, including a protective order of the court. My folks, I think, as we speak, are seeking dialogue with the Attorney General to see if we can reach an accommodation that is consistent with those protective orders.
I would seriously encourage that cooperation and that spirit of working in cooperation between federal and state law enforcement. I think it is quite clear that it is likely that there are survivors, witnesses, and co-conspirators.
A protective order with the court. The only thing that they were supposed to protect is the name of the victims. Now, if your Attorney General is working to help the victims names would be necessary to see if the same victims in New Mexico were the same victims in other locales that Jeffrey Epstein were victimizing underage girls. So are you telling me that you are going to try to say that you cannot release the names of the victims in New Mexico, so you're going to try to thwart the whole investigation under the guise that, oh, well, I'm sorry, we cannot, there's a clause that will not allow us to give the names of the victims. Well, your attorneys are investigating a case of girls being molested. Who are these names going to be released to? It's not like you're going to be releasing these names to the mass media on the mass internet. You're cross-referencing names of girls who may have been trafficked to adults for adult pleasures. You mean to tell me that you would risk them not getting justice just because you want to pretend like, oh, well, they say we must protect their names? You cannot look at their names and still protect their names from getting out? To cross-reference their names? You mean to tell me you can't cross-reference the names on two different lists from two different states and still keep their name protected? What the fuck are we talking about here? Is that the game we're playing with child victims? Is that the game we're playing? Oh, because these are rich and powerful men. So we got to pretend like, oh, well, if they say we can't, if they say we can't look at the names, if they say the names must be redacted, that means we can never look at the names. Is that the game we're playing? If they say the names must be redacted, that means another jurisdiction, a police jurisdiction can never look at the names because a court says the names must be redacted. So that means that another jurisdiction can ever look at these names. The fuck? Is that what we're pretending? Oh, okay. Because these are rich and powerful men. Oh, okay.
Whose names have been redacted that are necessary for him to effectively complete that investigation. And Mr. Chairman, I would also ask that cooperation and that spirit of working in cooperation between federal and state law enforcement. I think it is quite clear that it is likely that there are survivors, witnesses, and co-conspirators whose names have been redacted that are necessary for him to effectively complete that investigation. And Mr. Chairman, I would also ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the letter from the New Mexico Attorney General to the Department of Justice.
Without objection, I guess.
Mr. Clayton, in your role as U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, you were tasked to personally certify that the unsealed grand jury material related to Jeffrey Epstein did not disclose victims' personal information. The judge in that case stated that he added this protective order to ensure that an identifiable official within DOJ takes ownership of the sensitive and vitally important process of reviewing discovery. Due to what the Department of Justice later called technical or human error, the January 26th release of material included email addresses and even nude photos of potential Epstein victims. Lawyers for those victims said that this flawed process re-traumatized the survivors and, quote, turned their lives upside down. You were in charge of this process during which highly sensitive personal data was made public. Did you personally certify the material as the judge ordered?
The judge ordered certification of a subset of the materials that were in the Southern District.
So who takes responsibility for what I think was an unconscionable release of, an unnecessary release of personal information for these victims?
I think the Department of Justice has addressed that from the overall perspective.
Harry Truman used to have a sign on his desk that said the buck stops here. Who has that sign on their desk in this case?
For the Southern District documents, it was me.
In a media interview a couple of months ago, you were asked your position on the $1.8 billion fund for victims of weaponization, and you replied.
So they release nude pictures of these girls all over the place, but they cannot coordinate with this investigation that is going on in New Mexico, where there has been a new open investigation where there has been new allegations of bodies that have been buried on Zorro Ranch, that a ranch of Jeffrey Epstein that has not been investigated thoroughly. Oh, but now all of a sudden they want to adhere to every word about following the law about redactions after they have ignored redactions and had these young girls at their young girl ages, bodies displayed all over and when redactions were required, and they have ignored these redactions and had these young girls' bodies shown all over the place. These attorneys. Is that what we're doing? And they're talking about the buck stops with them. And now all of a sudden, that they want to take the redactions very seriously. That's what we're doing. And these people want you to take. They want you to take them seriously. And these are the people who this administration who says that everybody is going to get their jobs based on meritocracy. The link is in my description box. I cannot take much more of this foolishness. Let's move on. The link is in my description box. This is what's going on in your administration. If you want to believe, if you don't want to believe this, this is what's going on in your foolishness. In all of this other talk about all of this. Where is it? All of where is it? Hold on 1 second. All of the talk that they try to put in your head about trans people. All of the talk that they try to put into your head about what they're doing to your children. All of the talk about them saying that they're trying to change the sex of your children, and all of this mumbo jumbo that they say that they are doing to your children. Did you see the new thing that your defense secretary is saying that they want to do to your military? Do you see what your defense secretary is saying that they want to test your military for? Men and women, to add to men and women, add testosterone to men and women, while they want you to believe that it's while they want you to believe that it's schools and homosexuals and all of this, and transsexuals and all of this that wants to change and wants to indoctrinate your children and sexuality and all of this. No, it's the Christian right. It's these white nationalists that wants to brainwash you. Here we go.
Hegseth says This, the Pentagon is launching a new health screening for many service members. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says troops who are over the age of 30 will be screened every year for testosterone deficiency. Now, if they are recommended for treatment, they may choose to get testosterone replacement therapy. In a new video, Hegseth is seen there in the Pentagon. He wants to make sure that troops have the right testosterone levels, he says. He says it's all so that they can operate at their absolute best. The Pentagon has not released more guidance about this policy.
New questions this morning about Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and low T. The Pentagon announced new plans to screen servicemen and women for low testosterone. Annual tests for everyone over 30. They'd be optional for those younger. In a social media video, Defense Secretary Hegseth, who is over 30, said the program is, quote, aimed at improving military readiness and restoring health.
If treatment is recommended, it's entirely your choice to receive testosterone replacement therapy. This initiative.
But isn't it entirely your choice to receive any type of therapy, any type of hormonal therapy? If you were deciding to choose any type of hormonal therapy in the first place, you know, all of this hormonal therapy that they were rallying against when you decided to choose it in your own personal life. You know, the thing that they were throwing people out of the military, that people were losing their military pensions behind. You know, that shit that people were being thrown out of the military behind their own decision to take hormonal therapy. Now he wants you to believe they are going to demand it every year, and it is going to be but it is going to be your own choice. But what if you are demanded to take a test and it is showing you deficient, and then you are going to have the choice to take it? But what if it shows you deficient and you choose not to take it? You're going to be thrown out of the military. That's what it's going to that's what's going to happen. It's going to be your choice, but it's not your choice to take the test. But the test shows you deficient in it. You think it's going to be your choice to stay deficient in it? No. You're going to be thrown out the fucking military. That's what's going to happen. Who the fuck they think they fooling? Oh, but when you choose to do it on your own, you thrown out of it because they get to decide when you get to take hormonal therapy. Make that make sense. Oh, but it's totally your choice. Well, if it was totally your choice, the test wouldn't be mandatory after a certain age. Get the fuck out of my face.
It's not about artificial enhancement. It's about restoring and optimizing your natural capabilities, protecting.
It's about restoring and optimizing your natural capabilities. If it is your natural capabilities after the age of 40, your natural capabilities, your natural testosterone wanes after a certain age. It is not natural after a certain age, you dumb fuck. Gonna have a whole bunch of a motherfucking what do they call them? Roid heads up in there. A whole bunch of rage heads up in the military.
Your longevity and ensuring you have the biological foundation required to sustain the fight.
All right, with us now, Dr. Jonathan Reiner, CNN medical analyst and professor of medicine and surgery at George Washington University. Doctor, always great to see you. Can I just start before we get into whether or not this will have an impact? What are the effects of low testosterone? What does it mean for men?
So low testosterone, also known as hypogonadism, is a collection of symptoms such as severe fatigue, loss of libido, erectile dysfunction. And that can be seen in a variety of syndromes that result in very low testosterone levels, either primary failure of the testicles or issues involving the hypothalamus and pituitary axis. The problem with measuring testosterone in the population of men, is that it's not uncommon to find relatively low testosterone in men with absolutely no symptoms. A European study looked at this a few years ago, and about 17% of men over the age of 40 measured low for testosterone levels, but only 2% of those men tested actually had symptoms. So this is not recommended. Docs don't do this. Docs don't routinely measure testosterone levels in the general population unless folks have symptoms. So it makes no sense to test the military.
What are the
Of course, it makes no sense, and it's going to be happening in our military because we have a unqualified a fool running our military. So it makes sense that we have a unqualified a nonsense a fool with no sense running our military. So no sense make good sense when running our military. Someone with no merit and having no sense. So therefore, we have nonsense that is going to be implemented in our whole United States military. Is going to have nonsense being implemented on our servicemen. So you can find that in my description box under road rage. What is it, Roy? What did I put that under? What did I put that under? Roid rage. Gonna have a whole bunch of military men with big nut sets fucking each other in the ass. That's what you're gonna have. Okay, I think I've done enough damage for the day. If you guys didn't know that, that is what when you get unqualified dumb MAGAs that have no qualifications to be in the positions that they are in. You get a dumb fucks making dumb decisions. So there's plenty more where that came from. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you didn't hit the like button, hit the like button. If you didn't share, please share. I just thought I would share some things that I heard on the street. We're going to talk about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the agency that Elon Musk ripped apart because they would have been the bureau that would have been policing him because he wanted to create a financial agency where that would have been watching over him and other agencies that could possibly take advantage of any type of financial payments that you, a consumer, would be making or could have coming out of your accounts to corporations. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau claws back money that comes out of your accounts on a regular payment schedule that are always abused by corporations. Elon Musk wanted to come up with some financial payment banking system, and the first thing he did as Doge, he eliminated the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that clawed back billions of dollars for consumers. Even if you had not made a complaint to the bureau, if they had clawed back money in one area for a consumer, they clawed it back in every area where they saw that a company had overreached. If they found it in one customer, they clawed it back with every customer that was abused in that area. If they saw Citibank had done it wrong for one customer in let's say one customer in fraud protection, let's say fraud protection, was getting overcharged in their for fraud protection, and they caught that. They would go back and they would review all the fraud protection in that category, and if all the people in that category were being overcharged or being abused or not getting their money worth, everybody in that category would be refunded their money. Everyone, even if they hadn't complained or noticed it, everybody. So this is how they had clawed back money and had held companies liable. What did Elon Musk did and Doge do? They totally shut down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. So the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and a whole lot of banking protections, they were being questioned. They were questioning Russell Vogt over the Office of Management and Budget. Elizabeth Warren, she was the one who created the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to protect consumers. We no longer have that protection. And Russell Vogt, one of the authors of Project 2025, and one of the guys who is a part of the Heritage Foundation, who was caught on secret cameras saying that he wanted to put the bureaucracy, he wanted to have the bureaucracy in a stranglehold, and he wanted to hurt the workers and all of this draconian type of shit that he wanted to hurt workers and bureaucrats and all of this dumb shit, who was all about Project 2025. He got a job as the Office of Management and Budget. Even Congressional approved money he has clawed back and has not divvied out the money that Congress has approved, and he has not given out the money that has been approved. So he was before Congress on today. So we'll go through his congressional hearing on tomorrow. I mean, it's just so much, and they always want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, and all of this money that has been given out, doled out by your congressional, by your Congress, and they do not give the money to where it is supposed to go. They don't tell you where the money really goes. If Congress say, okay, $10 billion is going to go to Dover schools, and they only give $5 billion to Dover schools, they don't tell you where the other $5 billion goes. The other $5 billion just magically disappears. Where's that other $5 billion going? See, these are the things you ought to want to know. Just poof. Where's the other $5 billion? Congress approves $10 billion to go somewhere. But Russell Vogt says he's going to claw back because he's worried about waste, fraud, and abuse. Where's the other $5 billion that was approved by Congress? But nobody has the wherewithal to ask these questions. Because Russell Vogt knows better. Russell Vogt wasn't voted into office by anybody. Okay, so we're gonna check out this hearing tomorrow, because this is where all the business is made. But nobody is paying attention to these things. All right, guys, hit the like button. I appreciate you guys coming by. Stop by more often. I'll be here. Hope you guys have a fabulous remainder of your day. Bye-bye.